Chapter 372, Occupying the Beauty. Chapter 372, Occupying the Beauty. Even if Aya and Kai were idiots, both of them were sure that the octopus's abnormality had something to do with Shurian. They just didn't know why Shurian hadn't been killed yet, but on the contrary, he still had the strength to make the octopus resist strenuously while he was only in the second sky of Nirvana realm. Moreover, he was kept inside the octopus's toxic mouth. Aya and Kai couldn't figure it out. In these two girls' eyes, Shurian was only an ordinary Nirvana realm warrior and came from the endless sea, a barbarian land. What ability did this kind of warrior have to be able to make the thousand-hand ink octopus not able to fight back? Kai and Aya both knew that this thousand-hand ink octopus was a 7th-level beast, living in the water with tremendous strength. The corrosive power of venom from its fangs was terrifying. Moreover, thousand-hand ink octopus's tentacles all connected to its monstrous original power, and thus, once someone got entangled by those tentacles, one's defensive force was hardly performed. The thousand-hand ink octopus's killing method was to use its tentacles to wrap the opponent's body first, then pull the victim toward its huge mouth. Once the venom from its mouth touched the warrior, he would immediately weaken, and his skin and flesh would quickly be corroded. When the warrior's body was rotten and exhausted, the octopus just needed to use its fangs to tear it apart. None of the warriors in this situation could withstand it, and they soon became a blood clot and were swallowed down into its abdomen. Kai and Aya also wondered about their cultivation base level. Once falling into that octopus's mouth, if they weren't able to activate their defense light shield either, and thus, they would be rotted by the stinky venom and torn down into pieces. That was why they had to struggle harder and emit their full power to resist the pulling force of the thousand-hand ink octopus. They didn't dare to let themselves fall into that huge mouth. Therefore, when Shurian had fallen into the toxic mouth of the thousand-hand ink octopus, they had been certain that he would have died and that there was no chance for him to escape death. However, at this moment, the octopus was dancing crazily, which was obviously a masterpiece by Shurian. Shurian apparently wasn't dead, but instead, he was continuously taking action inside the thousand-hand ink octopus's mouth, making it endure pain. Aya and Kai, on one hand, were struggling to get rid of the tentacles wrapping them. On the other hand, they looked down with surprise while their hearts were full of doubt, as they suddenly felt that this guy Shurian seemed to be a little bit unusual. However, at this time, horrifying demonic power abruptly flowed out from the thousand-hand ink octopus's tentacles. It was aggressively moving its body as if its countless crazy counterattacks were finally coming. Aya and Kai understood this thousand-hand ink octopus's habits as well as its attacking method. They knew that when thousand-hand ink octopus was about to die, its demonic power would burst out through its tentacles, ruthlessly entangling creatures to death. After having used a big amount of demonic power, thousand-hand ink octopus was greatly exhausted. If it weren't this critical, dangerous time, thousand-hand ink octopus would not have done so. Kai and Aya wore a frightened look, feeling the force of the tentacles around them. Their countenance finally changed. They forcefully struggled, using all of their techniques and secret treasures to cut off those tentacles that were wrapping around their soft, snow-white bodies. Aya was even better. Besides her exquisite cultivation base, her storage rings suddenly flashed up with a strange beam of light. Countless ice-like white light bloomed out densely. At the same time, she immediately cast out broken blades. Each pointed blade appeared sparklingly, then cut off more than half of the black tentacles and also condensed her body strength to prepare in case of his octopus's sneaky attacks. Kai also knew that the thousand-hand ink octopus's attack this time would be extremely sharp. She knew that it was impossible to cut off a majority of the tentacles in such a short time. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous power like a mountain avalanche broke out from the two girls' bodies. The tentacles that were wrapping around them burst out all of a sudden. Torrential demonic power crazily stormed toward their graceful bodies, seemingly wanting to destroy their defensive forces. So, Aya and Kai spurted out a mouthful of blood simultaneously. The light in their eyes dimmed. Their snow-white bodies were stained blood that burst out from the thousand-hand ink octopus's tentacles. Aya spewed out a mouthful of blood and instantly saw other tentacles spreading over from the bottom, twisting and once again wrapping her up. This thousand-hand ink octopus apparently hadn't given up yet. It was about to destroy all the creatures in the water. Her face changed again and again. She fearfully looked at the crazy octopus and, without overthinking, put forth all of her strength to fly up to the surface of the lake like a beam of light piercing through layer upon layer of the lake illusion, quickly getting out of this peculiar lake. Kai also spurted out a mouthful of blood, while her power, as well as her profound chi, seemed to be reacting a little chaotically. Before she could organize her forces, the thousand-hand ink octopus's tentacles had already spread toward her body again. It didn't let her flee, and once again bound her snow-white body. Another intimidating demonic power burst out. The thousand-hand ink octopus's tentacles on her body blasted. Raging demonic power rushed forward, destroying her defensive forces, instantly making her unconscious. Sai's soft, white body was drifting in the water, slowly sinking, no longer able to fight against the thousand-hand ink octopus's tentacles. At this moment, thousand-hand ink octopus was growling and screeching crazily in the lake. Sharp, weird sounds came up and spread in the water. The lake suddenly boiled up with huge bubbles. That thousand-hand ink octopus wiggled its body even more crazily, but quickly weakened. Many blood holes suddenly appeared in its strange head. When those blood holes broke, the water instantly poured in and filled its brain. The thousand-hand ink octopus was gradually exhausted, although it still wanted to gather its strength. Its black tentacles hovered around without any power. Shurian was in the thousand-hand ink octopus's brain, continually releasing his violent body strength. Under the first sky of Rampage, and with the help of the hidden strange power inside his muscles, he transported his profound chi and launched powerful blows without using any of his techniques. The brain of this Thien Thursday Mac Chuang-gu was smashed down and splashed everywhere. As the brain was destroyed, even if the thousand-hand ink octopus was very dangerous, it hardly blocked Shurian's violent attacks. It gradually no longer resisted and slowly began to sink. Inside the crushed brain, Shurian continued destroying everything wantonly like a brutal beast. His hands and feet stirred up this brain with immense force. A fist-sized demon crystal gradually emerged at a corner of that crumbled brain, flashing up with strange black lights. Shurian burst into laughter. One of his hands clenched the demon crystal tightly while he was activating the negative forces which were used for the Death Seal's condensation to take out the demon crystal from the site. A destructive power was launched, and the octopus's life was completely ended by his strike. It no longer had taken a breath, and thus the sinking speed quickened. Like a sharp sword, Shurian flew out from a blood hole on the thousand-hand ink octopus's head and reappeared on the bottom of the lake, feeling very happy and satisfied as he had reaped a large harvest. A 7th-level demon crystal was extremely precious in the dark, magnetic, noxious mist. With this demon crystal, even if his profound chi had been consumed entirely, he could completely restore it. After the demon crystal fell into the storage ring, Shurian quietly suspended in the water, watching that thousand-hand ink octopus slowly sink to the bottom of the lake with a cheerful face. A slender, snow-white body suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. He raised his head up and realized that Kai was totally naked with a pale face and was gradually sinking to the bottom of the lake. Shurian stared at Kai with a cold face, revealed a chilling sneer at the corner of his mouth, and quickly zoomed over to her like a fish. Looking at her graceful body, her firm, big breasts, her small, boneless waist, her plump thighs and long limbs, Shurian chuckled slightly. He then moved forward, stretched his arms out, grabbing her, feeling the warmth from her body and the chaotic forces inside it. After a quick check, he knew that Kai was just unconscious temporarily. A long while later, when her strength was restored, she would wake up again. Holding her breathtaking body, Shurian sneered while one of his hands bluntly moved around on her soft, white body. After playing with Sai's beautiful breasts, her waist, her long legs, and her round rear end for a while, Shurian slowly swam toward the cliff in the lake. After having dug out a cave, quite easily, he held Kai and went inside it. He retrieved the star shield and released the Dar shield. The defensive Dar shield relied on profound chi instead of the star power. As soon as the Dar shield was taken out, the water of the lake was stopped outside the shield, and he and Ki stayed together inside it. Sitting inside the wet cave, Shurian held Sai's mesmerizing, snow-white body on his thighs, looking at her with dazed eyes. His two hands bluntly moved on her body, which drove countless males crazy, felt her smooth, white skin and her big, firm breasts. Although Shurian had some evil intent in his mind, he was not that uncontrollable. On the contrary, he frowned and considered how to handle this beautiful girl. Shurian's big hands moved around while his face became cold. His eyes became chilled. Not long after that, he sneered coldly and was ready to violate her. However, at this moment, strange power ran all over his body. Meanwhile, the purification of the 3 dead warriors' auras had finally finished in his acupuncture points. The strange power suddenly overflowed like powerful snakes, converging into the profound halo on his abdomen. After an exhausting fight with the 1,000-hand ink octopus, Shurian had consumed a large amount of his profound chi. However, during a short time of restoration, under that mysterious, strange power, his profound chi increased slightly. Shurian's body was agitated. He immediately closed his eyes, felt the transformation of the profound chi halo, immersing his mind into that marvelous ancient profound chi tree. At this time, Kai was still unconscious. However, her eyelashes shivered slightly. It seemed she was about to wake up. Chapter 373, Punishment. Chapter 373, Punishment. Mysterious power moved toward and penetrated the ancient profound chi tree, which contained vigorous forces, making it sparkling and crystal clear. Shurian closed his eyes, feeling the changes of the ancient profound chi tree. He was joyful as he knew that with his vigorous, profound chi, together with the comprehension of his state of mind, he could break through the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm, making him one step further. Entering the dark, magnetic, noxious mist this time, his main purpose was to temper himself with the fastest speed to enhance his cultivation base. When he returned to the endless sea later, he would take revenge on the demon tribes and those forces which had wanted to obliterate him. Linda's and Xia Shunchuan's deaths had made him quickly realize that only having a mighty strength could facilitate him in doing whatever he wanted in this world instead of being someone else's stepping stone. The transformation of the profound halo made him very happy as he was one step closer to his goal. At this time, the chaotic power in Sai's body gradually calmed down and regained its normal state. Her eyelashes flickered slightly. She then woke up from being unconscious. As soon as Sai's eyes opened, she saw Shurian's cold face with his eyes closed. Kai subconsciously wanted to shout, but she immediately remembered the incident earlier and thus quickly suppressed her emotions. Instead, she stayed calm and considered the situation. She was lying naked on Shurian's muscular thighs. Shurian's big hands were still caressing back and forth over her sensitive back and buttocks. While Shurian's hands were moving, Kai could feel an electric current zooming over her back, making her feel shameful, like she had never been so humiliated in her life. Seeing Shun meditating with his eyes closed and feeling his hands caressing her body, Kai wanted to breathe out fire and could hardly restrain her anger. Thus, she secretly gathered her power. Then suddenly her jade-like pair of arms went straight for Shurian's chest. Disintegration variation. Kai let out a shout. The halos with yellow and red colors flowed out from the center of her palms. The two strange lights burst out, forming a robust power that darted straight to Shiryin's chest. His powerful strength burst out from his chest. Hundreds of different red and yellow lights instantly penetrated Shiryin's chest as if they wanted to tear his lungs and heart apart. Boom! An explosive sound came up. Shiryin's back hit the hard stone wall with a thud, making rubble fall everywhere. This incident caused the stone cave to burst open. A block of stone from above his head fell hard. Kai took this chance to take action like a female beast with resentful eyes. Many rings from her snow-white arm flew out instantly. She looked like she wanted to annihilate him for good. While experiencing and observing the mutation of the ancient profound chi tree, Shiryin was suddenly ambushed by Kai, which caused pain on his chest. The strange power inside the muscle fibers on his chest thus burst out, and his petrifaction martial spirit reached its supreme. At the moment when Kai launched her violent attack, Shiryin's skin became purple, and his extremely strong defensive force had blocked her strike. Hundreds of yellow and red powers flowed into Shiryin's chest and were instantly entangled by the mysterious power in his muscle fibers. Those yellow and red powers could not penetrate the strong muscles on his chest to crush his heart and lungs. Shiryin's body shook violently. He suddenly woke up and threw a cold glance at Kai. He suddenly sneered and didn't care about Sai's next attack. Instead, he urged the electric shift and fiercely jumped on Sai's body. Boom! Kai stood up and swung her snow-white arm, and the rings on her arms strongly clinked together. Before she could launch her next attack, Shiryin had already knocked her out to the lake. Shiryin sneered with a cold face as he rushed out and moved next to Kai, who had just fallen into the water. He stretched his left hand, grabbing her snow-white neck, while the other hand held her body and then brought her back into the stone cave. Shiryin's counterattack was exceptionally ferocious. His violent force burst out from his muscle fibers. After the petrifaction martial spirit had reached its supreme state, his body became the most horrible of weapons. He didn't even need to transport his profound chi. He just relied on the bursting force of his sturdy body to deal with Sai's attacks. When Kai had been under the water, she had been severely injured by the thousand-hand ink octopus, and her profound chi had been consumed. Thus, together with being unconscious earlier, her strength had been reduced significantly. Moreover, she was not good at hand-to-hand combat, and thus, launching a sneak attack on Shiryin in that small stone cave was not a smart move. With her white neck being buckled in Shiryin's left hand, Sai's eyes were full of fear. She wanted to scream out loud, but realized that her throat was being blocked, and she couldn't let out a single sound. Just like that, with Shiryin's hand strangling her neck, Sai's heart quickly sank. A terrible burst of power transmitted from his left arm, which frightened her mind. She knew that if she made another move, Shiryin would clench his fingers tightly, crushing her neck. Therefore, Kai was in shock as she watched Shiryin in silence. She didn't dare to make the slightest move while the rings on her arm continued to tremble and finally subsided without acting recklessly. Shiryin carried her and sat down again in the stone cave. His eyes burned, staring at her mesmerizing, beautiful naked body. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, a trace of lust glimmering in his eyes. Kai was panicked. Her beautiful eyes looked at Shiryin sharply as she didn't know what he wanted to do. Shiryin didn't say a word. His hand held her neck, carrying her up into the air. He coldly looked at her and considered thoughtfully. He originally wanted to use a ruthless whack on Kai, killing her to steal the demon crystal in her storage ring. After that, he would leave this lake and meet the other people of Aiya, Borg, and the two brothers Lowley. However, he thought over it again. Right now, as his profound chi had already recovered and reached its supreme, if he killed Ki, he could have some mysterious power to add to his martial arts, but not much, and thus killing her was somehow a waste. In addition, if Kai died in the lake while he was able to get out of the lake alive, the other people would guess his true ability and thus would consider him an enemy and be aware of him much more than before. A 7th-level demon crystal was exceptionally precious in their eyes. If Kai died, he would become their target. If Aya, Borg, Lowly, and Lowland united, he was not sure if he could win. The most important thing was that he was not familiar with the dark magnetic noxious mist. He still wanted to borrow these people's abilities to discover more of its mysteries. Thus, before he understood everything about this dark magnetic noxious mist, he didn't want these 4 people turning their backs on him. If Kai didn't die or was under his control, he could still hide his true strength. By putting Thien Thursday Mac Chuang Lu's death on Sai's hands, he could have Kai restrain Aya and know more about the dark magnetic noxious mist mysteries and the Divine Land situation through Kai. With that thought, Shiyin finally had his calculation. His cold eyes and Sai's horrified eyes met. Shiyin let out a low shout, and the third eye inside the sea of consciousness of his host's soul opened. A beam of light flashed up. He then poured his soul consciousness into this beam of light and carefully instructed it to infiltrate Sai's head. "Let go of your sea of consciousness, or else I will kill you." Shiyin coldly looked at Kai and intimidated her. Kai was terrified at heart, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. She kept shaking her head as she wanted to refuse. "If you refuse, I will kill you. But if you accept, I will only leave a mark on your host's soul. As long as you obey me from now until my business in this dark magnetic noxious mist ends, I will remove this soul barrier for you." Shiyin was like a devil using both intimidation and enticement at the same time. At this moment, Kai looked at Shiyin with deep fear inside her heart. She finally understood that Shiyin, whom she hadn't even laid her eyes on before, was the most thoughtful one in the group. He had hidden his true strength and had evil ambition without any human emotions from the beginning. Right now, she could only see Shiryan's brutal face, but didn't think that she had been involved in his calculation from the beginning. She could only remember that she was resentful the 1,000-hand ink octopus hadn't killed him when they were under the water, and she had also tried to take his life earlier. Just remembering someone else's fierceness, but finding it impossible to see one's own wickedness was common in the human world, and Kai was not an exception. "I'll count to 3. 1, 2. Shiryan's face looked cold and cruel, showing a trace of impatience. He started to count without waiting for Kai to respond. Kai kept looking at Shiryan, and now she was certain that Shiryan was a ruthless person, not a soft-hearted one. Hence, Kai instantly nodded her head before Shiryan finished counting. She finally let go of her sea of consciousness to let Shiryan's soul consciousness in. In the soul consciousness, although Shiryan was only in the Nirvana realm, his soul cultivation was much more than that of an ordinary sky realm. Different kinds of spirit Upanishads of demonic sound clan were all profound. In that abandoned land, he had used the group of Panja to carry out his soul experiments. This time, his host's soul and the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame now gathered in one place, and thus doing this was somehow like once a thief, always a thief. After his soul consciousness had entered Sai's head, he made use of the demonic sound clan's Upanishads. After leaving a spirit seed in Sai's host's soul, Shiryan quietly explored a little bit more and saw that everything was normal. He then retrieved his soul consciousness that had penetrated her head. Under Sai's frightened look, Shiryan suddenly grinned, dashed forward with his evil eyes, and fiercely kissed her ruddy lips. Whining, Sai's beautiful eyes glinted with a trace of shame. She wanted to struggle, but couldn't make any move as her body was under Shiryan's control. Mercilessly kissing her, Shiryan moved his tongue on Sai's full lips and then bit them. Blood spread from her lips. Finally, the hand, which was buckling Sai's neck, loosened its grip, and Shiryan detached from her. Looking at the beautiful girl bleeding, he was suddenly overwhelmed with resentment inside his heart. He sneered, "You should have died in that lake, but I have saved you." But earlier, You just requited good with evil. And of course, I had to teach you a lesson. So, it was punishment. You were even more despicable than Aiya. Sai's face was full of resentment, cruelly staring at Shurien and cursing him. Shurien burst out laughing. The same. Chapter 374, Coming Ashore. Chapter 374, Coming Ashore. Sai's eyes were flooded with hatred, viciously staring at Shurien. She was resentful that she couldn't kill him right away to vent her flame of anger. Unfortunately, she knew that killing Shurien at the bottom of the lake was a difficult mission and nearly impossible to do, especially now that her host soul was under his control. As long as Shurien's mind could be triggered, he could use the soul barrier which had been planted in Sai's host soul to obliterate her host soul immediately. Inside the dark shield, Kai gritted her teeth while her heart was overwhelmed with hatred and shame. She didn't say a word, took out a set of fluttering ribbon clothes from her storage ring, and put them on, covering her snow-white body. Shurien's look was evil, gazing at her as she put her clothes on, not having the consideration to turn away. Kai was extremely embarrassed and full of resentment, but she knew she couldn't do anything to him. After she had dressed, Shurien suddenly smiled and said coldly, "That octopus is dead, and I don't want Aya and the others to know that it was dead in my hand. I also hope that you can cover for what happened under the water after Aya left. You've confined my host soul. What do you want?" After having dressed, Sai's mood had stabilized. When she remembered how bad Shurien had treated her, her neck reddened. She now realized that Shurien was not someone she could control, and she secretly regretted proposing to keep him before. This was like she had bought a rope to tie herself up. Not only did she fail to use Shurien to constrain Aya, but she ended up harming herself. I do not know much about this dark magnetic noxious mist, so I hope you can explain it to me in detail. I'm also curious about the identities of the 5 of you, so you will tell me about that as well, said Shurien emotionlessly. As for the dark magnetic noxious mist, Lowly has told you quite precisely. For other things, I think we can talk about it later. Kai looked a little anxious, watching the water. We should be in a hurry. If we return late, Aya and other people may think that we are dead and will probably leave this place. Although Aya is a hateful person, she had many secret treasures in her hands. Staying with her, you could detect something unexpected and avoid a lot of trouble. Thanks to her reminder, Shurien realized that the time he stayed in the water was too long. He thought a little bit and then nodded. Anyway, you should remember that I have planted a soul barrier in your host soul. If you dare to have any wicked intentions, don't blame me for being merciless. Sai's face lost its color. She gritted her teeth, nodded, and secretly cursed Shurien for being a shameless brat. Shurien looked at her with a faint smile. He knew that Kai hated him a lot, but he didn't really care about it. At least before the soul barrier inside Sai's host soul is lifted, he wouldn't need to be worried. Did you kill the 1,000-hand ink octopus? Kai looked at the lake outside the stone cave, thought for a while, and then asked him. Shurien rubbed his chin and nodded. Kai knitted her eyebrows and then flew out of the stone cave, sinking toward the bottom of the lake to find the 1,000-hand ink octopus's dead body. Shurien didn't know what she wanted to do, and thus followed her flying out of the cave with suspicion. He suspended in the water, frowning and looking at her. Kai dove all the way to the bottom of the lake. When she reached the bottom, her delicate body gracefully moved like a rainbow toward the 1,000-hand ink octopus's dead body. She took out a splendid, radiant dagger and dug out the octopus's eyes. Not long after that, Kai flew up next to Shurien, holding the octopus's eyeballs in her hands, and then said to Shurien, "This 7th level, the 1,000-hand ink octopus's eyeballs can form a fantasy. We couldn't see the real scene under the water before due to the effect of these eyeballs. You have got the demon crystal, so these eyeballs belong to me. Are you okay with this?" "You just take them," nodded Shurien. Kai immediately put the octopus's eyeballs away. She contemplated for a while before aggressively looking at Shurien. "I hope you will keep the secret about the incident that happened in the water. I don't want anyone to know about this no matter what." You should also be careful with Aya. She is the daughter of the Castellan of White Emperor City. In White Emperor City, we are pampered girls who are always to keep ourselves pure. As you have seen our bodies this time, with Aya's personality, I am afraid that she will not spare you. You should keep that in mind. White Emperor City, Serene muttered, didn't ask for details, just nodded and said, I know. Kai didn't continue their conversation, suppressing her hatred for Shurian with a reddened face. She then flew up toward the lake surface. Shurian immediately kept up with her. On the lake, when Aya got out of the water, a brilliant halo fully covered her wonderful curves. She quickly found a remote place to put on new clothes, and only after that did she go to see Borg, Lowly, and Lowlin. The three of them had been impatiently waiting for a long time. As soon as they saw Aya came out, they hurriedly asked about the situation. Aya told them a little bit about what took place at the bottom of the lake, and also said that Kai and Shurian might not return. Right after hearing about the 7th level, the 1,000-hand ink octopus, the faces of the three of them changed slightly. They were secretly glad that they hadn't recklessly broken into the water, or else they were afraid that they would have had the same consequence as that of Shurian and Kai. Aya told them about the situation in detail, blankly staring at the water without daring to go back in again. Borg and the two brothers Lao were in a daze, waiting with worried faces. They were ready to abandon Shurian and Kai. If Shurian and Kai didn't come out soon, Aya and the others would leave. Borg had always been together with Kai. However, seeing Kai in danger, he was not ready to save her, but just frustrated. He was considering what he should do if he was alone with Aya and the other people from now on. While the four of them were waiting impatiently and about to give up on Shurian and Kai, two figures suddenly flew out of the lake. They were Shurian and Kai. Borg was overjoyed and quickly shouted, Sister, are you all right? After Kai had flown out of the lake, her face regained its normal state. She threw Borg a cold glance and nodded. I am fine. Shurian and I united and killed the 1,000-hand ink octopus. After talking, Kai couldn't help but look at Aya and grunt. In their critical point of time, when they were trapped, Aya hadn't seen Kai as her partner, hadn't lent her a helping hand, but left her in danger instead. Kai understood it well, and thus was extremely dissatisfied with Aya. A trace of surprise flashed up in Aya's beautiful eyes. She stared at Shurian with surprise as her countenance became odd. She would never have expected that Shurian wouldn't have been killed inside the 1,000-hand ink octopus's mouth. When she was at the bottom of the lake, Shurian had seen her entire body and her forbidden privates. If Shurian had died, she would have been relieved. However, Shurian was still alive, which somehow made her uncomfortable. In her eyes, Shurian's calm and cold eyes contained a lustful look like a thorn poking her side. After throwing Shurian a quick glance, Aya was very panicked. She wanted to take action, but couldn't find any suitable excuse. She couldn't tell other people about what had happened in the lake either. In this dilemma, she felt frustrated without any clear reasons. That's good. I need to recover. I think that you guys should use demon crystals to restore your profound chi. See you soon. After talking, Aya turned around and left. She didn't dare to look at Shurian because she seemed embarrassed as she quickly flew away. Shurian watched her leave, showing a look of ridicule on his face. He sneered but didn't say a word. Yes, we need to recover a bit. Kai complicatedly glanced at Shurian and then nodded toward Borg and flew away to the opposite direction of Aya. Borg hurriedly caught up with her. When they came to a remote and quiet place, Borg asked quickly, Sister, what happened at the bottom of the lake? Why do you and Aya seem to be weird after coming out of the lake? You asked too many questions. Sai's face looked cold. You knew that I was in danger at the bottom of the lake. Why did you still stay ashore? Borg, do you want me to die as well? Borg's face stiffened. He was very embarrassed and then revealed a wry smile. Sister, you were in the sky realm, but still got trapped at the bottom of the lake. I was afraid. Kai snorted coldly and didn't say anything further. She then took out a demon crystal, closed her eyes for meditation, not mentioning anything about what happened at the bottom of the lake. Although Borg was extremely curious, he couldn't do anything when Kai didn't want to tell him. Moreover, he felt ashamed, so he didn't dare to continue asking, only stayed next to Kai to do his job of guarding. "Brother, you and Kai are powerful indeed. You guys killed the 1,000-hand ink octopus. I really admire you." Lowly laughed out loud and said, "I'm not afraid if you laugh at me, but we didn't dare to go into the water when you were trapped at the bottom of the lake. We were scared of being killed by that 1,000-hand ink octopus. It is such a shame." Lao Luan revealed an embarrassed smile, nodded his head, and frankly admitted to being coward. Shurian had soon come to know the personality of these two brothers, so he didn't tell them about what had happened at the bottom of the lake. He shook his head and said, "My luck is still good, I think. If it weren't for Aya and Kai, that 1,000-hand ink octopus wouldn't have died." After a short pause, Shurian nodded toward these two brothers and said, "I need to find a quiet place to recover for a while." After talking, Shurian quickly flew away and didn't say anything more to the two brothers, Laoli and Laon. Shurian went to the same place as before, lazily leaning against an ancient tree, quietly feeling the changes in his body. The three dead warriors' auras transformed into a mystery power pouring into the profound chi, recovering his consumed profound chi entirely, and also slightly enhancing his strength. According to this progress, he would soon have a chance to reach the third sky of Nirvana realm. Everything was developing in a good direction. Shurian was satisfied as he raised his head, looking toward the deep area in the dark magnetic noxious mist, guessing what he would encounter in the deepest area of it. Suddenly, his eyes slightly narrowed while blooming out a cold light. His lazy posture suddenly straightened up. An imposing and violent momentum flowed out from his whole body. A shadow quickly approached from a distance. Her clothes fluttered, making her look like a frosty crystal flower in the cold snow. She was Aya. Aya was emotionless with an indifferent look. She gently flew over like a slender willow. Shurian's face didn't change. He felt cold at heart, but was secretly on alert and ready for war. Chapter 375, The Hunter. Chapter 375, The Hunter. Shurian soon found out that Aya was a ruthless person and no better than Kai. At the bottom of the lake, when he had been sinking toward the octopus's mouth, he had clearly seen Aya let out a sigh of relief. Before leaving the lake, Kai had also reminded him to be careful with Aya. She had told him that Aya was the daughter of the master of White Emperor's city, very arrogant and crystal pure. As he had seen her naked body, she certainly would want to kill him. Therefore, seeing Aya suddenly approach, Shurian secretly stayed alert and was ready to deal with Aya's attack. Wearing a cold face and fluttering clothes, Aya quickly flew over and stood in front of him. Shurian's face remained unchanged. He indifferently looked at her, but was secretly well-prepared and grinned. "Didn't you go to find a quiet place for meditation?" Aya's beautiful eyes intensely looked at Shurian, and she didn't hurry to answer. Her beautiful eyes flashed up with countless points of light, wanting to see through all Shurian's secrets. A faint smile hung on Shurian's face. He calmly confronted her, not revealing any trace of fear, as if nothing had ever happened at the bottom of the lake. Aya stared at Shurian for a while, and then gently nodded and said, "I really want to meditate to restore my profound chi. The 1,000-hand ink octopus injured me, and thus I have lost a considerable amount of strength and must meditate immediately. It is just that this place seems to have many abnormalities, and I am now injured and very weak. So I need someone to guard while I am meditating." Shurian was startled. He had originally assumed that Aya came here to kill him, so that her heart could release its predicament. Not only could this put her state of mind at ease, but it could also preserve her pure body from being stained by his eyes. He didn't expect that Aya came here to ask him to guard for her, without mentioning the incident at the bottom of the lake, as if nothing had ever happened. Although he was suspicious, he didn't reveal it. He just nodded and said, "Okay." Aya didn't say a word as she sat down in front of Shurian. The storage ring on her finger flashed up. Sparkling demon crystals emerged one by one in her jade-like palm. These demon crystals were different in size, and there were total 10 pieces which contained the power that could be absorbed directly. It should be Aya's entire gains during her time here. Her hands held a piece of demon crystal. She seemed to be sure to take that one to restore her profound chi, but then she suddenly looked hesitant. Shurian bewilderedly looked at those sparkling demon crystal in shock, as he didn't expect that Aya could have harvested so many. With as many demon crystals gathered in the same place, any warrior in this dark, magnetic, noxious mist would probably be greedy and rob her of these precious crystals. However, for Shurian, although these demon crystals were precious, they couldn't make him lose his mind. Aya held each of those demon crystals and observed them while tightly knitting her eyebrows. Not long after that, she picked a red diamond-shaped demon crystal and put the rest back inside her storage ring. She then told Shurian, "I am severely injured now. Don't let anyone come close. Otherwise, if I encounter a sneak attack during my meditation, I will not be able to bear it." Shurian's face slightly changed. His heart stirred a little bit while his body was agitated. He suddenly understood what was happening. It was an explicit enticement. She had taken out all of the demon crystals to engender his greed. She had even told him clearly that she was now injured seriously to make him think about ambushing her. Aya apparently wanted to kill him, but couldn't find a suitable excuse. That was why she had used the demon crystals as bait to raise his greed, and thus try to make him desperate to take this chance when she was meditating. Each demon crystal was a piece of bait. She had even said that she was wounded and afraid of other people coming close, which actually encouraged him to buy into her plan. Shurian coldly sneered at heart, figuring out Aya's intention. He secretly cursed her for being deceitful and ruthless. If it weren't because he didn't need demon crystals to restore his profound chi, he would probably have taken the bait. If he decided to take action, he was sure that Aya would have told Kei, Borg, and the two brothers about it, and used it as a suitable excuse to kill him. Greedily depriving and killing a companion for demon crystals was an extremely appropriate reason. When Aya was meditating, Shurian was coldly looking at her. He was struggling inside his heart while his eyes kept changing. If he took advantage of when she was meditating to cast out his hidden full strength, perhaps he would be able to kill Aya, even though Aya had prepared her own calculation toward him. However, the risk was big. If he tried to kill Aya with just one blow and failed, they both would get involved in a fight, which would definitely draw the attention of other people. When those people rushed over, he would hardly succeed. Once Aya successfully avoided a single strike and was still alive, it would not be easy to try and kill her a second time. While he was quietly considering his gains and losses, Shurian's eyes kept changing unpredictably. He finally decided to give up. He wanted to keep things going on to see if she had any other tricks up her sleeve. He then stood next to Aya, leaned against a tree with a lazy pose, pretending to keep guard for Aya. A long while later, with his sole consciousness, Shurian suddenly realized that something wasn't quite right with Kei. On the other side, Kei secretly wanted to look at the soul barrier in her host's soul, but her body then suddenly shook, her face turned pale, holding her head miserably. Sister. Borg was panicked. He even assumed that Kei had fallen into a possessed by the devil state and hastily cried, "How are you? Are you okay? How can I help you?" Damn bastard. Kei secretly cursed Shurian in her heart, holding her head as she whined in pain for a while. Her beautiful face was full of resentment while her body gradually stopped trembling. She knew that it was Shurian teaching her a lesson, but he hadn't really hit her soul yet. Otherwise, with this soul barrier, she would not be able to bear even one single blow. "I am all right. There was something wrong with my power, but it is fine again." Kei barely sat straight, didn't dare to continue to peep at the soul barrier. She then used a demon crystal again to restore her profound chi. Not far away, Shurian revealed a cold smile, raised his head, and glanced at Kei. After a long while, Aya slowly opened her eyes, The power of the demon crystal in her hand had been absorbed entirely, and it became an ordinary stone. She was a little disappointed, looking at Shiyin as she silently stood up and said, "I am done. Let's go find Kai and the others." Shiyin nodded, but coldly sneered in his heart and kept silent. He clearly saw a trace of disappointment flash up in Nai Na's eyes. Through those eyes, he figured out that Aya didn't have a good intention indeed. She had still stayed alert while meditating. If he had to go at her, Aya would obviously release a full power strike to kill him. Women's hearts are the most ruthless. Shiyin secretly scolded her, following Aya while his eyes were stuck on her moving butt and back with an unpredictable look. Aya suddenly turned around. Her eyes showed her coldness. Shiyin was startled. His profound chi started to churn up, and a frenzy of power couldn't help but burst out from his body. Aya looked at him fiercely and said coldly, "You should keep your eyes clean." After saying this, she turned back and continued to fly up. Shiyin was stunned, shook his head, and slightly smiled, not saying anything more. Kai, Borg, together with Laoli and Laoluan, soon appeared in front of him. As soon as Kai saw him coming, her beautiful eyes aggressively stared at him, shooting out looks of resentment. Shrugging his shoulders, Shiyin revealed a faint smile, pretending that there was nothing to talk about. "Should we depart now?" Kai knew that she had the lower hand and tried to restrain her anger. She stopped looking at Shiyin and then spoke to Aya. "Let's go." Aya nodded, looked at the other 4 people Koborg and said, "Follow me." After taking out the compass to identify the direction, Aya led ahead like before and continued to go to the deepest place of the dark magnetic noxious mist. A long period had passed. They kept following Aya, going deeper inside the dark magnetic noxious mist. Every time Aya detected something abnormal, she would instantly let Shiyin step forward to take the risk, waiting for Shiyin to be dead in the demon beast's mouths or be killed by other warriors. Shiyin let her down every time. In all kinds of dangers, he could always turn danger to safety, which he made look like it was because of his great luck and nothing to do with his strength. During this time, Shiyin and the other 5 people had encountered several flocks of beasts and had harvested some demon crystals through killing them. They had also met other teams of warriors, and both sides had started fighting. In the dark magnetic noxious mist, there were no rules at all. Those who were powerful could always plunder demon crystals from the weak. Every time they saw other groups of warriors, the people of Aya's and Tai Wai's group instantly jumped in to kill them without saying a word. They were even more ruthless than the beasts. Shiyin had still been preserving his strength. His demand of demon crystal was not much. Every time they encountered beasts, he didn't wholeheartedly take action or fight with Aya's group for demon crystals. When confronting warriors, he didn't make it look very strenuous either. Didn't seem to have interest for the storage rings on those warriors' body. He let Aya and Kai take the trophies. He didn't seem to be greedy as he just stood and watched the scene. However, by absorbing the auras of those dead warriors, Shiyin could always refill his profound chi to the max, as if he just began, which also helped him progress in breaking through the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. However, many times after that, the mysterious power didn't flow to the profound chi halo anymore, but burst into the star martial spirits instead. This made Shiyin realize that the profound chi halo in his body was mighty enough. If he wanted to make progress, it probably would require him to reach the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. Therefore, he quietly paid attention, considering breaking through the new realm was his main purpose. One day, the group of 6 people, including Shiyin, was temporarily resting on a suspended bare hill in the dark magnetic noxious mist. Suddenly, ear-piercing sounds came up from around the hill. Warriors in gold costumes instantly appeared, grinned, and rushed over to the 6 of them. Along the way there, other warriors had become the prey of Aya's and Tsai's group. However, right now, seeing those warriors in gold costumes, the faces of Aya and others immediately changed as if they were confronted with a pandemic. They quickly got up. Shurian frowned as he looked around. His heart felt chilled just after a quick glance, as he was afraid that they would become someone else's prey this time. Chapter 376, filled with golden silk threads. Chapter 376, filled with golden silk threads. There were 8 warriors surrounding them. All of them were wearing gold costumes with a pattern of a palace afloat the golden clouds, which was embroidered on their chest in golden threads. The 8 warriors were all outstanding youths, only around 20 or 30 years old. 3 of them were in the sky realm. The rest were in the 2nd or 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. The leader of these 8 warriors had short, silver hair, each strand of which stood straight up. He looked full of vitality. As soon as this person arrived, he burst into laughter which was echoing and ear-piercing. He looked at Kai and Aya with extremely lustful eyes and an ambiguous face. The remaining 7 warriors lined up, sharply looking at Shurian's group with an unfriendly attitude. Aya's and Sai's beautiful faces slightly changed and were no longer calm as before. Bor was obviously in shock and fear. The faces of the 2 brothers Laoli and Laolun looked odd. Their eyes beamed a vague light. They seemed to be considering an escape plan. The overall strength of this group of 8 warriors was much better than that of Shurian's side. Sharp lights spilled out from the eyes of the 3 Sky Realm warriors who were overwhelmed with an arrogant and relentless momentum that shouldn't be underestimated. When Shurian saw the emergence of these warriors and Aya's and Sai's complexions, he immediately realized that these 8 warriors must come from a mighty force since Aya and Kai looked like they were encountering a pandemic. He knew that they would certainly have a bitter fight later. Ningze, what do you want? Aya, slightly squinted, quietly gathered her strength, coldly looked at that young leader, and said, "The Fighting Union and the Heavenly Palace have never had any conflicts before. As you are now converging on us, you have probably prepared for this war?" Ha ha! That young leader laughed out loud, as he obviously didn't care about Aya's threat. "If we run into each other in the Divine Land, I naturally would not give you a hard time. However, this place is the dark, magnetic, noxious mist. We come to this place to provoke a fight with all kinds of forces, obviously. Since you guys also come to this place, if you're strong enough, I don't think you would be kind to us either." After having heard that warrior's words, Aya's face darkened. She then said, "Do you really want to pick a fight?" "Not really." Ningze revealed a faint smile as he secretly winked at the other 2 Sky Realm warriors on the sides, exposing a smiling face. "Aya, you are the daughter of the Castellan of White Emperor City. I'm also influential in the Heavenly Palace. As long as you promise to marry me, I can spare your life and even join forces with you in this dark, magnetic, noxious mist. How about it?" "Keep dreaming." Aya pouted and expressed a disdainful look. "Are you forcing me to use my strength?" The smile on Ningze's face suddenly disappeared, and his eyes became cold. "Aya, although you are noble in White Emperor City, you are nothing in this dark, magnetic, noxious mist. Ha ha ha. If you're not willing to accept my offer, I can only offend you to achieve my purpose." After saying so, Ningze suddenly shouted with a cold smile, "Leave the 2 girls alive. Kill the rest." After that command, the 8 Heavenly Palace's warriors let out a hoarse shout and took action simultaneously. The 2 Sky Realm warriors next to Ningze scattered and respectively stormed toward Aya and Kai. The remaining Nirvana Realm warriors fanned out, attacking Shurian, Borg, Laoli, and Laolin. These Heavenly Palace's warriors wore unified in their gold costumes and had extraordinary realms and resourceful storage rings. They were wealthy and powerful. A 3rd Sky of Nirvana Realm warrior with a thin face was currently dashing toward Shurian while his hands suddenly swelled, turning into a beam of dazzling golden lights. The warrior's 2 hands instantly shot out brilliant lights with a sharp momentum. A trace of refined, profound chi emerged from between his hands. His hands were swelling more and more, which was extremely weird. His hands unfolded, and the lines in his palms released thread-like silks. These golden silk threads connected to his palms. They seemed extremely sharp and dexterous, like a steel needle flying straight for Shurian. Buzzing. A harsh whistle came up. Those golden threads scattered everywhere, extended more and more, became denser, and then covered Shurian entirely. Shurian's face remained unchanged. He frowned and suddenly turned into a bunch of starlight, following the star trajectory, and quickly teleported himself to the side. Those golden silk threads intensely submerged Shurian's previous spot that he had just left. They then crushed the rocks there into pieces like cutting tofu. Golden silk. A cold laugh reached his ears. Those gold threads were like electricity that shot out again, spearing themselves toward Shurian. These Heavenly Palace's warriors seemed to be very good at strange martial arts. Inside of their palms had this kind of golden silk threads which contained sharp ardor that could cut everything off. After attentively looking at the others, Shurian realized that they were afraid of those golden silk threads and didn't dare to let them come close. Seeing those golden threads dashing forward, the people of Aya's group immediately scattered as they were afraid of being pierced by the golden threads. Ningzhe stood motionlessly, not really caring about Shurian. His lustful eyes fell on Aya's and Tsai's bodies. He seemed to be waiting for both of them to be arrested so he could enjoy pleasures with them. Shurian didn't know the origin of either the Heavenly Palace or the Fighting Union. However, after having heard the conversation between Aya and Ningzhe, he realized that they belonged to the Divine Land and were very powerful forces. Although Aya and Ningzhe were still very young, they had already reached the Sky Realm. Thus, Shurian could imagine how powerful their forces were. Golden threads above their heads were extremely flexible and breathtaking, flashing out with harsh, ear-piercing sounds. The warrior who was chasing and attacking Shurian didn't seem to be worried after he had missed his first shot. He continued urging his power. The golden silk threads flying out from his palms extended longer and longer with fierce momentum, continuing to chase Shurian without giving up. There was a trace of a feeble soul on the golden silk threads. The Heavenly Palace's warriors seemed to bind their soul consciousness onto the threads, making them able to lock the target. Regardless of how hard Shurian tried to avoid them, these threads could always find him again. Those warriors' hands were swollen and constantly released extremely sharp, glittering lights. Gradually, the golden silk threads soon covered the entire sky like countless golden lightning bolts interlacing in the sky. This made people feel frightened. Wailing, Borg suddenly let out mournful screams. He had been avoiding the golden silk threads, but carelessly let one of them cross him and cut off a part of his leg. Blood overflowed like a spring. Borg kept screaming nonstop as he fearfully looked at Kai, wanting her help. The rings on Tsai's arms had all flown out. Those rings hit each other, producing crisp, sweet sounds and blooming numerous dazzling lights, which then formed into many circles of lights and covered her entire beautiful body, protecting her from being damaged by the golden silk threads. A Sky Realm warrior's swollen hands looked like they were perfused with golden juice, which now slowly flowed out. Golden silk threads flew out from between his swollen hands like tiny pythons, jumping cheerfully and gradually blockading the space around her. Her graceful posture moved tenderly. The circles of light and the golden silk threads collided, sparking dazzling light spots everywhere. Although Tsai's cultivation base was high, she couldn't get out of the thick golden silk threads around her. She saw Borg unable to resist anymore, but it was impossible for her to reach out to help him. Golden silkworm split. The warrior who was dealing with Borg revealed a cold sneer. More than 10 golden silk threads flew out from his swollen hands, heading toward Borg and fully covering him instantly. Brilliant golden light flashed up. Under Shurian's gaze, Borg's body suddenly turned into broken pieces of flesh and bones. Borg, who was in the third sky of Nirvana Realm, was unable to escape and had been cut into countless pieces under the coverage of those golden silk threads. Before Borg's death, Shurian had seen a golden wire coming out of Borg's back. A warrior who was fighting with Lowly had suddenly spared a part of his force and had quietly used the golden threads to pierce through Borg, making him unable to gather his strength. The magical golden silk was the unique martial arts that only the Heavenly Palace's warriors had. If they wanted to cultivate it successfully, they needed to collect the silks taken from the myriad devouring golden silkworm in a secret place of the divine land, and then cultivate and absorb it into their bodies. Each warrior who practiced this secret magical technique, all golden style martial spirit. They then used this martial spirit and their profound chi to nourish this golden silk, blending their blood, soul consciousness, and profound chi into golden silk. After many years of arduous pilgrimages, the golden silk that was cultivated and absorbed into the warriors' bodies not only possessed the special features of the myriad devouring golden silkworm, but could also connect with their minds and stay under their control. Cultivating this secret gold silk was extremely dangerous for the Heavenly Palace's warriors. Their bodies could instantly be divided if they were careless. Heavenly Palace's warriors who could cultivate the secret technique were all cruel and ruthless, not even thinking about risking their own lives. The warriors would become extremely dangerous when they cast the golden silk out. Once performing the secret technique, if there were no strong means of defense, this golden silk would split other people's bodies. Borg didn't have much means of defending himself with one of his legs cut off, and the golden silk pierced through from his back. Because of those things, Borg apparently couldn't escape death, although he had the third sky of Nirvana realm cultivation base. As soon as he died, his scattering aura flowed into Shurien. Shurien was avoiding the golden silk threads. However, when seeing Borg had died, Shurien quietly moved forward and absorbed the aura from Borg. Feeling the influx of Borg's aura, Shurien calmly looked at the golden silk threads flying around in the sky, and suddenly grinned in silence as he just came up with a vicious plan in his mind. Chapter 377. Add Wings to the Tiger. Chapter 377. Add Wings to the Tiger. Right after Borg had died, that Empyrean warrior looked more relaxed. The Empyrean side had a total of 3 Sky Realm warriors, including Ningzhe. The remaining warriors were at the second or third sky of Nirvana realm. All of them had cultivated this evil secret technique of the Empyrean. When they united, it didn't matter who they were fighting. Borg was dead, and Lowly and Laolin immediately fell into danger. Although these two brothers were only in the third sky of Nirvana realm, they were very good at joining forces. They stood back to back. 2 different forces passed each other through their backs, making their momentum soar. Their bodies were covered with a mixed green and blue halo. That halo covered the 2 brothers entirely. When the golden silk threads in the sky came close to them, they hurriedly took actions, wearing their gloves from where strong momentum flowed out. Their momentum was like martial art conception that had been tempered on their gloves. These gloves were naturally not just ordinary things. Under their martial art conception, these gloves released a terrible and fierce power. Under this violent power, those golden silk threads were punched aside before they could come close to the 2 brothers. Those threads, which occasionally showed up next to the halo, couldn't destroy the blue-green halo that was covering the 2 brothers. However, after Borg's death, the warrior who had dealt with Borg now retrieved his power, looked at the 2 brothers, and cast it again toward them. Hundreds of golden silk threads intertwined and dashed forward. The golden threads like lightning split open, releasing numerous sharp sprays, making the 2 brothers a little confused. While their gloves were releasing the martial art conception, they also had to unite to deal with this stealth at the same time. Thus, they didn't seem to be able to resist anymore. More and more golden silk threads were approaching and getting closer to them. Shurien's eyes were cold and cruel. He relied on the starlight to avoid the winding golden threads. He was both absorbing the aura of dead Borg, while quietly observing the situation in the field. Not only did Aya and Kai have many secret treasures on their bodies, but they were also extremely good at martial arts cultivation. Therefore, in the encirclement of the golden silk threads, they were still safe and sound. Although they couldn't get out of those golden threads, they didn't seem to be defeated, and they were still able to persist for a long time. Carefully watching the situation, Shurian coldly sneered. He quietly released his profound chi, the star power, the negative forces, and the yin power from inside his body, and sneakily manipulated them toward the Empyrean's warriors who were besieging Laoli and Laolin. The ice-cold flame, the Holy Spirit God, and the earth flame had been integrated into his body muscles before the completion of his martial spirit's mutation. Although his body's muscles contained a surge of violent power, it could not be separated or taken out of his body. Therefore, a gravitational field was formed this time only relying on the profound chi, the star power, the negative forces, and yin force. These four forces created the gravitational field. As soon as it appeared, it suddenly condensed into an entity, forming an enormous gray tornado, inside of which the four sharp forces spanned aggressively. The gravitational field used to hide without revealing any trace, but it was unknown why it turned into a real entity here. In that gray tornado, the four forces flew around and mutually entangled, resulting in a strange, fierce power. Even Shurian felt that it was very dangerous for him if he were inside it. His power increased. In this dark magnetic noxious mist, although the gravitational field had turned into a real entity and couldn't be concealed anymore, its power had increased more than double. It seemed to coincide with a sort of heaven and earth principle in this dark magnetic noxious mist. It kept spinning, which made it seem like there was an existence of strange fluctuations inside the dark magnetic noxious mist, forming a link with the gravitational field. The gray tornado released a whirlwind up to the sky with tremendous momentum. As soon as it appeared, it instantly drew all the creatures around. Fierce, long, thin, golden threads like lightning in the sky were pursuing Shurian, Laoli, and Laolin. When that gravitational field emerged, the whole space seemed to be affected by the impact of the suction. The golden threads were no exception. The fierce golden silk threads were all sucked into the gravitational field. Even the Heavenly Palace warriors couldn't prevent their golden threads from being pulled in. When the golden silk threads went into the gravitational field, each of the Heavenly Palace warriors who held the golden silk screamed in panic while their faces suddenly changed. The body of a Heavenly Palace warrior with the weakest cultivation base, which was the second sky of Nirvana realm, was also pulled into the gravitational field. Because the golden silk was connected with the warrior's body, he was also being drawn into the gravitational field, and he couldn't withstand the suction of the gravitational field anymore as he was finally pulled inside. Inside the giant gray tornado, for different strange powers flew around and pulled the gold silk that was circling inside as well. Right after that warrior had been drawn into the field, he was instantly killed by the gold silk, and then cut into mixed flesh and blood. When these Empyrean warriors cultivated the gold silk, they connected their palms to it. The lines on their palms and the gold silk had formed a delicate, subtle connection, and they could use their minds to control it. Unless they had reached the God realm, they couldn't detach the gold silk from their palms to freely chase and kill their enemies. Therefore, after the gold silk had been sucked into the gravitational field, as the palms of their hands were connected to the gold silk, the warriors were also affected by the strong suction force from the gravitational field. Moreover, the gold silk inside the gravitational field also created a huge pulling force. The warriors looked very miserable as they struggled hard to escape from the gray tornado formed by the gravitational field. "It's you." Sai's eyes suddenly brightened up. When she had been at the bottom of the lake, she had known that Shurian was not easy to mess with. At this critical time, the gray tornado appeared in front of Shurian. Shurian had a mocking sneer on his cold face as he watched the Empyrean warriors being pulled into the gravitational field and minced into bloody pieces of flesh. Kai now realized that Shurian was the one who was changing the situation here. Kai exclaimed in shock, which drew the attention of the others to Shurian. A strange light flashed up in Aya's eyes. She didn't seem to expect in this critical time Shurian, who was only in the Nirvana realm, would be the most effective one. With a cruel look and a cold sneer, he used some kind of secret technique to strangle those warriors, which made her extremely shocked. Laoli and Laoluin had been in danger and would have probably been killed by the Empyrean's warriors. At the most dangerous time, Shurian suddenly took action, creating the gravitational field and forcing those warriors to divide their strength in an attempt to resist. Thus, the strength they had been focusing on the two brothers Laoluin and Laoli was reduced, which made the two brothers surprised and frightened at the same time. They kept thanking Shurian. Shurian's eyes were furious. He coldly sneered while continuing to maintain the gravitational field, bringing it toward the rest of the Heavenly Palace warriors who were gathering at the same place. Under the irresistible pulling force, another two of the Heavenly Palace's third sky of Nirvana realm warriors were drawn into the gravitational field. The gravitational field was full of gold silks, which were all fatal. Once those warriors were sucked into the gravitational field, the forces inside completely controlled them, and thus they could hardly form a fully defensive halo for their entire bodies. As a result, their bodies were exposed. In this situation, being strangled and cut off by the four strange forces of the gravitational field, those warriors couldn't escape from death. Just after a moment, the two Heavenly Palace warriors who had fallen into the gravitational field were all dead. As soon as these two warriors were ripped into pieces, the remaining warriors were all filled with panic. Seeing the gravitational field approaching, even the two Sky Realm warriors, who were dealing with Aiya and Kai, were frightened, and thus loosened their force toward Aiya and Kai to hurriedly move aside to avoid the gravitational field. However, although these two warriors dodged very fast, the gold silks that they had released failed to escape the great suction of the gravitational field. As the ferocious golden silks were forcefully pulled into the gravitational field, the two Sky Realm warriors who were deviating from the gravitational field were also being pulled. Because these two warriors were connected with the gold silks, they were also gradually pulled into the gravitational field. "Young master, save me!" a Sky Realm warrior screamed out loud. His fierce eyes looked at Shurian and shouted, "It's that kid who has troubled us." Ningze didn't take any action, but just coldly watched the changes in the field. When the two Empyrean warriors had been crushed into powder, he hadn't revealed any trace of fear. It seemed that the death of those Nirvana Realm warriors was nothing to him. However, when the two Sky Realm warriors who had released the gold silks had also been pulled into the gravitational field and screamed out loud together, Ninja finally showed a grave look. "Be careful." Aiya and Kai didn't bother with their hatred for Shurian, simultaneously letting out a scream and flying toward the front of Shurian. One on the left and the other on the right, they were both protecting Shurian, coldly looking at Ningze, who was storming at them very fast. Although Aiya and Kai were ruthless and wanted to see Shurian die sooner, they still understood their current situation. If they wanted to defeat the Heavenly Palace warriors, they had to rely on the gray tornado that Shurian had created. Therefore, when Ningze was about to make a move, both of them immediately rushed to Shurian's side, wanting to join forces to protect him. Shurian was about to take action and then became panicked seeing the two girls suddenly fly over. After realizing the girls just wanted to offer him protection, he shook his head and smiled and was not in a hurry to release his power. He stood behind Aiya and Kai and continued manipulating the gravitational field. The gold silks that were released by the Heavenly Palace warriors were extremely sharp and evil, able to cut everything. Those golden silks had fallen into the gravitational field, stirred up by the forces of the gravitational field, and thus their power was skyrocketed instantly. Anyone who fell into this gravitational field would be crushed into powder by the gold silk. Seeing the gold silk fly into the gravitational field aggressively, Shurian's heart dissipated. He then had an idea that he would try to collect as much of the gold silks from this myriad-devouring golden silkworm as possible. This stuff and the gravitational field together was indeed a killing machine. Chapter 378, Reaping. Chapter 378, Reaping. Aiya and Kai stood in front of Shurian with solemn faces, coldly looking to the other side, taking precaution against Ning's mischief to kill Shurian. In this battle, the key person had some transformations. Aya and Kai, who were in the Sky Realm, couldn't be as effective as Shurian. Only if Shurian was alive could the gravitational field then dissolve the gold silks released by the Heavenly Palace warriors. Except for Shurian, Aya, Kai, and the two brothers simply couldn't do anything. Apparently, Ningze also saw the role of Shurian in this battle. Hence, he stared at Shurian and then rushed toward him while speaking up. "Kid, you dare to treat us like your enemy. Regardless of what your identity is, you will not be able to escape death." Shurian ignored him, not really caring about Ning's threats, and continued putting forth all of his strength into controlling the gravitational field to deal with the two Sky Realm warriors of the Heavenly Palace. The two Sky Realm warriors who had released the golden silks, which were fiercely pulled into the gravitational field, were now also affected by the suction of the gravitational field, being hauled toward the gravitational field closer and closer. The situation didn't look good for them. "Aya, since you resist, do not blame me for my ruthless means." Ningze coldly sneered and then took out a gold leather bag. He untied the leather bag's buckle, and a fist-sized golden silkworm suddenly flew out from inside, aggressively showing its fangs and turning into a bunch of gold lights, dashing toward Aya and Kai. The golden silkworm was as big as a fist. There were 7 gold stripes on its back. It spread its wings and flew over, producing a buzzing sound which seemed to be able to penetrate a warrior's sea of consciousness. Myriad devouring golden silkworm. Seeing that silkworm approaching, the beautiful faces of Aya and Kai suddenly changed in extreme shock. The rings on Tsai's arms burst a bunch of strange lights, which gradually spread out like layer upon layer of rippling waves, diffusing around Tsai's body and forming a marvelous halo. When those strange lights appeared, Kai immediately held her breath and spat out a bunch of silver lights. As soon as the bunch of silver lights was spurted out, they instantly turned into a long silver crystal sword with many strange symbols on it. It sparkled and glowed, and then flew toward the flying golden silkworm. "Wanna die?" Ningze coldly sneered. His eye pupils flashed up with golden lights, as if he was communicating with the golden silkworm. The golden silkworm stormed into the strange lights next to Kai, aggressively hitting the silver crystal sword. Tsai's silver crystal sword was hit and destroyed terribly by the golden silkworm. The golden silkworm suddenly spat out a fierce golden thread, which then tightly wrapped that silver sword, making it unable to move. Tsai's beautiful eyes darkened. She suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her 5 fingers kept changing the magical tricks, try to retrieve the silver crystal sword, which was being tightly bound by the golden silk thread. However, the golden silk thread was extremely tenacious, wrapping around the sword. The silver crystal sword staggered as it was suffering the silk thread's entanglement. Its crystal lights became dark. The spiritual aura on the sword seemed to be corroding while Tsai's aura was being consumed quickly. Ningze sneered and suddenly let out an ear-splitting scream. The golden silkworm flapped its wings, flying out and forming a bunch of dazzling gold lights that instantly pierced through the circle of light which Kai had created and rushed toward her. Aya was frightened, as if she was helpless to do anything against this gold silkworm. When seeing this silkworm's attack, she quickly threw out a coin. A powerful suction force suddenly came out from the hole in the center of the coin, wanting to catch and tightly tie the silkworm up. The golden silkworm spat out a golden silk thread again. This thread was as strong as a steel needle and instantly went through the hole of that coin, disappearing without a trace. The ancient coin emitted gold lights. Ancient scriptures engraved on the coin suddenly looked livelier, as if they were enhancing the power of the coin. The gold silkworm was not afraid of it. After the golden silk thread had disappeared into the hole of the coin, it seemed to freeze the coin, preventing it from exerting its power in suppressing the corrosion of the golden silk thread. Hence, the coin couldn't actually trap the gold silkworm. The myriad devouring golden silkworm was a bizarre beast. It was small but very powerful. It could corrode all kinds of secret treasures. Each golden silk thread spat out from the golden silkworm's mouth could quickly erode the spiritual aura of a secret treasure as soon as it touched the metal treasure, consuming and damaging it. The longer the treasure was damaged, the more deterioration it would have, and finally, it would become an ordinary thing without a single trace of aura. As Ningzhe relied on the myriad devouring golden silkworm to deal with his opponents, many people in the divine land could do nothing against him. Warriors at the same level or different kinds of secret treasures will be tied up and suffer the corrosion impact of the golden silk threads as soon as they touch the threads. Facing this myriad devouring golden silkworm, many secret treasures hardly performed their effects. Meanwhile, the golden silkworm was immune to all kinds of sabers and swords. Very few secret treasures could damage it, and many kinds of forces found it hard to strike the silkworm and kill it. Aya and Kai knew that their secret treasures would hardly resist the golden silkworm, but they still had to send the treasures to hinder the gold silkworm a little while so that Shurian could have enough time to clean up the two Sky Realm warriors. "Be careful!" Kai, he suddenly screamed out loud in fear. The golden silkworm wildly spurted out of the coin, flying around Aya and rushing to Shurian. The golden silkworm spat out golden silk threads like golden lightning as hard as steel needles, piercing straight toward Shurian. Shurian saw those golden silk threads fiercely darting toward him while he was controlling the gravitational field with all of his power. He suddenly shivered and raised his palm. The life seal blasted. 7 handprints quickly merged and turned into a board-sized palm, and then rushed directly toward those golden silk threads and the golden silkworm. The life seal's intimidation was incredibly great. When it was released, it produced a sound like booming thunder. After the life seal had passed through, those golden silk threads became cotton threads fluttering around. The life seal could only scatter the golden silk threads, but couldn't cut them off completely. The life seal fell onto the golden silkworm. The golden silkworm got hit, but just staggered and rolled over in the void. After the life seal's power had passed, the golden silkworm then stabilized its body and darted toward Shurian again as if it hadn't suffered any damage. Ha ha ha! The Heavenly Palace people have captured and raised these golden silkworms. We already have 3 silkworms at the 7th level. Each of them has been existing for tens of thousands of years. They are immune to any swords and guns, are not scared of any attacks by different forces, and they can dissolve all kinds of secret treasures. Do you want to use your ordinary method to deal with my golden silkworm? You should have saved a little bit of your power then. Ningzhe burst into laughter, used his mind to control the golden silkworm, and once again threw another attack toward Shurian. With an ear-splitting buzzing sound, the golden silkworm started to attack again. Shurian's face changed. He felt that this golden silkworm was indeed tough to deal with. Secret treasures weren't effective. Different kinds of forces couldn't strike this silkworm to death. Hence, to deal with this silkworm, it seemed he could only use some special means. Seeing the gold silkworm rushing at him again, Shurian couldn't maintain his energy to continue to control the gravitational field. Instead, he had to put all of his strength on the golden silkworm. However, at this time, the blood vein ring suddenly burst out blood-red lights. A scorching power quietly bred from inside the blood vein ring and quickly spread out. Shurian was worried, as he didn't know how to handle this. He then suddenly felt the message sent by the 10,000-year earth flame. Without waiting for Shurian to issue any signal, a group of red burning fires flew out from the blood vein ring. This group of fires was as big as a cattail leaf fan. A strand of horrible heat burst out together with the sun's burning power. When the earth flame jumped out, it instantly wrapped around the silkworm without waiting for it to rush at Shurian. At the place where the earth flame was burning up, golden silk threads, which were spurted out from the golden silkworm, didn't seem to be able to bear the heat of the earth flame and began to dissolve. After having been swallowed by the earth flame, it was buzzing, screaming as if it saw its nemesis. It struggled hard inside the earth flame, wanting to fly out. Serene watched the earth flame swallow the golden silkworm with a stirring mind. He realized that the earth flame was weakened and didn't seem to be as strong as before. Even so, the golden silkworm couldn't escape from the siege of the earth flame. It was kept inside and was crying sharply. It seemed to be extremely frightened, and despite how much it struggled and flew around to find an escape, it couldn't get out of the earth flame. The golden silk threads that had been spat out earlier were also melting. Serene was surprised and happy at heart. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Aya, Ki, Laoli, and Laolan, who were facing danger, suddenly saw Serene with a group of burning fires swallow the golden silkworm, making it unable to do anything. They couldn't help but feel overjoyed, looking at Serene with surprise. Aya and Kai exchanged looks and could see the joy in each other's eyes. They then simultaneously looked toward Ningzhe. Ningzhe's originally ruddy face gradually turned pale after the earth flame had swallowed the golden silkworm. This golden silkworm and Ningzhe's mind seemed to have a connection. His god soul force was consigned to the golden silkworm, and thus, when the golden silkworm was burning up, his god soul force that was attached to it was also suffering, which injured Ningzhe's host soul and made him realize the situation was not going well for him. True gold is not afraid of fire. Ha ha ha. It seems that your golden silkworm is not a real one. Even though this fire just refined it a little bit, it soon couldn't stand it. Serene pouted, coldly sneered, as he disdainfully looked at Ningzhe and mockingly said, "Want to kill me? You don't seem to be able to do it. Friend, next time, before talking a big game, you should be sure about it first." After having swallowed the golden silkworm, making it unable to escape, the earth flame didn't seem to want to expose itself too long, and thus pulled the gold silkworm, flying toward the blood vein ring on Serene's fingers. A bunch of fire flashed up. The earth flame wrapped the golden silkworm and disappeared into the blood vein ring together. Soon, the gold silkworm instantly fell into the blood vein ring. Ningzhe's face turned pale once again with frightened eyes. He couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of blood. When the golden silkworm had gone into the blood vein ring, the connection between him and the gold silkworm had been completely terminated, which was like being cut off by a sword. As he and the golden silkworm were closely connected, he also suffered a heavy blow. Whether it was his host soul or his state of mind, both were affected. His strength dropped significantly. Chapter 379, Faded Astral Wind. Chapter 379, Faded Astral Wind. Go! Ningzhe spewed out a mouthful of blood. He staggered a little bit, and then suddenly turned into a beam of strange light, rushing toward the deep place inside the dark magnetic noxious mist. Seeing Ningzhe fleeing, the two Sky Realm warriors finally showed fear on their faces. Hesitating a moment, their fingers, which had released golden silks, suddenly burst out. The two of them cut off their own fingers, terminating the connection with the golden silks. Without any more hesitation, they immediately turned around and ran away. Serene's face was cold and ruthless. He coldly sneered and instantly chased after Ningzhe. A third Sky of Nirvana realm warrior of the Heavenly Palace was also trying to cut off the connection with the golden silks and flee with the other three fellows. When seeing Serene fly over, his face changed instantly. He opened his hands, and a glowing golden light flashed up from his swollen golden palms, suddenly attacking Serene. Ha ha ha! Serene coldly laughed. The negative forces appeared altogether. His mind was slightly triggered, and his skin turned a purple-red, while each one of his muscles felt like they were jumping up. Bang bang! An avalanche of explosive forces burst out from his muscles. He ignored these golden lights, rushing all the way to them. The golden lights that penetrated his body were destroyed and simply couldn't hurt him. After his petrifaction martial spirit had reached the peak and mutated, such a level of strength could hardly cause him any damage. Falling into the golden lights, except for a little pain he felt, there was nothing causing discomfort. Shurian's mind was slightly triggered, and the 5 negative feelings suddenly flew out from his sea of consciousness, turned into a real entity, piercing through the golden lights outward, attacking that third sky of Nirvana Realm Warrior. The 5 devils silently grinned, stretched out their ferocious claws, seizing the warrior's limbs and head, pulling forcefully. Blood splashed everywhere. The 5 devils split this warrior. His head, 2 arms, and 2 legs were all torn apart. He immediately died on the spot. Under Shurian's mind control, those 5 devils clutched the corpse, the man's arms and limbs, and then threw them into the gravitational field. Blocks of flesh and blood spattered in the gravitational field, which now looked like a huge meat grinder machine blending flesh and blood. The gravitational field also became blood red. That gray tornado turned blood red, which frightened people out of their wits. Shurian put forth all of his strength this time. When they were face to face, he instantly beheaded this third sky of Nirvana Realm Warrior without hiding his real strength. Having killed this warrior instantly, Shurian didn't stop but continued to chase after Ningzai. The gravitational field ground his flesh into small pieces. Under the control of his mind, it looked like a whirlwind was following behind him. Aiya, Kai, Laoli, and Laoluan's eyes all popped out, and their jaws dropped. Shurian had suddenly broken through the adversity, which had already scared the 4 of them. At this time, they knew that Shurian had hidden his real strength the whole time, and had never revealed his full power. He kept silent all the time, but once he spoke up, everyone was stunned. Aiya and Kai, the 2 Sky Realm Warriors, had been a little bit helpless in the encirclement of the Heavenly Palace Warriors. It didn't seem that they could have done anything when they faced the Golden Silks and the Golden Silkworms. However, Shurian was different. As soon as he took action, the Golden Silks and the Warriors were defeated, as well as Ningz's Golden Silkworm, which had destroyed Ningz's mind and made him leave immediately without lingering. Powerful Shurian had totally shocked the other 4. Aya's face kept changing while she was watching Shurian's figure until he disappeared. Her eyes looked extremely complicated. Kai was completely agitated. She had been looking for opportunities to kill Shurian and remove the soul barrier in her host's soul. After Shurian's breakthrough, her face displayed bitterness as she felt powerless and frustrated. This fellow is really from the Endless Sea? Laoluan smiled and shook his head. Didn't you say that the Endless Sea's warriors are not as good as those of our divine land? How can he be that powerful? Even Ningzai had no way to deal with him. Aiya and Kai also shook their heads at the same time with thoughtful faces. Should we chase after him or not? Laoli hesitated a little bit and said, We all know about Ningz's tricks. He was humiliated this time, and he will be certainly crazier to deal with next time. If he is not dead, chase. Aiya took a deep breath, turned into a beam of light rushing out and following Shurian. Kai was a little hesitant, but she finally followed Aiya. The 2 brothers, Laoli and Laolin, also flew out without too much hesitation. Young master, that kid could defeat the Golden Silkworms. What is his origin? In the dark, magnetic, noxious mist, 3 silhouettes were aggressively flying all the way. Among them, the Sky Realm Warrior who had broken fingers wore a panicked face. He looked at his 10 bleeding fingers and said miserably, We have had a great loss this time. I was cultivating this secret technique for many years, and it is now ruined by a kid. I'm not sure if we can make up for this loss when we go back later. This kid is not a person of White Emperor City. Ningzai gritted his teeth and said with a ruthless face, If White Emperor City had a powerful young master like him, we would have received the news. He is only in the Nirvana realm, but could control us entirely, as if he has a special way to deal with golden silkworms and golden silks. This person is our nemesis. Absolutely, he cannot live. Young master, what should we do? Your golden silkworm has been taken. You will be severely punished when you go back. No worries. I will quickly contact another team. Wait until we gather our strength. We will make this kid suffer. Ningze grunted. The secret technique which the other team has cultivated is different from ours. It must be able to defeat that kid. Aya and Kai, these two damn girls, I will make them lose their faces. They dare to harm me. Young master, that kid is chasing after us. A heavenly palace warrior who was lagging behind turned his head around and suddenly screamed out loud. Catching up already? Ningze turned around, had a quick glance, and suddenly laughed. It's good that he is here. I haven't dared to enter the fearful land ahead. That kid doesn't know life from death. We can entice him to go inside and take advantage of that fearful land to kill him. As soon as Ningze finished his words, the eyes of the other two Sky Realm warriors brightened up, and they both spoke up at the same time. Master is wise. Shurian had chased after the three people of Ningze's group the entire way. The gravitational field was following behind him. The auras of those warriors who had died in the gravitational field massively overflowed and poured into his acupuncture points, freshening up his whole body. Dashing like a rocket in the air, Shurian turned his head and realized that Aya and Kai were also following him. He let out a sigh of relief and was more determined to kill Ningze. The three people of Ningze's group all had Sky Realm cultivation base. Although the three of them were all injured, Shurian knew that his full strength alone couldn't handle all of them in a battle. Perhaps he would even be killed. However, together with Aya, Kai, and the two brothers, the situation would be different. As long as the four of them could handle the two Heavenly Palace Sky Realm warriors, he was confident that it would not be difficult for him to use his real power to get rid of injured Ningze. That was why he continued chasing Ningze's group. A mountain peak covered with fog suddenly appeared in front of them. Gray smoke hovered around without dispersing. The three people of Ningze's group moved forward and disappeared behind a mountain. Shurian also rushed into that gray smoke below the mountain without thinking too much. However, as soon as his body entered that area, he immediately realized that it was not good. That gray smoke area looked like an invisible mud. As soon as his body entered the place, it immediately got trapped as if it was confined deep inside the mud and could hardly move. The more he struggled, the deeper he would sink. The other three people of Ningze's group had disappeared without a trace. Shurian's face changed. He was afraid that he had fallen into Ningze's trap, accidentally entering a fearful land of the dark magnetic noxious mist. He didn't even have any reaction yet, but the other four figures had already appeared behind him. In their screams, none of Aya, Kai, and the two brothers could escape. They were all surrounded by this fearful land. Their bodies couldn't move, as if countless invisible vines were wrapping them. Fearful land. Aya was shocked, couldn't help but shout. Not good. We have fallen in Ningze's trap. It is dangerous this time. In the dark magnetic noxious mist, every time before Aya had moved forward, she had always taken out the compass, not only to identify the directions, but also to detect dangers around. Once she suspected that the area ahead was dangerous, she had asked Shurian to move first to pioneer the path. This time, since the pursuit of Ningze was too hasty, and she thought that there was no danger as Ningze was ahead, she hadn't taken out the compass before she entered the fearful land. The countenance of the three people of Kai, Laoli, and Laolun also changed. At this moment, their bodies were all tied up, and they realized that something was wrong. They kept struggling, and thus slowly sank into that thick gray smoke area. After the five people of Shurian's group realized that the more they struggled, the fewer possibilities they had to get out of this fearful land. Their faces darkened as they couldn't figure out any way to leave this fearful land. Unfortunately, this fearful land was very mysterious. No matter how hard the five of them tried, they couldn't break this area to escape in a just short time. Instead, this fearful land slowly pulled them down. Feeling a little bit dizzy, Shurian suddenly couldn't see anything around him, as if he was going into the transfer formation. His sea of consciousness was affected and became chaotic. This kind of feeling soon passed very quickly. When he could adapt to the situation, he then realized that he was going into a marvelous area full of gray clouds bobbing around his body. Gray clouds were thick and endless like a sea of clouds. In this sea of gray clouds, the foggy mountain was hardly seen. Only gusts howled and growled fiercely. Those gusts were extremely violent and contained mighty powers. Those strong energy fluctuations were a little bit devilish, as they seemed to be able to lead the sea of consciousness, making it unbearably chaotic. Faded astral wind. A terrified scream came up from a place not far from there. Aya looked at that howling gust, and her face was full of fear. The faces of the three people of Kai, Laoli, and Laulan also changed. It seemed that those growling flurry of the wind over there were even more frightened than Ningze and other Heavenly Palace warriors. Faded astral wind. Shurian frowned. Is this gust very dangerous? Extraordinarily terrible. The four people of Aya's group all replied at the same time with a grave look on their faces. Chapter 380, Turn the Tide. Chapter 380, Turn the Tide. This faded astral wind is the most mysterious in our divine land. It doesn't have any impact on warriors' bodies, but once it blows our soul consciousness away, our sea of consciousness would be obliterated. After the soul consciousness in the sea of consciousness has been blown away, the host soul will be directly exposed, torn apart, and crushed by this faded astral wind entirely. Kai attentively looked at the faded astral wind in front of Shurian and slowly flew over there. Her face kept changing in fear. Aya, Laoli, and Laoluan helplessly watched the faded astral wind coming closer, and they didn't seem to be able to have any reaction. Guys, do you have any soul defensive secret treasures? Kai looked at Aya and Shurian, asked hurriedly. Only soul defensive power secret treasures can prevent the faded astral wind's impact. Otherwise, once our soul consciousness is blown away, our host soul will be torn down. If the host soul was gone meant the spirit was eradicated and it was impossible to use any means to survive in this world. Aya, Laoli, and Laulan frowned. They all shook their heads after Tsai's inquiry was made. Kai looked at Shurian. Her beautiful eyes expressed a trace of expectation. The tree people of Kai were all stunned, looking at Shurian as they expected that Shurian could have some mysterious trick to stop this faded astral wind. Why are you guys looking at me? Shurian was astonished and revealed a wry smile. Do you think that I can help you? I am from the Endless Sea. Endless Sea's warriors are not as good as those of Divine Land. Even you guys cannot do anything. So what can I do? You and other ordinary Endless Sea's warriors are not the same. Laoli reluctantly smiled. Although you only have Nirvana realm cultivation, not only could you break the golden silks of the Empyrean, but you also took in the golden silkworm. Even if it was in our divine land, not many young warriors could reach this level of yours. Kai and Aya also shook their head at the same time as they both seemed to agree with Laoli's point of view. Previously, in the most difficult time, Shurian had defeated golden silks and the golden silkworm of the Heavenly Palace and saved the girls from Ning's hands. Shurian revealed some traces of mystery which made the four of them secretly frightened. Hence, they could not treat him like an ordinary warrior of the Endless Sea. The way that the four of them looked at him had changed subconsciously. They felt that he was not as simple as a common Endless Sea warrior. I don't have any soul defensive secret treasure either. Shurian shook his head, looked at the faded astral wind which was slowly approaching, and said reluctantly, You better find another solution. What else can we do? Laoluan sighed, watching the faded astral wind coming closer and closer, as he said disappointedly, Would this fierce faded astral wind destroy our host souls even before we have reached the deep area inside the dark magnetic noxious mist? Sai, this trip is miserable. If I knew about this sooner, I wouldn't have come to the dark magnetic noxious mist. What is the point of these words now? Laoli snorted and suddenly sat down. I hope that we can resist for a while and think of a way to get out of here. Otherwise, This faded astral wind will tear our host's souls apart. Aya and Kai wore reluctant faces. It was useless to be hasty at this moment. They helplessly watched the oncoming faded astral wind, but could do nothing. The faded astral wind was gradually approaching. No matter whether people wanted to face it or not, they all had to bear it. The faded astral wind shrouded all of them from every direction. This fierce, faded astral wind seemed to have consciousness. As soon as it realized that some living creatures had come in, it immediately stormed out from every corner, wanting to kill all those creatures and not allowing this fearful land to have any living creatures. It was not that Shurian had thought about avoiding it. However, as he saw that the entire area was filled with this devilish, powerful, faded astral wind, which was continuously surging, they simply didn't have a chance to escape. After all, the faded astral wind came and covered all 5 of them at once. It turned out as Kai had said. When this devilish, faded astral wind had just arrived, Shurian's body didn't have the slightest change. He felt that the wind was not violent, as if there was nothing special about this creature. However, after a moment, he realized that the volatility of his sea of consciousness suddenly became stronger. After his host soul that had condensed in the sea of consciousness fluctuated for a while, the soul consciousness wrapped around the sea of consciousness like gossamers, slowly flying out of his sea of consciousness following that faded astral wind. The peripheral soul consciousness of the sea of consciousness had already lost more than 10 strands after such a short moment. As time was ticking by, his soul consciousness in the sea of consciousness was gradually affected by the faded astral wind and thus fluctuated even more violently, as if his soul consciousness gathered in the sea of consciousness wouldn't be able to resist for much longer. Soul consciousness was fundamental to form's sea of consciousness. The composition of the sea of consciousness was made by the condensation of countless of strands of soul consciousness. The host soul existed in the sea of consciousness under the protection of the sea of consciousness. Once the soul consciousness dissipated entirely, the host soul would be exposed without any protection. This faded astral wind would disperse the soul consciousness first, and then tear the opponent's host soul apart. Its purpose was to let the warrior's spirit perish. Once the soul consciousness in the sea of consciousness was all blown away, death would find the warriors. Strands of soul consciousness dissipated one by one, which made Shurian unable to concentrate and made his mind become dazed as if it was occupied. He was sort of half-conscious, and his mind was in a bad state. He couldn't even conduct the simplest things. He looked at the other people of Aya's and Tsai's group and realized that these 4 were in the same state as him. Their eyes were soulless, while their dissipated soul consciousness was a little bit chaotic and was gradually leaving the sea of consciousness. That was not a solution. Shurian gritted his teeth, made every effort to gather his attention, and carefully considered. He needed to have a soul defensive secret treasure to get rid of the faded astral wind. However, he didn't have that kind of treasure. Other soul skills performance required soul consciousness to be the core source, but he couldn't display any soul skills while his sea of consciousness was vibrating violently like this. Without soul consciousness, the soul skills were useless. In accordance with the current situation, he would gradually lose his consciousness, which would make it impossible for him to think of something by himself. Must think of a solution as soon as possible. Firmly believing in his own belief, Shurian was even calmer when facing adversity. He temporarily forgot the fluctuations of his sea of consciousness, gathered all of his power, and considered a way to reverse the situation. Sky-breaking shuttle. Shurian's original soulless eyes suddenly flashed up with a trace of consciousness. An idea emerged in his mind. He remembered the secret treasure from the chasm battlefield. When he had entered the chasm battlefield before, his purpose at that time was to catch the sky-breaking shuttle. In Legends, this sky-breaking shuttle could break all kinds of formation techniques and barriers. He had spent a lot of effort to get this sky-breaking shuttle. After having had the sky-breaking shuttle, he had communicated with it and received a message from the sky-breaking shuttle saying that as he hadn't reached the Nirvana realm, he could hardly use it. In the Hangluo Sea, and his forces had expanded everywhere. By hunting and killing many warriors and demon dwellers, he had progressed in reaching the Nirvana realm. He had made every effort to enhance his own strength, as well as have the insight of the powerful Qian. Thus, although he knew that he could use the sky-breaking shuttle already, he hadn't used it yet. He knew that with his Nirvana realm cultivation base, even if he went to the fourth demon area to find the secret place where Yang Tian Emperor was confined, it was still difficult for him to use it to save the Yang Tian Emperor from that place. Qian and Bo Sun were too powerful. Even if the Holy Spirit God, the ice-cold flame, and the earth flame fused together, he was not sure that he could rescue and run away from Bo Sun's white bones Dharma body, let alone that he had completely consumed the power formed by these three great living forms. Therefore, although he knew that he could use the sky-breaking shuttle, he hadn't used it just yet. It was because he understood that with his cultivation base, recklessly entering the fourth demon area was a dead end. It was not the same now. A series of thoughts flashed up in his mind. He finally had a solution. He tried to take out the sky-breaking shuttle, immersed his mind in it, and communicated with the consciousness of the sky-breaking shuttle. It seems that you have entered the Nirvana realm. Excellent. Nirvana realm's power is enough for you to use me. Are you ready for it? A feeble message suddenly came out from the sky-breaking shuttle. What do you want me to help you with? Get out of here. Shurian hurriedly sent out his message. Possible. The sky-breaking shuttle transmitted a very brief message. If you pour enough power into me, you can urge me. If you want to leave this area, you better do it quickly. Pour the power in. Yes. How much do you need? You're now in the second sky of Nirvana realm. So pour 2/3 of your profound chi. I can immediately tear down all the barriers and obstacles here. The stronger the formation techniques, the more power I need. The defense here is not very strong, so you only need to pour 2/3 of your profound chi, and it will be enough. Shurian's face changed slightly. Feeling the soul consciousness passing gradually, he didn't have time to think too much. He immediately concentrated his strength and poured a massive amount of his profound chi into the sky-breaking shuttle in his hand. When 2/3 of his profound chi was poured into the sky-breaking shuttle in the flying shuttle shape, it suddenly became extremely powerful, as if it could tear everything down. It strongly flew out from his palm. Silverfish, scale-like waves were shot out from the sky-breaking shuttle, piercing through the layer of gray clouds in the sky. This sky-breaking shuttle was indeed all-conquering, as if it could cut off all kinds of blockades and barriers, tearing the formation technique, which was like mire above their head, apart. A silver beam of light drilled down from above, which looked like a silver galaxy plunging toward Shurian's head. Aya, he, Laoli, and Laon, who were in a daze, suddenly realized a silver channel had appeared in the sky and had pierced through the fearful land, which was like a swamp covering above their heads. They both showed a frightened look on their faces and couldn't help but scream out loud. This is... Did Shurian make it? He is not simple indeed. Aya, Kai, and the two brothers couldn't help but shout in shock because of Shurian's performance. They didn't know what Shurian had done to tear the fearful land open. Chapter 381, Insight. Chapter 381, Insight. Let's go. Shurian suddenly stood up and stuck his head into the channel. As soon as his entire body was in the channel, the dispersing strands of soul consciousness unexpectedly flew over and fell into his sea of consciousness without any known reason. Those strands of soul consciousness, which had left his sea of consciousness, didn't seem to fly away too far, just circling the faded astral wind. When he got into the channel, those strands seemed to no longer be affected by the faded astral wind. The soul consciousness now returned and went into his sea of consciousness once again. Shurian was extremely overjoyed. The group of Aya and Kai was stunned and surprisingly cheered up. They daringly flew up to the sky and entered the silver channel altogether. Following the silver channel, the four of them stayed behind Shurian as they went through this fearful land. On the mountain cliff above the fearful land, Ningzhe and the other two Sky Realm warriors smiled coldly, looking at the area full of gray smoke below. Those people already went into the bottom of that fearful land. I don't think it will take them long to die in this fearful land. Ningzhe sneered coldly with a dark look. If those people die, although the golden silkworm has disconnected with my mind, I still have a way to sense it. The golden silkworm compared with us are different since the fearful land down there can't confine joy. As soon as that kid dies, I can immediately recall my golden silkworm. Young master is wise. The two Sky Realm warriors both flattered. Suddenly, a silver channel shot out from the gray smoke below them, aiming for this mountain cliff. Shurian's figure in the silver channel appeared and soared to the sky from the vague gray smoke below. How can it be? Ningzhe couldn't help but scream out loud, shaking his head in disbelief with his horrified look on his face. That kid already got through the fearful land. How could it be? Young master, Ayaya, and Kai are also out. One of the two Sky Realm warriors suddenly shouted. The situation is not good. Ningzhe's face became emotionally troubled. He looked at Shurian, who was slowly flying out while his countenance kept changing abnormally. He then gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. We will find this kid to take revenge later." After talking, Ningzhe hastily flew away out of this mountain cliff with his fastest speed without waiting for Shurian to get out completely. Not long after Ningzhe had left, Shurian was the first one who landed on this mountain from the channel created by the sky-breaking shuttle. Ayaya, Kai, and the two brothers Laolin and Laolin also quickly flew out, exposing their shocked faces after the accident. Strands of soul consciousness that had left now re-entered Shurian's sea of consciousness. Shurian's face was agitated as he suddenly realized that his state of mind seemed to have some miraculous transformations. Previously, in that fearful land, his soul consciousness had flown out of his sea of consciousness one by one. His sea of consciousness had vibrated violently. As the soul consciousness had intensely been affected, his host's soul had almost been exposed. Dead and reborn. He was indeed dead and reborn. When his soul consciousness returned to his sea of consciousness this time, he suddenly noticed that his soul consciousness was fluctuating strangely, seemed to have some mysterious mood. Through this experience of escaping the precarious near-death situation, which coincided with his nirvana realm, he was faintly enlightened regarding something in particular. He was now in the second realm of nirvana realm with mighty, condensed, profound chi. He only needed a little bit of insight to be able to enter the third sky of nirvana realm soon. Escaping from death this time was somehow like one kind of miraculous nirvana realm that coincided with his state of mind. Escaping from the mortal realm required great wisdom and great perseverance. Ordinary nirvana realm warriors often couldn't break this bottleneck. Thus, although the profound chi was mighty enough, it was not easy or very slow to break through, as they hardly entered a new realm. The situation that he had experienced was very rare. He seemed to have perceived something which helped him realize the true nirvana. Ayaya, Kai, Laoli, and Laoluan all revealed an expression of joy after getting out of the channel. They then looked at Shurian with admiration. Shurian frowned while standing on that mountain cliff. He stopped for a short moment before suddenly retrieving the sky-breaking shuttle and nodding toward the four people of Aya's group. "I need to cultivate for a while. You guys find your own places." After talking, Shurian flew away to another place on a mountain, dug a cave, and went inside. He communicated with the earth flame, telling it to take guard for him. He sat in the cave, didn't bother with Aya's group, and started to close his eyes to understand the previous state of consciousness. The implication of a nirvana referred to its rebirth from death and its regaining of a new life in burning fires. Through this experience, Shurian was really aware of the state of consciousness of the nirvana realm. After his soul consciousness had flown out, his host soul would have been torn apart by fated astral wind, making his spirit perish. In this kind of situation, He hadn't given up, but instead had gathered all of his faculties, searched for solutions, and had finally found a way to get out of the fearful land, escaping death. That was precisely in line with Nirvana realm state of consciousness. Many Nirvana realm warriors often did not have great wisdom and great perseverance. They didn't possess gifted enlightening light and finally came to a dead end. He had been dead and reborn again, making him more aware of the impact of the state of consciousness to a realm. Sitting in the cave, he quietly realized the magical effect of the state of consciousness and merged his body into his mind to perceive the most dangerous moment of his previous encounter. Gradually, his sea of consciousness churned up with strong waves. His lost soul consciousness reappeared, slowly floating around in the sea of consciousness. He was in the perception of the state of consciousness. His soul consciousness seemed to be washed clean. Each strand of soul consciousness became pure and flawless, without any excess emotional impurities. When in the state of consciousness, his self and his host soul were alike. He was sitting cross-legged, slowly closing his eyes, bringing each strand of soul consciousness into the host soul. The soul consciousness inside his host soul had washed and expelled all the impurities, making his mind clear, clean, and accessible. Countless strands of soul consciousness were purified and purged from all the subjective emotions, and thus became transparent in the state of consciousness. It was as if his whole soul consciousness was washed by clear water. His state of mind brightened, and his soul consciousness became purified. Even his sea of consciousness also seemed to have become a mirror that reflected everything and reacted to all kinds of changes around. Aya, Laoli, and Lauloin came to this mountain later. After taking a quick look at him, they started to scatter and seemed to find their own hidden location to restore their profound chi. At the entrance of Shurian's cave, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. It was Kai. Standing 10 meters away, Kai looked at Shurian's cave while her beautiful eyes kept changing as if she was hesitant about something. Should I take a risk? Sai's face was confused. Bright beams of light puffed from her 10 fingers, containing a violent, active energy. Shurian had planted the barrier inside her host soul. So, as long as Shurian was killed, that barrier would naturally disappear. Kai obviously didn't want to be controlled all the time, nor become Shurian's puppet. She wanted to control her own destiny. If Shurian was killed, she could immediately regain her freedom. If it were in the past, while Shurian was meditating to restore his strength, she would have never hesitated to take action and would have released a ruthless blow like a thunderbolt to kill Shurian. However, Shurian continually performed his powerful strength. Not only had he broken all of the golden silks, but he also gained the golden silkworm and even saved them from that fearful land. The power Shurian demonstrated was not something that an ordinary Nirvana realm warrior could do. Although Shurian was in a state of retreat, she didn't dare to act recklessly. If she couldn't kill Shurian in one strike and gave him an opportunity to breathe, he would trigger the barrier in her host soul, and thus, she believed that she would be killed instantly. Kai was hesitant, considering if she should take the risk or not, but she couldn't make a decision yet. However, at this time, a figure quietly appeared next to Kai. Aya. Kai covered her mouth, letting out a slight sigh. Her face changed while she quickly glanced at Shurian. After realizing that Shurian had no sign of changes, she was then relieved, quietly moved back closer to Aya, and said with a low voice, "What are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing." Aya spoke up with an emotionless face, threw a glance at Kai, and said, "Why do you come here?" Kai gritted her teeth while her eyes flashed up with some dots of light. She didn't say a word. "It seems our aims are consistent." Aya stared at Kai intensely and suddenly asked, "You also want him to die?" A beam of hatred flashed up in Sai's beautiful eyes. She slightly nodded. Aya didn't say anything further, looked at Shurian from a distance, contemplated a little bit, and then said, "He is not easy to deal with." "I know." Kai smiled miserably. "I was not sure about taking action by myself. But with you, we should be able to kill him at once. This guy is really terrible. He has even seen us. Aya's face changed. She grunted coldly. Kai immediately shut her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Should we do it? While he's in his retreat situation, if we join forces, killing him should not be too difficult." But Aya extended her voice and tightly knitted her eyebrows. Ningzhe is still alive, and the Heavenly Palace's people will not easily let this thing go. Entering further into the dark magnetic noxious mist, we might see Ningzhe again. With our current strengths, it will be the same, impossible to defeat them. What do you mean? Asked Kai with astonishment. He has to die, but I don't think it should be now. Even if we do not take any actions, the people of Heavenly Palace will not spare him. Aya thought a little bit and continued, the 10,000-year golden silkworm is extremely precious. Shurian has taken Ningzhe's golden silkworm, so how can the Heavenly Palace spare him? I know that entering the dark magnetic noxious mist this time is not simply Ningzhe's group alone. Wait until we go deeper inside of the dark magnetic noxious mist. If Ningzhe joins forces with another team, their strength will definitely increase significantly. By that time, we will take advantage of this kid's power, and then we will find an opportunity to... I understand, Kai nodded. You are indeed very wicked and shameless. Aya coldly looked at Kai, and then quickly retreated without saying another word. Kai didn't linger too long either. She looked at Shurian with a complicated face for a while and followed after Aya. Chapter 382. I will call the shots from now on. Chapter 382. I will call the shot from now on. Shurian gradually woke up. The third sky of Nirvana realm. After having understood this state of consciousness and restored his profound chi, his strength finally enhanced one step further, entering the third sky of Nirvana realm. Each strand of soul consciousness in the insight was washed once again, and thus his consciousness became transparent, while his sea of consciousness was like a mirror that reflected all tiny living creatures. The dark magnetic noxious mist was a little mysterious. In this place, soul consciousness could hardly exert its effect, and thus he couldn't know how many changes his breakthrough had brought him. However, in the third sky of Nirvana realm, he was clearly aware that he had a deeper understanding of various types of power in his body, and that he also had great progress in mastering different forces in his body. When his state of mind was clear, he now could perform his strength at the ultimate level, reinforce his sea of consciousness, and also give himself a subtle method of controlling his powers. Everything became marvelous. Once the breakthrough happened, his understanding was different as well. At this time, he knew that every time he broke through a new realm, it was not just simply about the growth of his strength. Sometimes, the change of realm was even more important than the enhancement of the body strength. It meant that in a battle, he could use his body's ultimate power with minimal effort, but could still display the most intimidation. His mind was triggered. He and the earth flame in the blood vein ring formed a connection. What happened earlier? How could you, the ice-cold flame, and the Holy Spirit God be together in one place? Why have you already awoken, but the ice-cold flame and the Holy Spirit God hasn't? I don't know why it happened like this. It is because of the ring. It dominates everything. It forcibly brought us together and made us continually gather our forces for you to use. The ice-cold flame and the Holy Spirit God spent the most power, so they will probably recover much slower than I did. Although I've already woken up, I have consumed most of my power, and thus I'm very weak now. How can you restore the power that you have consumed? It is simple for the ice-cold flame and me. Just throw me into the heart of a million-year-old volcano. The ice-cold flame's case should be almost the same as mine. You just need to find an Arctic land so that it can absorb the icy power and thus restore its strength. However, I don't know about the Holy Spirit God. Its living form and ours are very different. I don't know how it can restore its power. Do you know when it will wake up? I don't know. As they've consumed too much strength, they might need some more time. How about the golden silkworm that you have taken? How is it? There are many god souls attached on that fellow. To destroy it, I have to besiege it and then purge those god souls that have been imprinted on it by its owner. If I can refine the god souls and plant barriers in it, I can easily deal with it. Oh, Shurian's heart was slightly agitated. His mind was spinning fast. He suddenly said, "If you can entirely dissolve its soul barriers, does that mean that I can control it too? Make it follow my orders? It shouldn't be a problem. If it is so, we can try. You just need to dissolve all the god souls. No need to destroy it. Leave it to me." Okay. There were two girls here earlier. I have my own plan. Shurian pondered and then communicated with the earth flame a little bit before suddenly cutting their communication off and taking out the sky-breaking shuttle. He then connected with its soul. "I am commensurate to you. If you want to use me, you have to inject enough power. I need enough strength to tear down barriers. Every time you use me, I will take the strength that you inject, harvesting good parts to enhance my living form. The more powerful the forbids are, the more of your power that I need. Our relationship is that simple." The sky-breaking shuttle transmitted a message. Shurian frowned, thought for a moment, and asked, "If I need you to get rid of the forbids and barriers which are created by a secret weapon used by a third sky realm warrior, how much power do I need to use?" "Wait until you are in that realm, then we will talk about it again. You need to reach that realm to know how much power you will need. According to what you said, you need to at least reach the sky realm to implement it. Any forbids and barriers need energy support. The stronger and barriers are, the stronger their energy support is. Hence, I need appropriate strength to break them. If you cannot provide me with enough power, I have no way to do it." Shurian was stunned for a while and then slightly shook his head. He was afraid that just relying on this sky-breaking shuttle to save Yang Tian Emperor was not going to be easy. As Yin Tian Emperor had been confined for too long, he had probably lost his spirit after being tortured. He might be obliterated soon. He now had the third sky of Nirvana realm cultivation base, so he didn't know how long it would be until he was able to reach the sky realm. After having perceived this state of consciousness, he was no longer naive. Even if he had the assistance of the mystery martial spirit, it was not easy to have breakthrough quickly. Mystery martial spirit could only assure him not to worry about the profound chi, but to rely on his experience to be able to understand the state of consciousness. The realm breakthrough, understanding of the state of consciousness, and profound chi were all indispensable. Thus, mighty profound chi alone was not enough. Thinking about this, he just let out a helpless sigh as he had lost his impulse to save Yang Tian Emperor. After sitting in the cave for a while, he stood up, feeling the continuous growth of the ancient profound chi tree. Shurian revealed a satisfactory smile. His fortune was good this time. Not only had he entered the third sky of Nirvana realm, but that ancient profound chi tree at his lower belly also seemed to be growing up and thriving because he had absorbed the aura refined by the mystery martial spirit and had gained the strange power, pouring it into the profound chi halo. Every time he broke through a realm, the ancient profound chi tree seemed to grow. When the ancient profound chi tree grew up, he gathered heaven and earth aura to transform the profound chi into the ancient profound chi tree, whose branches were extending fast, filling those branches with profound chi and thus making them sparkle. When the profound chi filled the ancient tree again, it meant that the aggregation of his profound chi in this realm had been fulfilled. After that, he just needed to wait until his state of mind was clear, so he could then break into a new realm again. He immersed his mind in it, watching the growth of the ancient profound chi tree, looking at some branches that had become crystal. Shurian felt that entering the dark magnetic noxious mist this time was the right decision. In this place, he could comprehend his realm much faster than when he was outside. The spiritual light, which emerged between life and death, was essential for a realm breakthrough. What he lacked most was this kind of comprehension. Shurian stayed in the cave to think for a while. He then finalized his plan in his mind. After that, he quickly went out of the cave and looked for the other four people. Just after a short moment, he saw Kaya and the two brothers gathering in a place, seeming to discuss something. Seeing him coming, the four of them stopped talking abruptly and looked at him. Why did it take you so long? Kai frowned. You spent 5 days for meditating this time, much longer than we did. You can know the time in this dark, magnetic, noxious mist? Asked Shurian with astonishment. Aya's compass can measure the passage of time. Kai nodded and replied, We only needed 1 day to restore our profound chi. However, you spent around 5 days or so. We just stayed here to wait for you. The two brothers Laoli and Laoluin nodded with a smile. Laoli spoke up heartily, We brothers are willing to wait. If it weren't because of you this time, we would have never gotten out of Ning's trap. Ha ha ha. The feeling when you find an escape to life from death is not bad indeed. Shurian, brother, thank you. Shurian nodded, frowned, and looked at the four of them. The four of them were somehow puzzled as they didn't know why Shurian didn't utter a word. They looked at him with a strange look. I want to announce one thing. Shurian pondered for a moment and spoke up. From now on, I will be the one who calls the shots. You guys will have to listen to me. The faces of Aya, Kai, Laoli, and Laoluin suddenly changed. Listen to you? Aya's face became cold. She snorted and said, I admit that you are really powerful. But just after your 2 performances, you want us to obey you? It doesn't seem like enough yet. You will listen to the strongest one. Shurian showed an emotionless face and slightly shouted. The gravitational field, which was hovering around not far from there, suddenly approached and stayed behind him, rotating non-stop. When he had fallen into that fearful land, the gravitational field had stayed in gray smoke and had kept flying around without entering the fearful land and had never disappeared. If it was the outside world, the gravitational field needed to consume a lot of power to exist. Without him continually pouring the power, not to mention for 5 days, it could only exist a maximum of 2 days because of the depletion of the heaven and earth energy. However, this dark magnetic noxious mist was extremely enigmatic. The gravitational field became marvelous in this place. That was why the gravitational field still had the energy to exist after 5 days had passed. Gold and silk threads were in the gravitational field, and none could escape from its shackles. During these 5 days, Aya, Kei, and the two brothers were very curious about this gravitational field, observing it from a distance. However, they couldn't see what mysterious features this gravitational field had. This time, after Shurian had gotten out of the cave, he immediately summoned the gravitational field to his side, which meant that he apparently had the absolute control over this gravitational field. The 4 people remembered the scene where they had fought with Ninji's group 5 days ago. They thought about some heavenly palace warriors having been ground into pieces by this gravitational field and suddenly felt chilled to the bone. If any of you are not convinced, you can fight with me. I want to see who can beat me. Shurian sneered coldly and said strongly, Aya and Kai, I know you are in Sky Realm and also had the intention of killing me. I now give you a chance. You two join forces to fight with me. As long as you guys can defeat me, I will give up and continue to let Aya call the shots. You are too arrogant, Aya said with a cold voice, looking very angry. Arrogant? Shurian shook his head and said seriously, I don't think so. If you want to be the master, you and Kai can unite. I want to see if you're qualified enough to lead me. I give up. Sai's face changed all of a sudden. She then lowered her voice and said, I agree to let you call the shots. We also agree. Laoli and Laoluin spoke up at the same time. Chapter 383, Conception. Chapter 383, Conception. Having heard his tyrannical declaration and taking the control, the 3 people of Kai, Laoli, and Laoluin had agreed to make Shurian their master after a slight hesitation. Among these 3 people, Kai had known Shurian's ability from when they were at the bottom of the lake before. Although Shurian didn't have a profound cultivation base, his strength was incredibly horrible. Plus, with her host soul under Shurian's control, she didn't dare to go against him, as she was afraid that Shurian would secretly use some means to torture her host soul. The 2 brothers, Laoli and Laoluin, had a friendly relationship with Shurian. They had soon known that Kai and Aya didn't have good intentions and that the two girls were wicked and deceitful. Thus, they felt that it would probably be beneficial if Shurian was their master. Another point was that the three of them didn't want to waste their profound chi. Picking a fight with Shurian brought them no good except for losing their strengths and wasting the demon crystals that they had harvested. They were not like Aya, who had collected a great number of demon crystals during their pastime. Thus, 1 or 2 times of loss were nothing to Aya, but the three of them couldn't afford it. Therefore, after having considered the gains and losses, the three of them agreed to let Shurian call the shots. Aya didn't want to listen to Shurian. After the other three had agreed, she still gritted her teeth, coldly looked at Shurian, and said determinedly, "I don't think you are qualified to lead us. Your origin is unknown. You are not a warrior of our divine land, and thus cannot have a clear understanding of our situation. If you do something wrong, we will have to bear the consequences when we return to the divine land." Bear the consequences? Shurian burst into laughter. His face then turned cold as he stonily said, "I will let you bear the consequences now." His mind was slightly triggered. Shurian's 2 hands stretched out and pressed down toward Aya. The life and death seal changed. The life seal was in his right hand, and the death seal was in his left hand. The 2 huge, sparkling handprints suddenly gathered and formed a violent life and death seal, attacking Aya. As soon as the life and death seal formed, in the ear-splitting growls and howls, an enormous handprint, which was as big as a small mountain bringing along a stunning, fierce aura, quickly covered Aya. Aya's beautiful face changed dramatically. She subconsciously moved backward a few steps, quickly released a protective halo around her, and threw out a coin. Great pervaded money. When Aya shouted slightly, for ancient words on the coin flew out altogether. Each ancient word swelled open in the air, emitting dazzling golden lights like golden stars. The holes amid the coins abruptly shot out brilliant lights toward the life and death seal. This great pervaded money was Aya's sacred-level secret treasure, which had been personally refined for her by the master of Baidi City. This great pervaded money carried the meaning of wealth. Whether it was the human world or the world of warriors, wealth was the cornerstone of money flow. Money always plays a vital role in both worlds. Money is the foundation of society. Through the entire historical civilization, the word money could be described as invincible. Money could buy all and affect the entire civilization. The 4 radiant ancient words on great pervaded money, which contain the meaning of money, suddenly dispersed and dashed toward Shurian. Before the 4 ancient words came close to Shurian, the conception from above had already affected him. In just a blink, Shurian's mind and sea of consciousness seemed to be influenced by wealth. When this word money jumped into his sea of consciousness, wealth and Upanishads in his sea of consciousness surged up as if it wanted to make his host's soul become a slave of money for his entire life. During the cultivation, Sky Realm warriors needed to comprehend all kinds of miraculous conceptions and then add the esoteric Upanishads in attacking and use secret treasures to enhance the power of secret treasures and martial arts, making them have a role in affecting people's sea of consciousness. These were the fundamental differences between Sky Realm warriors and ordinary Nirvana real warriors. A bunch of money light shot out from the hole amid Aya's coins, crashing toward the life and death seal. An esoteric conception of cycles of dying and giving birth to creatures suddenly spread out from that life and death seal. Life and death conception burst out toward the money light. At the same time, Shurian's sea of consciousness also slightly woke up, consigning his mind to the life and death seal, using the conception in the life and death seal to resist the money Upanishads. When life came to death, money or secret treasures all became drifting clouds, and death was the end of it all. As the saying went, the dead was like a light going out. For we couldn't bring money into this world, nor carried with us at death. The Upanishads of this life and death struck Aya's comprehension of money's supremacy into pieces. A bundle of money light, and the four conceptions couldn't resist the marvelous life and death conception on the life and death seal. All the money Upanishads were crushed and scattered. The life and death light directly suppressed the gold money light. The life and death seal's power didn't diminish. It covered Aya again, aiming for her defensive halo. After a burst of twists and turns, Aya's defensive halo broke out into countless dots of light. This blow also struck Aya dozens of meters away, and it was very hard for her to stop. A mouthful of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, while the light in her eyes slightly darkened. After entering the third sky of Nirvana realm, Shurien vaguely had a grasp of the marvelous concept of martial arts and secret treasures. It seemed that any attack and secret treasure could be attached to the previous conception, which then helped enhance the power of the spoken martial arts and secret treasures. Although the life and death seals Upanishads that he perceived were superficial and couldn't make the great, terrific break of life and death just yet, it still had the upper hand when fighting with that dumb Aya. Feeling the marvelousness that the conception brought him, Shurien chuckled and suddenly urged his star martial spirit. Clusters of bright stars like pearls darted out from his palms. 7 stars formed the asterism of the Northern Dipper and contained the ancient immortal essence of the conception, heavily falling onto Aya. Before entering the dark magnetic noxious mist, he had been trying to comprehend the mystery of the stars, watching the existence of the stars in the world of extinction, and had made some gains. This time, when he had entered the third sky of Nirvana realm, he suddenly realized the marvelousness of the conception for all kinds of martial arts. Once resorting his mind, which he had consigned to that 7 stars of the Northern Dipper asterism, his sea of consciousness shook violently and turned to be like a mirror, mapping out the trajectory of the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, using the star's operation to apply itself to the star map. A kind of miraculous, immortal heaven and earth Upanishads suddenly spread out from the asterism. Aya, who was covered by the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, watched the asterism slowly pressing down and had an illusion of her own. She reluctantly faced the star map while her profound chi seemed to be affected by the conception. Star intent domain true essence. The faces of Kai, Laoli, and Laoluan slightly changed. They all screamed out loud together, looking at Shurien in panic. "Are you a member of the Divine Radiant Cult?" The exclamation of the 3 people Ki, Laoli, and Laoluan distracted Shurien's mind and made his momentum slow. The star intent domain true essence that attached to the star map was immediately affected. That mysterious conception suddenly disappeared from the star map, and because of the disappearance of that conception, the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper's intimidation was greatly weakened all of a sudden. Aya's feeling of weakness and helplessness was immediately gone as she was no longer affected by the conception. She calmly moved away from the star map, reached out, and pointed at the star map. The sacred level, secret treasure, great pervaded money was swung up, and the money conception once again played an all-conquering role, crushing the star map, which had lost its state of consciousness. As you haven't reached the sky realm, your understanding is still too shallow compared to the conception, and you couldn't grasp the terrific function of conception for martial arts and secret treasures. When your own body is affected, the conception immediately disappears from martial arts. A low realm is a low realm after all. You can't just rely on powerful strength to make it up. Aya's face slightly changed, coldly muttered without waiting for Shurien to speak up. "Since you come from Divine Radiant Cult, you are considered a part of the Divine Land. Forget it. I won't fight with you for this leader position anymore. If you want to be our master, it's up to you. I hope you don't bring us a way that leads to no return." Although having said that, Aya was extremely frightened at heart. She had a little more understanding about this mysterious Shurien. Generally speaking, it was difficult for a Nirvana realm warrior to comprehend the conception thoroughly. Moreover, imposing the conception on martial arts and secret treasures was something that not all Nirvana realm warriors could do. Although Shurian's understanding of the conception was still superficial, and the conception was affected by words, he was only in the nirvana realm. Thinking about this, Aya couldn't help but feel a little scared of Shurian. She knew that if Shurian entered the sky realm and really mastered the magic and power of conception, she would definitely have more of a chance of getting killed fighting with him. She didn't know what other secret techniques that Shurian still had to increase his strength. She was afraid that if she knew them, she would be even more afraid of confronting him directly. The conception disappeared. The star map's power was greatly reduced and was cracked by Aya. Shurian froze on the spot. His face expressed a trace of suspicion after hearing Aya admitting her fall. He looked at the three people of Tsai's group, frowned, and asked, "Divine Radiant Cult? What are you talking about?" "You performed the star intent domain true essence, which is from the Divine Radiant Cult. Only through the martial spirit of the Divine Radiant Cult could you have a profound understanding of the conception of stars moving. Not only did you release the miniature stars, but you also added the conception into them. So, if you're not from the Divine Radiant Cult, where are you from then?" Kai pouted and said. Laoli and Laoluan also nodded together. "Divine Radiant Cult?" Shurian shook his head. "I have never heard of this sect. Is it in the Divine Land? What is so strange about this sect?" Divine Radiant Cult is the most ancient force of the Divine Land, one of 7 ancient factions that understand the use of light power. The sun, the moon, and the stars are all the sources of light. Divine Radiant Cult has many magical Upanishads, which come from these 3 great sources of light. You previously cast the star intent domain true essence, which is one of the Divine Radiant Cult's conceptions. On Divine Land, only people of the Divine Radiant Cult can understand this conception. Chapter 384, New Understanding. Chapter 384, New Understanding. After explaining in detail, Kai immediately looked at him with surprise. "You really don't know the Divine Radiant Cult? This martial spirit of mine comes from the 3 gods sect in the Endless Sea. That 3 gods sect has 3 gods of the sun, moon, and star. This star martial spirit of mine is just the star inheritance. I don't know Divine Radiant Cult. This is the first time I have heard of it," said Shurian with doubt. "That's right." Lali also smiled. "In Divine Radiant Cult, there are also 3 gods of the sun, moon, and star. These 3 gods are the 3 great colossuses of Divine Radiant Cult, and their commander is the hierarchy of Divine Radiant Cult, Divine Radiant God. The 3 gods of the sun, moon, and star are those who are under only one, but above tens of thousands of people. You have comprehended the star conception, which comes from the star god, then you are naturally a disciple of Divine Radiant Cult." Shurian's eyes and mouth were wide open. After having listened to the explanation of Kai and Laoli, he understood immediately. The people of Aya's group had said that the Endless Sea's predecessor warriors were all from the Divine Land. It seemed that the 3 gods' sect ancestors should be warriors of Divine Radiant Cult. Because of some special reasons, Divine Radiant Cult's magical Upanishad had been transmitted to the Endless Sea from dark magnetic noxious mist, and had gradually formed the 3 gods sect. It seemed that the 3 gods sect should be a branch of Divine Radiant Cult, a part that belonged to Divine Radiant Cult. The Divine Land was the center of the Grace mainland, the source of all warriors and supernatural Upanishads. This was not wrong at all to say so. No wonder why Yi Zhongfeng had said that he was the expelled disciple of Spirit Treasure Sect, and that Spirit Treasure Sect of the Endless Sea was actually a branch of Spirit Treasure Sect. He also mentioned that the Spirit Treasure Sect's ancestors also came from the Spirit Treasure Sect of the Divine Land. Shurian was suddenly enlightened and finally knew the connection between the Endless Sea and Divine Land. The way you see martial spirits is not different from ours in the Endless Sea. Shurian hesitated a little bit before speaking up. In the Endless Sea, martial spirits are extremely precious and innately owned by warriors. When a warrior is born, his martial art is determined. In the Endless Sea, martial spirits were precious to warriors. Many forces and families who select warriors would seek for warriors with these kinds of martial spirits. Martial spirit is the fundamental foundation of a warrior. What do you think about this? Aya, Ki, Laoli, and Laoluin exchanged looks while displaying a trace of disdain on their faces, then shook their heads altogether. Shurian raised his eyebrows. From afore people's eyes, he felt that his own understanding of martial spirits might be a little bit shallow. Indeed, Laoli chuckled and quickly explained, martial spirits are not as mysterious as you guys have imagined. In fact, the so-called martial spirit is only some kind of martial art Upanishads and is not that magical. We cultivate many martial arts, and it is a way of using the power of heaven and earth. Martial spirit is a kind of martial art Upanishads. Shurian shook his head with a puzzled face. In our divine land, there is an ancient school that specializes in studying martial spirits. Perhaps Endless Sea might have it as well. This ancient school is called Martial Spirit Palace. Their views on martial spirits are the general views of the divine land's warriors. Kai revealed an indifferent smile. The understanding of Endless Sea's warriors toward martial spirits is too shallow. You guys think that martial spirits are too mysterious or too important. So, why do some people have innate martial spirits, but some don't? Shurian was stunned and then asked again. The fact that some people are born with innate martial spirits is because one of their ancestors had reached the true God realm. Kai didn't hide any of these common-sense things of the divine land. She smiled and said, a true God realm warrior can pass his martial art Upanishads on to his descendants, helping them have their own fundamental seeds of martial art Upanishads, and thus be able to continue their cultivations through the inheritance of martial arts Upanishads and become warriors without relying on any other forces. That's right, Laoli added. The nature of martial art Upanishads which were passed on was quite similar to the ones that we cultivated. The ones who get the inheritance need an arduous cultivation. Inheritance of martial art Upanishads is only an uprising seed. Whether that seed can grow or not, it's still dependent on hard cultivation and comprehension, and of course it relies on the individual. The person with martial spirit inheritance might be better than someone with one kind of martial art Upanishads on his body. In our divine land, even though there is no such heritage, it is simple if we want it. Simple. Shurian couldn't help but let out a light sigh. In the Merchant Union and Endless Sea, warriors consider martial spirits very important. Even take martial spirits as their fundamentals as an essential factor that determines their future. How come a martial art becomes so common in the divine land, as if everyone can have one? There are many places that sell martial spirit seeds. Martial spirit seed is also known as original seal of a martial spirit or martial spirit fruit. They call it by many names. In fact, the essence is the same. As long as it is integrated into a body, it is equivalent to understanding a kind of martial art Upanishads, so that the body also has a martial spirit. Frankly speaking, martial art Upanishad and martial arts are the same. Shurian was stunned. It turned out that many places in the divine land were selling precious original seal of a martial spirit, which was very valuable in the Endless Sea and the Merchant Union. Thinking about this, Shurian revealed a wry smile and shook his head. Martial spirits and martial arts have no differences. Yes, Aya was the one who spoke up. What is the difference? To understand the difference, it is necessary to talk about why true realm warriors can pass on martial arts. Aya was silent for a moment, seemed to organize her words to make her thoughts smooth. A moment later, she said, it is said that in ancient times when the true realm warriors encountered a fatal incident, they didn't know if they could pass on their martial art Upanishads by words, so they chose a shortcut. This shortcut was the martial spirit inheritance. They took advantage of this martial spirit inheritance to hand down their own martial art Upanishads to the next generation. As long as the offspring was not extinct, the martial spirits may be inherited from generation to generation. This martial spirit inheritance is much more mysterious than words. It was directly stored in the descendants who were born. The birth of descendants is equivalent to cultivating them. However, this also has a great drawback. The drawback is that this martial spirit inheritance makes the future generation instantly know a kind of martial arts without going through any arduous cultivation. Take your star martial spirit as an example. As you already have had the star martial spirit since you were born, your heart had some mutation and you know how to use the star power. However, you don't know how an ordinary person goes through the cultivation of changing the body to form the star martial spirit. In other words, you know from the beginning how to use the star power, but do not know which way the heart is cultivating to be able to absorb and use the star power. Do you understand? Serene was bewildered, frowned while thinking, and then understood. This was not difficult to understand. For example, the third sky of Rampage martial art. When he wanted to perform Rampage martial art, he must make his meridians to be clear and open and go through a cultivation process to be able to perform the Rampage, using negative powers to enhance his strength. According to what Aya had said, if a person who was born without a hard cultivation could directly perform the Rampage martial art to enhance the power, it was the martial art. It meant that martial spirit was the ready-made martial art. As long as someone had it, the person could skip the arduous cultivation and use the martial art directly. Understood what you meant. Shurian thought for a moment and nodded his head. Martial spirit is available. Without going through cultivation, you still can use it. Is that what you meant? Yes, Aya nodded. However, the elementary martial technique was different. For example, to use the power of gold, wood, water, fire, and soil, you must practice this martial art. You can change your body tendons and bones through this martial art, and then gradually master the use of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. After successfully cultivating martial art, you can use the power of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. With martial spirits, you can directly use the power without necessarily having a step-by-step cultivation. What else is different? You can directly use the inherited martial spirit, but you cannot teach others because you can only use but don't know the process and methods of the formation of martial arts. In ancient times, those true God realm warriors who encountered fatal incidents were not sure if the next generations could preserve this method of cultivation or not. Thus, they condensed martial spirits and passed them on to the next generation so that the next generation could inherit and be ready to use those martial spirits right at the time descendants were born. Therefore, only their descendants can have this kind of martial arts. Even if there is a betrayer in their descendants, that person cannot tell others about the martial art Upanishads so that they will know his martial art Upanishads. Is that really a good idea? In fact, this is very selfish. If the offspring are all extinct, their martial art Upanishads will disappear. No outsiders can get it. But people are selfish by nature, so it is normal. Aya nodded and said, only when their descendants can reach the true God realm like them, can they then restore the cultivating method and the fundamentals of martial spirits. Let's take you as an example. Only if you reach the true God realm can you know about how to cultivate martial spirits. Then, you could teach other people so that others can also pass through the martial art that you have transmitted. They will know how to absorb and use the star power, and then let you become the master of a sect. If you say so, it means you know that this martial spirit heritage has many advantages compared to the spreading text martial arts. Why don't you guys really treasure martial spirits? Because there is such a great drawback. What is it? Without knowing what method to form a martial spirit, one person can still enjoy the results without having to go through any hardships of cultivation, and thus they would lack experiences. Once entering the sky realm, a person will need to have the essential understanding of each kind of martial arts, conception, as well as Upanishads. However, since that person lacks necessary experiences regarding the comprehension of conception and Upanishads, he cannot compare to those who have undergone arduous cultivations. With the same kind of martial arts, if it is inherited martial spirit, the warriors who reach the sky realm and want to comprehend conception and Upanishads will consume more star power than those who have gone through hardships of cultivation. Many people who have martial spirit get stuck at this step cannot achieve the true meaning of martial arts in conception, and thus will never master the essence of any kind of martial arts. On the contrary, the warriors who have overcome the hardships during the arduous cultivation will encounter fewer obstacles and will be much more comfortable than those who have been given martial spirits. Since it is a shortcut, there are always disadvantages. There aren't perfect things in this world. Hence, in our divine land, unless it is the kind of extremely mysterious martial spirit, ordinary people will not choose to use martial spirit seeds to implant in their bodies, which means they can avoid the cultivation and directly have the ready-made martial arts. Shiyin finally understood. His face became complicated. Chapter 385, Arrival. Chapter 385, Arrival. After Aya, Ki, Laoli, and Laolin realized that Shiyin had the star martial spirit and noticed the relationship between Shiyin and the divine radiant cult, it was unknown why they were cautious when looking at Shiyin and no longer underestimated him. Even in the divine land, the reputation of the divine radiant cult was like thunder, as it was not inferior to the merchant union or empyrean. No matter how mighty a warrior was, if he did not have a good background, those guys who were born with noble status would look down on him. As Shiyin had proved his relationship with the divine radiant cult, his status rose. Even now, when Aya faced Shiyin once again, she also had to treat him with caution. After having determined Shiyin to be their leader, the four of them no longer disputed. Since then, although Shiyin was still the one who pioneered the road as before, whenever encountering any abnormal situations, they would seek Shiryan's advice and take actions according to his assignments. Dark magnetic noxious mist was foggy all year round. Neither the sun, nor the moon, nor stars could be seen. There was no separated day and night, nor any way to measure time. Only Aya's compass in her hand could vaguely calculate the relative passage of time. Half a month had passed in a blink. During this period of half a month, Shiryan had led in front to pioneer the road. Aya's compass identified if there were any dangers ahead. If there was any abnormal problem, Shiryan would be the one who moved forward to explore. On the one hand, Shiryan's ability was powerful. On the other hand, as he had the sky-breaking shuttle, regardless of encountering beasts or fearful lands, Shiryan could always solve the problem, either by escaping from those beasts or using the sky-breaking shuttle to fly out of the fearful land. Although there were a lot of beasts in the dark magnetic noxious mist, the competence of Shiryan's group was not weak. They would immediately retreat if facing powerful flocks of beasts, and would unite to kill those beasts if they were not strong. The fearful land was not easy to deal with. However, with the sky-breaking shuttle, the fearful land was no longer a threat to Shiryan. During half a month, the 5 people of Shiryan's group had still been moving forward deep into the dark magnetic noxious mist, meeting a lot of beasts and encountering many other teams of warriors. The 5 of them had joined forces, beheaded some beasts, exterminated 3 teams, and got a lot of demon crystals. Regarding the distribution of these demon crystals, Shiryan was very fair. He was not dependent on demon crystals too much, so he only took a small part. The majority was divided between the 4 people of Aya, Ki, and the 2 brothers, so that they could use those demon crystals to restore their strength. What Shiryan did actually puzzled the 4 of them. They didn't know how he could be that generous, giving them most of the demon crystals in this dark magnetic noxious mist, which was the only thing that could restore profound chi. Obviously, not knowing the reason was not very important, as the 4 of them still could benefit a lot from this. Gradually, although they formerly hadn't been willing to make Shiryan their leader, their attitude now changed. They honestly supported Shiryan, considered him their true leader, especially the 2 brothers Laoli and Laolin. When Aya had still been the leader, after the hunt for demon crystals, most demon crystals were distributed to Aya and Ki, and they could only harvest a small part, thus they didn't benefit a lot from it. However, since Shiryan had become the leader, everything was different. Shiryan was fair, giving up most of demon crystals, which helped significantly enhance the 2 brothers' harvest. Hence, they were even more pleased to see Shiryan be their leader, as they felt that following Shiryan had many more benefits than following Aya and Kai. As a leader, Shurian had set clear guidelines from the beginning. Before getting out of the dark magnetic noxious mist, they must put down the selfishness, were not allowed to have fatal and wicked tricks toward the team members, and they must work together. If anyone made a bad decision for the team, the other people had the right to kill that person. After this guideline had been set, although Aaya, Ki, and the two brothers still had suspicion toward each other, they no longer had intentions to kill their companions. Gradually, this small team somehow had a sincere cooperation. They didn't have as many cunning calculations as before. During half a month, when there was no danger, Shurian always calmed down to comprehend the star martial spirit in his body, as well as conceptions of the life and death seal. From Aaya, Kai, and the two brothers, Shurian now knew martial spirit's drawbacks. He then soon considered the comprehension of conception his long-term goal, hoping to have fewer troubles when entering the sky realm, thoroughly understanding the martial arts Upanishads. He carefully kept hidden away 37 golden silks, which he had taken from Ning's people. These 37 golden silks became a secret weapon in his hand. Once the golden silks and gravitational field were cast out, the gravitational field's power would be enhanced significantly. Any warrior falling into the gravitational field would first be cut into pieces by the gold silks, and then ground into powder by the gravitational field. As for the golden silkworm, it was also refined by the earth flame in the blood vein ring. Because the earth flame had such a great loss last time, its power had seriously reduced. After half a month, it couldn't refine all forbids and barriers on the 10,000-year golden silkworm. This made Shurian somehow depressed. He thought that he would look for a place where the 10,000-year earth flame could recover. This day, the 5 people of Shurian's group continued moving forward in the dark magnetic noxious mist. Violent energy fluctuations suddenly came up from the dense, foggy area ahead. Shurian and Aaya explored the way side by side. Her graceful body suddenly trembled. Her soft hand holding the compass stiffened, and her full red lips slightly shivered. She couldn't help but pleasantly scream, "I think we're going to arrive soon." Shurian, who was next to her, was also agitated after having heard what she had said. He cried out loud, "You have discovered it." He had heard Aaya and Kai say that there were 2 magical sites in the dark magnetic noxious mist. One of them might have sacred level or even god level secret treasures. The other one might have pure god soul. The people of Aya's group had entered the dark magnetic noxious mist because of these 2 places. Since they were going to see the miasma places after a long time in this dark magnetic noxious mist, they couldn't restrain their joys while their eyes were lit up. Sacred level secret treasures were extremely precious in the endless sea. Only the leaders of forces could possess sacred level secret treasures. Ordinary people couldn't even see them. As for the god level secret treasures, it was legendary. He had only heard but had never seen them. In the center of the Grace mainland on the Divine Land, there were only a few god level secret treasures. Each of them had intimidating and earth-shaking power. Hinmao was the sect guarding treasure that was in the hand of masters at the peak of the pyramid. Because of the dark magnetic noxious mist special features, surrounding these 2 miasma places was a kind of protective group of clouds, inside of which there was the soul-perishing thunderbolt that could destroy the God Realm warriors' host souls. Hence, even if 3 God Realm warriors went into the dark magnetic noxious mist, it would still be difficult for them to enter these 2 great miasma places. So every time warriors penetrated the dark magnetic noxious mist, they were all Sky Realm warriors or below. If there weren't the soul-perishing thunderbolt outside the 2 miasma places, top-class warriors of the 3 God sect in the Divine Land would come here in person for those God-level secret treasures. They would compete to obtain secret treasures and pure God soul in these miasma places with the purpose of enhancing their own sect's power. Only if this was true, the warriors in the Nirvana or Sky Realm like Shurian then could have a chance to enter these 2 great miasma places and harvest secret treasures in God soul. After Aaya had slightly screamed, her slender fingers quickly dialed the needle of the compass. The needle of the compass in her white hand kept spinning. Flickering blue lights splashed from the compass like fireflies flying around the compass, making the compass very brilliant. Not long after that, those blue lights splashing everywhere suddenly gathered outside the compass and faintly formed a phantom. That phantom was ambiguous and surrounded by thick gray clouds. Purple snakes meandered out of the gray clouds, blooming amazing electric lights. Soul-perishing thunderbolt. Aya screamed out again, forced a faint smile, and then said to Shurin, "Seeing the soul-perishing thunderbolt means that we have found miasma places. We have finally arrived." Since Shurian had met her until now, he had never seen her smile. But now, the corner of her mouth had already revealed a faint smile. Her cold momentum suddenly disappeared and instead gave people a fresh and moving feeling. She was like a group of frozen flowers that exposed their true beauty after the ice had melted away. Looking at Aya's faint smile from the corner of her mouth, Shurian was stunned. He was startled a little bit before speaking up. "In fact, you look better with your smile than your previous indifferent look. You should smile more often." Aya instantly stopped smiling. Her beautiful eyes showed a weird trace. She coldly looked at Shurian, grunted, and then lowered her voice. "Who needs you to care?" Shurian didn't get angry, shook his head, and coldly said, less pretending to be noble in front of me, "It's not like I have never seen your body without clothes." "Shurian!" Aya's face changed. She screamed an ear-splitting sound, showing her icy look, and said, "I will deal with you sooner or later. I'm so afraid." Shurian sneered and apparently was not scared at all. At this moment, the three people of Kai and the other two brothers all were wearing joy on their faces after having heard Aya's screams. They moved forward, looking ahead with brightened eyes. Aya was about to open her mouth, continuing to say something, but seeing the other three people coming, she then just grunted and aggressively stared at Shurian, quickly turning the compass toward the three people of Kai. She restored her coldness and then said, "We arrived. The moving gray, foggy area ahead should be one of the miasma places. I have seen the soul-perishing thunderbolt there." Kai and the two brothers were overjoyed and burst into laughter altogether. "We are certainly not the first ones here. In that miasma place, there must be other teams who have come here sooner. Are you all prepared? Once entering that miasma place, we will have to face many powerful forces from every direction. No one can be sure if we can get out of there alive or not. Are you ready?" Aya coldly asked. The smiles of Kai and the two brothers suddenly faded away, and their face darkened. They silently nodded. "I think we should first recover, wait for our power to restore completely, and then we can go into that miasma place," Shurian suggested. The other four people nodded, found secluded corners for themselves, and then used demon crystals to restore their profound chi, enhancing their body to its peak state. Chapter 386, The Galaxy, the Ancient Corpses, and the Secret Treasures. Chapter 386, The Galaxy, the Ancient Corpses, and the Secret Treasures. After a period of retreat, the profound chi of the five people of Shurian's groups had reached their peaks. Each of them was refreshed and full of vitality. "Let's go. We can enter that exotic land now." Shurian came out first, looking at the others, and told them, "You should be very careful. Do not spread out. During this long journey, we have experienced a lot of hardships and have begun to have a wholehearted cooperation. I hope this time, when we enter that exotic land, everyone can have a great harvest." The four of them nodded altogether. "Brother, when we are in that exotic land, we will need to rely on you. Ningze is definitely in there as well, so if we re-encounter him, we need your gray tornado." Lally laughed and said. Along the way, at the crucial point of time, Shurian's gravitational field had played an important role with its huge power. In Lally's eyes, the gravitational field Shurian cast out was simply a murderous whirlpool. No one could be strong enough to avoid death inside that whirlpool. Entering the exotic land meant that they would encounter outstanding warriors from everywhere in the divine land. That made Lally a little bit worried, and thus, he wanted to rely on Shurian. I will try my best. As long as you trust me and do not secretly mess with me, I will also protect you guys. Shurian looked at Aya and Kai and grinned. If you have any wicked actions while I am in danger, don't blame me for not having mercy. Aya and Kai grunted, but didn't say anything. Let's go. Shurian said nothing further as he revealed a faint smile. He was the first one to jump into that foggy area with caution. However, as soon as he fell into the area where the gray smoke was concentrated, he realized that big, long, purple pythons were quickly dashing toward him, as if they just saw their prey. Soul-perishing thunderbolt. Shurian couldn't help but strangely howl and shudder. He was aware of the earth-shaking, destructive aura and immediately retreated. The purple pythons then restored their normal status. After Shurian had left, they no longer aimed at him, but retreated as if they were only coming out for him. Why are they coming for me? Shurian's face became cold. He emotionlessly looked at Aya and Kai. You intentionally want to harm me? You have said that this soul-perishing thunderbolt only aims for the host souls of the three god-sex warriors. I am only in the Nirvana realm. So why is this soul-perishing thunderbolt still against me? He couldn't help but doubt. If it weren't because he had urged both the starlight and the electric shift to get out like using teleport, that soul-perishing thunderbolt would probably have hit him and destroyed his host soul. If his host soul was destroyed, it meant that he would completely disappear from time. It's impossible. Sai's beautiful face changed. Seeing Shurian getting angry, she hurriedly explained, I have heard from my predecessors that soul-perishing thunderbolt around this exotic land only aims for the three god-sex warriors. My elders definitely didn't deceive me. How can you be impacted by that soul-perishing thunderbolt? This is absolutely impossible. Lowly also nodded and suspiciously said, Shurian brother, we will never deceive you about this soul-perishing thunderbolt. Before I entered the dark magnetic noxious mist, my elders had also told me that although this soul-perishing thunderbolt's intimidation is very powerful, it only influences the three god-sex warriors. How can you also be affected? I didn't lie to you. Aya coldly hummed and said, before we got out of the exotic land, you play a very important role. We can't just ignore the whole situation to harm you. After talking, Aya carefully entered that gray, foggy area. Those big, long, purple pythons twisted and emitted horrible lights as if they could destroy all souls. However, when Aya fell into that area, the soul-perishing thunderbolt didn't attack her, but instead stayed in front of her meandering. Aya came out, looked at Shurian, and said indifferently, I went in, but why didn't I encounter the same event as you did? Shurian's face became sullen and kept changing. When Aya had gone in and out, soul-perishing thunderbolt had no reaction, which meant that this soul-perishing thunderbolt apparently didn't aim for warriors who didn't belong to the three gods sect. It proved that what these people of Aya's group had said was not a lie. So, why had he just entered that place and the soul-perishing thunderbolt instantly reacted? Shurian frowned, but couldn't think of any reason. Brother, are you a Sky Realm warrior? Lowly quietly mumbled, looking at Shurian with unbelievable, shining eyes. Aya's and Sai's beautiful faces suddenly changed. Their eyes brightened, looked at him with a strange expression. If I were a Sky Realm warrior, don't you think you could have had a chance to bully me along the way? Shurian didn't know if he should smile or cry. If I had that high realm, I wouldn't have stayed here with you guys and would have attempted to break in that exotic land, even though I don't know anything about it. Listening to Shurian's explanation, Aya and Kai carefully thought for a while and also knew that their suspicions were ridiculous. They secretly let out a sigh of relief. If you're not in the Sky Realm, your host soul is obviously like an ordinary person. Is it so? Kai hesitated a little bit while her beautiful eyes were full of strange lights. I am sure that your host's soul and ours are not the same. Aya and the other three people looked at him. Shurian was stunned while his eyes flickered. He instantly remembered the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame, and his host's soul had fused together. This 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame was the heaven flame which had a devilish power to burn up souls. Is it somehow related? As he didn't speak up, Aya's group was even more certain about this and looked at him with terrified eyes. After a long while, Shurian nodded, sprinkled with a smile, and said, "Maybe you are right. My host soul was a bit unusual indeed. I should have wronged you. This is my own problem. All right, you guys go ahead. I'll find you guys later. Once you enter, that soul-perishing thunderbolt will not spare you. So how will you come in?" "No worries. I have my own way." Shurian confidently looked at that smoky gray area. "None of the barriers of the fearful land could trap me. So how can this soul-perishing thunderbolt? As long as I can cross the outskirts of the exotic land and go deeper to the center of that place, I will no longer be affected by that soul-perishing thunderbolt." The people of Aya's group immediately remembered how marvelous Shurian was. Every time in the fearful land, Shurian could easily escape without any difficulties. Right now, listening to what he said, Aya's group understood immediately. No one knows how the situation in the exotic land is. How can you be certain that you can find us in there? Aya thought for a while and asked suspiciously. "Don't worry, I have my way." Shurian looked at Kai. He had left a barrier inside Sai's host soul. Within a certain range, he could detect Sai's location through that barrier. Therefore, he was confident that it would not be difficult to find the four of them. Kai knew what he meant. Her face looked a little odd. Kai then went into that gray, foggy area without looking at Shurian as if she was in a rage. The other three people were bewildered, looking at Kai with astonishment. They vaguely guessed that the reason Shurian was that confident might be related to Kai. The three of them didn't ask about it anyway. After Kai had left, they also entered that place and slowly disappeared into the foggy area. Shurian was not in a hurry. He waited for a long while after the three of them had disappeared before taking out the sky-breaking shuttle and then tried to communicate with it. "Bring me through that barrier in front of us. Avoid those destroying souls, thunderbolts, and go straight to the center. How much profound chi do I need to spend?" 1/3. "Okay, I will inject the profound chi into you, and then you will bring me in there." Possible. The sky-breaking shuttle broke through a gorgeous silver channel and brought Shurian into that place. When Shurian penetrated that area, the soul-perishing thunderbolt around that silver channel didn't have any reaction because the sky-breaking shuttle had formed a channel to cover him. It helplessly let him continue ahead. The shaking halo rippled out. Shurian's body was like lightning drilling into the area in just one blink. After reappearing, Shurian realized that he was in a magnificent old city center. There were 100-meter-high ancient buildings with ancient stones together, with dozens of these buildings which looked like small mountains. The roads in the ancient city extended in all directions. They were all smooth and made of hard, green stones. There were 4 enormous mountains at the 4 sides of the ancient city. These 4 mountains formed into the 4 symbols, respectively showing the postures of a bowing black turtle, meandering azure dragon, dancing vermilion bird, and the patrolling white tiger. The 4 mountains were huge and vaguely surrounded the ancient city. 2 vast rivers flowed meanderingly, hanging in the sky above the ancient city. The 2 rivers intertwined, emitting beautiful, dazzling lights. The 2 galaxies hanging in the sky were immense. Bursts of volatility came up from the 2 rivers. Floating corpses in the water of the Milky Way could be faintly seen. People could also see god lights zooming over in the galaxy as if there was some secret treasure that had a spirit and was operating in the galaxy. The ancient city, the 4 mountains, and the galaxies suspending in the sky all constituted this magnificent but strange place. After emerging, Shurian instantly looked at the 2 galaxies that were hanging above his head, as well as the gorgeous weaving beam of lights. He could feel a violent shaking power transmitted from that weaving point. That energy was extremely intimidating and seemingly endless. The 4 long-ranged mountains surrounded the ancient city, forming the 4 postures of the bowing black turtle, meandering azure dragon, dancing vermilion bird, and the patrolling white tiger, which brought along the meaning of wealth and fortune. This meant this land was a blessed land, very rare on earth and sky, as it was blessed and protected by the 4 ancient sacred creatures. In this imposing ancient city, some figures could be seen from time to time in those buildings. They were all outstanding warriors who could enter the exotic land. Those warriors wore cold faces, sometimes raised their heads looking at the sky, and watched around all 4 mountains as they seemed to be aware of something. Shurien stood on an ancient road and quickly identified Tsai's location through the barrier he had planted inside her host's soul. Taking a deep breath, Shurien temporarily ignored this exotic land and instantly urged the starlight, turning into a bunch of lights that dashed toward the 4 people of Tsai's group. Chapter 387, 7 Ancient Factions. Chapter 387, 7 Ancient Factions. Standing in a stone fortress, Aiya, Kai-E, Lao Li, and Lao Luan frequently looked into the distance, waiting for something in silence. Can he find us and come here? It has been a long time. If he doesn't come and we encounter Ning Zhe, we will surely be very passive. Lao Luan took out a handkerchief to wipe his gloves as he sometimes raised his head, looking ahead, frowning, and muttering. Aiya's jade-like hand played with her great pervaded money as the small coin rolled back and forth between her slender fingers. Some golden lights occasionally blossomed out of the hole in the coin. He should be able to find us. After hearing Lao Luan mumble, Aiya threw a glance at Kai-E and then asked, "Is it so, Kai-E?" The 2 brothers looked at Kai-E with an astonished expression. Kai-E hummed while her beautiful eyes turned pale. She gritted her teeth, but didn't say anything. "Is there something that happened between you and Shurien? If not, how come when he said he could find us, he gave you a look?" Aiya didn't notice her face changing while the coin in her hand suddenly stopped rolling. "He did something to your body, didn't he?" Kai's face changed. The pupils of the 2 brothers shrank. Their eyes bloomed out a bunch of light with a look of shock. "Don't put your nose into my business." Kai-E pouted. Her red lips shivered as she said coldly, "In short, he will be able to find us. You don't need to worry about it." "I know," nodded Aiya. "You know what?" Right at that time, Shurien's chuckle suddenly came up from outside. At the corner of the road, Shurien appeared with stars circling his body and then flew up, coming to the side of the group. "Ha, you finally came in. I was worried that you wouldn't have been able to go through that gray, foggy area outside." Lowly was very happy when he saw him coming. He burst into laughter and said, "Without you, I don't know why I feel insecure in my heart. It's good that you came. My mind is at ease seeing you here." Lao Luan also nodded with a smile. Only Kai-E frowned slightly. She couldn't help but feel irritated when she remembered the barrier that Shurien had left inside her head. "Why did you come here so late? With your ability, you should have found us very fast. Had you encountered something?" "No," Shurien shook his head. "After I got in here, I observed around a little bit and realized that this ancient city is pretty bizarre. Its surroundings are 4 imposing mountains, and 2 intertwined galaxies are hanging in the sky. I don't know who could create such a strange and enormous place in this dark, magnetic, noxious mist. I have heard that it was a god-level blacksmith." Aiya slightly slammed her eyebrows together. "Everything, including this dark, magnetic, noxious mist, is that god-level blacksmith's autograph." "I have also heard about this," Lally nodded. "The 2 great miasma places in the dark, magnetic, noxious mist only open once every 60 years. Normally, outside these 2 miasma places, there is not only the soul-perishing thunderbolt, but also other powerful barriers. The soul-perishing thunderbolt aims for the 3 god sex warriors. However, the other barriers are against us, Nirvana Realm and Sky Realm warriors. We don't daringly break into the places when it's not the time for them to open yet. Almost no one can bear those barriers' bombardment, and they will end up with their souls perished." Shurien was stunned. "That's right. There was this argument indeed." Kai-E nodded and continued. "We have calculated the time precisely when we must come here this time. Otherwise, we would not have dared to penetrate this place. What kind of situation are the four mountains and those two galaxies? Yin was startled and suddenly asked, have your predecessors talked about the environment here and how dangerous it is? The corpses on the galaxy should be the warriors who entered here before. It has been said that sacred-level secret treasures of this miasma place come from the galaxy. Regarding the four mountains, it seems to protect the ancient city. I have heard some people say that once the galaxy mutates, the four mountains will also change accordingly, and many kinds of dangers will appear. AI looked solemn while she talked to everyone. Always pay attention to the galaxy above your heads. Be careful with the four mountains around. This ancient city seems to be a god-level place where that blacksmith used to stay. That guy stayed inside here, establishing his own sect and recruiting a lot of disciples. It is unknown why everyone in here is dead, and that blacksmith also disappeared without leaving a trace, except for some secret treasures in the galaxy above. This place is quite mysterious. That galaxy certainly has a great danger, and the Four Symbols mountain range surrounding us will not be motionless like that forever. Everyone nodded at the same time and got gradually more attentive. Have you seen any other groups of warriors on your way here? Kai looked at Yin. Those warriors are hiding in the center of the castle. Only one or two people paid attention to the surroundings. On the way here, I met some who were all at least in the third sky and Nirvana realm. Yin contemplated. It seems that it is not just us who have entered here. Those people surely had to overcome many obstacles and dangers to come here, so they must not be easy to deal with. It is certain, AI confirmed. Every time the dark magnetic noxious mist opens, it attracts a lot of forces and sects of the divine land. The Pure Land, the Divine Radiant Cult, Martial Spirit Palace, Heavenly Palace, Spirit Treasure Sect, the Devil Valley, and the Fighting Union. These 7 great ancient factions, together with other emerging city powers, will send their warriors over with the same purpose, which is to collect the secret treasure and the pure God soul of the miasma places. On the way here, through AI's group, Yin knew that there were a variety of warrior schools, many powerful city powers, as well as a lot of secret places in the Divine Land. Among them, the 7 great ancient factions, the Pure Land, the Divine Radiant Cult, Martial Spirit Palace, Heavenly Palace, Spirit Treasure Sect, the Devil Valley, and the Fighting Union could be described as the most ancient and powerful forces of the Divine Land. Each of these 7 great ancient factions had tens of thousands of years of history. Talented people had firmly occupied this fertile Divine Land, which had the best resources for cultivation. Besides the 7 great ancient factions, Divine Land also had a lot of other large countries. Some of them were secluded families that had lasted for thousands of years, and some were secret, fearful lands, which were not to seen or found easily. The relationship of Divine Land's warriors was much more complicated than that of the Endless Sea. The territory of Divine Land was immense and almost boundless. According to AI and Kai, they were from White Emperor City, which was just a city controlled by the Fighting Union. White Emperor City was a big city of the Fighting Union, with a population of millions of people. It covered an area which was much bigger than the Kiara Sea of Endless Sea and had more than hundreds of warriors with all kinds of levels. There were dozens of small countries, which were under White Emperor City's control. In each of those small countries were all kinds of precious cultivation resources. White Emperor City was only one city of the Fighting Union, and the Fighting Union was only one of the 7 great ancient factions. So, it seemed that this Divine Land was indeed extremely prosperous, and its warriors were naturally countless. Powerful masters like him, who were called geniuses, could be easily found. Although AI's talent was exceptional in White Emperor City, she was not considered a real genius if she was in the Divine Land. Many young people who were younger than her already had profound cultivation bases. 7 great ancient factions had been dominating the place for tens of thousands of years, with countless cultivation resources, holding a complete collection of martial arts, as well as secret cultivation methods. Many secret treasures, numerous spiritual medicines, and the population of hundreds of millions of people. With such a huge population, even if the existence probability of brilliant warriors was tiny, at least they could still have roughly 10 marvelous warriors. In the territory of the Divine Land, the kinds of secretly dangerous, odd areas were countless, and they were not much different from this dark, magnetic, noxious mist. Almost every month, or every day, those 7 ancient factions and other forces would command their warriors to travel to the dark, magnetic, noxious mist. On one hand, it was to sharpen the cultivation base of their warriors, and on the other, it was for them to collect all kinds of scarce materials, to find and kill some strange wicked beasts, or to kill enemies' masters. Divine Land's forces were everywhere, creating a huge network in this vast land. Their power spread out in every corner. A large number of warriors were in several strange miasma places, reporting daily changes of the Divine Land to their sects, so that their leaders could always be updated about the changes in this land. Although hundreds of thousands of warriors came into the dark magnetic noxious mist this time, it was nothing compared to those forces' total number of warriors. Those who could enter this miasma place were a little bit mightier than ordinary warriors, but it didn't mean that they belonged to the group of the most outstanding warriors of those factions. In the Divine Land, are warriors like Ning Zhe powerful? Shiyin thought of the enormous population of Divine Land and had contemplated a little bit before asking. Ning Zhe's grandfather is just an elder of the Heavenly Palace. The Nings are only a small force of the Heavenly Place. Ning Zhe himself is considered a good seedling, but not the strongest one in the new generation. If one counted the whole Heavenly Palace, Ning Zhe is not ranked on any list. Hence, don't think that having taken Ning Zhe's golden silkworm is a big harvest. AI explained with an indifferent face. Ning Zhe is only 32 years old and in the first sky of Sky Realm. It seems pretty good. However, not to mention the Divine Land. Only the Heavenly Palace can have more than 100 guys who are around 30 years old and already more dangerous than Ning Zhe. It is indeed the truth. Kai slightly sighed and said, "We are all from White Emperor City. Even though White Emperor City is pretty good already, we're not the top among the peers of White Emperor City. Among the 7 big cities of the Fighting Union, White Emperor City is ranked last. Among the peers, those who are stronger than us are too many. In the Divine Land, the so-called exceptionality is simply too common." I understand. Shiyin was secretly scared and displayed shining lights in his eyes. Through AI Yuz and Kai Yi's explanation, he finally had an intuitive understanding of Divine Land's situation. At this moment, he knew why the Divine Land's warriors felt that Endless Sea was only a barbarian place. That land was indeed worthy of being the center of the Grace mainland, the source of all forces. Shiyin's heart longed for that place. Chapter 388, Beast Roars. Chapter 388, Beast Roars. In the ancient city of the exotic land, Shiyin and the others stayed inside an ancient castle and frequently looked up at the sky where the 2 galaxies intertwined, waiting for the changes of the galaxies above their heads. Aya, Ki, and the 2 brothers had never come here before. They only heard about this area from their elders' instructions. Those elders had been here before, so they could tell them briefly about the situation of this place. The changes were different at every 60 years, and they couldn't even say what they would probably encounter here. Therefore, Shiryan's group could only wait and be cautious with any changes in the sky. They wanted to find out some clues from those changes. In this ancient city, small teams like Shiryan's group were many, but for the time being, no fight had occurred yet. Teams that had entered this place were apparently not ordinary. They certainly went through a lot of danger along the way to get there. As they didn't see any changes of this place yet, they all meditated to reinforce their strengths and maintain their supreme state, waiting for the point in time when changes happened. Ningzhe hadn't arrived yet. It might be because the blood vein ring had taken the golden silkworm, and thus the connection between Ningzhe and that golden silkworm had been cut off. In the meantime, Shiryan was ready and well prepared to see Ningzhe again. Unfortunately, Ningzhe didn't seem to sense their location as he still hadn't shown up. Shiyin was staying in a 100-meter-high ancient castle, in which there were hundreds of rooms with different sizes. The smallest one was about 70 or 80 square meters. This castle was obviously the place where the blacksmith had been living before. Taking a tour around this castle, they realized that there were many furnaces that only blacksmiths could use, as well as a few of forging tools. There were a lot of forging tools, but none of the materials had been left. This exotic land would open once every 60 years. It had been thousands of years since the dark magnetic noxious mist had been discovered. During the past thousands of years, countless warriors had entered here. Even if these castles should have had many refining materials, they had certainly been scraped away. Therefore, the people of Shurian's group didn't waste their time to search for them, but instead concentrated their main power on the galaxies above their heads, waiting quietly. This time, the two brothers Laoli observed the changes in the sky. Shurian, Aiya, and Kai were using the demon crystals to meditate. In a stone chamber as big as a basketball court, Shurian released a little bright starlight. His shining eyes looked at a cluster of starlight spots while he used the star marshal spirit to control the starlight spots, letting the order of the rotary stars of heaven and earth circulated into his consciousness. A bunch of starlight spots, which looked like a cluster of fireflies, were flying around the stone chamber, brilliantly lighting up the entire chamber. Each starlight spot followed a trajectory, which could be a curve, or a straight line, or a magical arc. They were all different. Looking at those flickering spots of light, Shurian's sea of consciousness slightly stirred. He calmed his mind to understand the magical trajectory of those spots of light. He immersed his mind in it, since having understood the importance of martial conception, as long as he had free time, he would use his star martial spirit to release some starlight spots, and then use the star manipulation to control these starlight spots. Try to find out the rules to comprehend the mysterious martial conception of the star martial spirit. In the sky realm, understanding the realm was related to the improvement of this realm. Since he had poured the martial spirit source directly into his star martial spirit to reach the sky realm, comprehending the truth of this star martial spirit's Upanishads and knowing the mystery of stars were much harder. Understanding this point, he then set his mind on grasping this martial conception thoroughly and comprehending the martial techniques to be his core targets in the future. When each starlight spot flashed up, he threw himself into a trance. It seemed that there was a wonderful feeling when he was submerging into the vast star area. He seemed to have a connection with billions of stars in the sky. This kind of feeling was marvelous, making him feel outstanding and able to understand the immortal star Upanishads. Suddenly, an Earth Flame's message was sent out from the blood vein ring. Shurian instantly woke up, staring at a beautiful figure that secretly entered the stone chamber, frowned, and asked, "What do you come here for? Are there any changes outside?" That person was Kai. Her delicate dress draped around her graceful body. Each 5-colored ribbon was fluttering on her skirt. She leisurely moved forward. Her eyebrows were picturesque, her eyes brightened like precious gems. Under the light of those starlight spots, she became gorgeous. "There are not any changes outside yet. I came here with the hope that you can remove the soul barrier for me." Sai's graceful body stopped. She slightly gritted her teeth and said, "You said that we are companions. Since we are companions, you should not treat me like this." Shurian pouted and then sneered coldly. "I am afraid that you don't consider me your companion. It has been a long time already. I know that I cannot kill you, and thus won't have any wicked intentions toward you anymore." Kai felt shameful and said unpleasantly, "At the bottom of the lake, you were clearly contemptuous of me, so I wanted to kill you, not to mention that your hands and feet were not clean. If you remove the soul barrier for me, I promise not to pursue that previous event. No more harsh things between us. How about it? As I have said before, wait until we leave the dark magnetic noxious mist, and I will remove the soul barrier out of your head." Shurian was unmoved, shook his head, and said indifferently, "In case you and Aiya unite to kill me, It is easy for you guys to do so in this exotic land if I am not careful. Sorry, I don't believe you. Leaving the soul barrier in your head helps me control Aya in the crucial time. I don't dare to let my guard down against you two ruthless girls. Sai's delicate face suddenly darkened. She said hatefully, "My host's soul has a barrier, so it is certainly limited and can't exert its full power. Once this miasma has changed, all the teams will fight with all their strength to deprive secret treasures. By that time, if my strength cannot be cast out 100%, I will possibly die here. You want me to die here, don't you?" Shurian was still indifferent. "Speak up. After all, what do you want to remove the soul barrier for?" Kai was silent for a while, and then her neck suddenly flushed. She turned her back toward Shurian, slowly took off her dress, gradually exposing her soft, white back. She took off her clothes until her slender waist was exposed, and then stopped. Her hands clutched her big, firm, snow-white breasts. She then turned back, bowed her head looking down her toes, and spoke up with an indistinct tone. "I know your preferences. As long as you remove the soul barrier, I will let you caress them." Sai's upper body was completely naked. Under the dazzling light of starlight spots, her white skin was glowing beautifully. Her breasts were too huge that her two hands couldn't cover all of them. She was exposing an amazing beauty that could make any man's vein bulge uncontrollably. Although I do like women, I'm not stupid enough to take my own safety as a joke. Shurian's eyes brightened, presumptuously looking at Sai's naked body. He grinned. "You should leave. Before leaving the dark, magnetic, noxious mist, I will not remove the soul barrier for you. Even if you offer me your body, it will not change my decision." Kai raised her head, aggressively staring at Shurian, full of anger. She tightly gritted her teeth, displayed a hateful manner, and resented that she could not crush Shurian into 8 pieces. Shurian coldly sneered and then clucked his tongue. "Your body is really mesmerizing. Wait until we get out of the dark, magnetic, noxious mist. If you still want to offer yourself to me, I will definitely not refuse. I really like women who take the initiative. I will not refuse any girl who proactively comes to me. By that time, I am sure I will not let you down. I curse you not to have a decent death." Kai bitterly cursed him and soon put on her clothes again. After that, she left the chamber with a complicated face. Shurian revealed a cold smile, shook his head, and whispered, "Her appearance is not bad at all. Regretfully, that is a wicked woman. Depending on each point of time, she will show her poisoned fangs. The timing is not right. Otherwise, you would hardly escape my hands." As he wasn't disturbed by Tsai's arrival, after she had left, Shurian continued his arduous cultivation in the stone chamber and circulated the mysterious star power at the same time. Today, Shurian woke up again from the martial conception. The galaxy has had some changes. Raising his head toward Aya's clear voice, Shurian slightly frowned, stopped perceiving martial conception, and stood up. Aya was different from Kai. If there was nothing happening, she certainly wouldn't come here. As she daringly entered the chamber this time, Shurian knew that something was happening out there. It is not the galaxy. Aya's face was solemn. It is the 4 Symbols mountain range outside. Since yesterday, the 4 Symbols seem to have changed. A small earthquake quietly rumbled from the surrounding mountains of the ancient city. In that earthquake, beast roars could be heard from those 4 mountains. "Beasts?" Shurian was stunned, looked outside, and asked, "Did you see any beasts appear yet?" "Not yet, but there are many roars." Aya's face seemed odd. "I guessed that there should be around 100 beasts with different levels. I just guessed it from the roars. The real number of beasts is probably more than that. If those beasts jump into the ancient city, it will not be easy for us to deal with." "Hundreds of beasts?" Shurian's face slightly changed. The lowest level beasts that he had seen in this foggy place were at the 6th level. He had never seen any beasts lower than that. Even if it were the 6th level, hundreds of them were already terrifying. If there were many 7th level beasts among them, that force would be very tough to handle. At least 1/3 of them were at the 7th level, Aya added. Shurian felt cold at heart. His face was tense. It seems that the changes in the galaxy should come very soon. With many beasts showing up, this place certainly will not be peaceful much longer. After talking, he went out of the chamber, heading to the place where the two brothers Lowley were taking guard. Outside the ancient city, it seemed that the four symbols mountains were lurching continually while the dull roars came up from a distance. In those mountain shakes, some horrible changes seemed to be quietly born. Chapter 389. I know them. Chapter 389. I know them. Shurian was standing at a castle window, with the two brothers looking out towards the surrounding Four Symbols mountain range. He could clearly see the four mountains exploding and seeming to have some terrible changes. Waves of beasts' roars came up from the four mountains. It seemed that countless dormant beasts in the Four Symbols mountain range were about to rush into the ancient city and crush all warriors into powder. As the beasts roared, lightning gradually flashed from the Azure Dragon Mount in the east and then slowly flew over. From the White Tiger Mount in the west, violent tornadoes raged and churned up, slaughtering and destroying anything in its path. The tornadoes pulled huge lava rocks up to the sky. Each block of lava rock contained horrendous power. From the Vermilion Bird Mount in the south, clusters of fires started to rage, dyeing the entire sky dark red, as if the sky were also being burned by scorching fires. The Black Turtle Mount in the north was flooded with ice and extremely falling thick snowflakes. In just one breath, the Black Turtle Mount was covered with dense white snow. Changes continuously happened in the four mountains of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Turtle, probably affecting ancient formations. Lightning, tornadoes, flames, and snow continued spreading toward the ancient city, getting closer. The four mountains constantly changed, which made the hiding beasts suddenly become crazy. In those ear-piercing roars, hundreds of 6th or 7th level beasts scattered out from the mountains. Their eyes were filled with brutality while they rushed toward the ancient city in a craze. Giant three-headed alligators, silver demon wolves, and single-horned dragon pythons, those who were rarely seen, now showed up one by one. Groups of beasts stormed out like a surging tide, quickly invading the ancient city. Seeing the changes of the Four Symbols mountain range, many warriors inside the ancient city-stone fortresses were quite horrified and instantly went out of the castles wearing solemn faces as they watched the beasts attacking aggressively. They all stayed on alert. Be careful. It seems that the peculiar change of this miasma place is about to begin. Aya tightly knitted her eyebrows. The beasts will outnumber the warriors. If we are careless, those beasts will immediately besiege us, and it will be difficult for us to escape. Kai, Lao Li, and Laoluan watched the influx of the beasts with serious faces while taking out secret treasures from their storage rings, preparing to deal with these beasts. Other groups of warriors were still hiding inside the castles, standing firmly at the entrance, watching the beasts from the ground and the sky rushing over. Everyone was wearing heavy faces. These beasts seemed to know the ancient city situation. As soon as they rushed into the ancient city, they immediately spread out to all the places the warriors could have been hiding in the castle. The stone castles had many windows, but simply couldn't stop the beasts that could fly. Those flying beasts used their brutal force to tear down the fence of windows and then drilled into the castle to search for warriors. Beasts had an extreme hostility toward the invasion of human warriors. Their mission seemed to be to kill all human warriors. 10 6th-level green armored scale falcons and 3 7th-level single-horned pythons drilled through the windows toward the stone castle of Shurian's group. The green armored scale falcons had the ability to fly with a pointy beak, thick skin, and sharp claws like swords that emitted dense, icy lights. This green armored scale falcon had many scales on its body. Those scales couldn't be damaged by the majority of hacking weapons, and thus, it was challenging to cope with. The 7th-level single-horned dragon python was even more terrible. The horn of a single-horned dragon python was all-conquering, which could be compared to divine weapons which had been forged and refined hundreds of times. The dragon python's saliva was highly toxic and could utilize the power of frost. Once the single-horned dragon python got close to a person, its saliva and the power of frost would be spurted out together. Even the defensive halos released by Sky Realm warriors couldn't stop that highly toxic saliva, which could dissolve many kinds of defenses. The power of frost could greatly weaken the defensive halos. When the defensive halos disappeared after a blink, a single-horned dragon python would dash over, tearing apart and destroying the warriors. Unless warriors had gone through a special body refining cultivation, single-horned dragon pythons would strike them and pierce through their bodies. 10 green armored scale falcons and 3 single-horned dragon pythons spread out and quickly rushed toward Shurian's group. It only took them a short while to find the whereabouts of the 5 people of Shurian's group. They immediately aggregated and rushed toward them. 3 single-horned dragon pythons and 10 green armored scale falcons. Aya couldn't help but scream out loud while her face changed dramatically. Not good. These beasts are coming all together. I am afraid that we are not able to beat them in batches. Everyone must cast out your full power shots to kill all of these beasts in the shortest possible time at all cost. The more beasts come, the less chance we have to get out alive. Lightning, flames, tornadoes, and ice are slowly moving towards the ancient city. If we can't handle all of these beasts in a short time, it will be more difficult for us when they come from the 4 mountains and envelope the ancient city. Sai's face stiffened. 3 silhouettes suddenly flashed up in another stone castle, which was a few hundred meters away on the left. After those 3 people had gone outside, they worriedly looked around and immediately dashed toward Shurian's group. The 3 of them were 2 males and 1 female. The 2 men were 70-year-old warriors and dressed in flower blouses. Their faces now looked odd as the beasts were chasing them. They looked miserable. The girl was in the front of the 2 men. She was long-limbed, wearing a light yellow skirt with white teeth and shining eyes. She was incredibly beautiful. These 3 people seemed to have realized that the beasts that had jumped into their stone castle were too strong and had known that if they stayed, they would have been killed. Hence, they ran out of the stone castle to find someone that they could join forces with to deal with these beasts. Behind the 3 of them, 10 beasts rushed out of the stone castle, showing fangs and claws, letting out crazy roars and staring at them. "Grandpa, hurry up!" the girl anxiously called out. Her body suddenly changed and separated into 5 phantoms, escaping in 4 directions. Her true body hovered and swayed in the air. A vigorous flow of aura burst out from her body, and then suddenly rushed toward Shurian. When seeing those 3 people rushing over, the faces of Laoli and Aya instantly changed at the same time. They couldn't help but curse. The 3 of them, who couldn't cope with the beasts, brought the beasts into Shurian's castle and borrowed the strength of Shurian's group to deal with them. It was already difficult for the 5 people of Shurian's group to deal with the 10 green armored scale falcons and 3 single-horned dragon pythons. If they added the beasts behind those 3 people, they would become more passive and perhaps they would be killed. Laoli and Kai exchanged glances. Cold lights flowed out from their eyes. They were ready to cast a fatal strike, rushing toward the girl to exterminate her. This girl only had the Earth Realm cultivation base. Although she was mysterious, as long as Laoli and Kai released their full shots, that girl would certainly not be able to stop them and would be beheaded by Laoli and Kai. Shurian turned his back to Laoli and Kai, consistently releasing his power into the gravitational field. Hearing the girl shout, he suddenly showed a very puzzled look. After completing the gravitational field, Shurian turned around and saw Kai and Laoli ready to kill the girl. "Stop!" Shurian threw a quick glance at that girl, and his face immediately changed. He hastily shouted, which stopped Kai and Laoli. Kai and Laoli were stunned. The energy waves on their hands were getting more vibrant. They were still urging their power to be ready to cast out their strikes. As long as they pushed out those energy waves, that girl would hardly stand a chance. Shurian shouted out loud, making Kai and Laoli freeze. They both displayed a puzzled look on their faces, not understanding why he stopped them at the crucial time. Oh, the girl exclaimed. Her eyes flashed up with strange lights. She looked at Shurian, seemed to remember someone, and then pointed to Shurian and unsurely said, You are? Zwusher, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Shurian revealed a faint smile. How did you get here? You are Shurian? Are you really Shurian? Zwusher was overjoyed with an expression of disbelief. Didn't you already return to the Endless Sea? Why did you come back here? The two elderly men behind Zwusher were grandfather Zwa of the Zwa family in that misty mountain range Qishao. When seeing Zwusher surprisingly shout, the two men also looked at Shurian and showed a very surprised expression. Come here first, and then we can talk later. Shurian shouted, nodded toward Ki and Laoli, and said, I know them. Let them come in. Sai's and Laoli's faces looked reluctant, but they still followed Shurian's command without any defiance. They frowned while stepping aside, giving way to Zwusher to enter the stone castle first. Shurian's mind was slightly triggered. The gravitational field, which had been amassed for a long time, suddenly flew towards Waisu and Qishao. The five huge, three-headed alligators, which were closely chasing Zwaisu and Qishao, were suddenly sucked into the golden silks inside that crazily spinning gravitational field. Those golden silks were extremely sharp. As soon as the three-headed alligators were pulled into the gravitational field, they were soon cut up and crushed into powder. Demon crystals! Qishao and Zwaisu were both surprised and cheerfully shouted together. They looked at the demon crystals, revealing a look of desire. These three people should have gone through unwanted situations in the dark, magnetic, noxious mist. When the five demon crystals appeared, Qishao and Zwaisu obviously couldn't keep calm and even stopped, wanting to go into the dark, magnetic, noxious mist to take the demon crystals. Do not touch those demon crystals. Come here first. Shurian shouted out loud. Zwaisu and Qishao were startled. They immediately reacted and rushed over. How did you get here? Shurian shouted. There's a nautical chart on the Little Shur's dragon turtle armor. We based our directions on the chart to get here all the way from the Merchant Union. On the way here, we've lost a lot of people. After entering this place, there's only 3 of us left. Qishao's face was sad. He shouted, and together with Qishao, he walked toward the platform where Shurian's group was standing. Shurian, how come you are here? Oh, your cultivation base is now in the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. The same as mine? The head of the Zwa family, Zwaisu, suddenly screamed out while his eyes glimmered with a trace of incredibility. Qishao and Zwusher were also startled. Chapter 390, Fearless. Chapter 390, Fearless. Outside the stone castle, the beasts were aggressively showing their fangs and claws. They let out terrifying roars, gathered next to Shurian's group, and were ready to rush over at any moment. The 3 gravitational fields flew around in front of the stone castle. Golden silks emitted gold lights and spanned like sharp blades inside the gravitational fields. 10 green armored scale falcons and 3 single-horned dragon pythons seemed to know that the gravitational fields were not easy to deal with, as they ruthlessly stared at Shurian's group, but didn't dare to move toward the gravitational fields to attack. They could only stay outside the gravitational fields without scattering, seeming to wait for something. When Zwusher, Zwaisu, and Qishao entered Shurian's stone castle, they also dragged along 9 beasts. These beasts were the giant 6th level 3-headed crocodiles and giant 7th level 8-horned giant spiders. There were 3 giant 8-horned giant spiders, each of which was as big as a millstone. Their legs were shining with brilliant icy lights. They were very flexible and active in the air, letting out strange, ear-splitting sounds. One gravitational field strangled a 3-headed crocodile and hung it in the direction where Zwusher and the other 2 were coming from. The 3-headed crocodile died instantly. That prevented the remaining 3-headed crocodiles and the 8-horned giant spider from recklessly acting, as they were afraid of following in the footsteps of that dead 3-headed crocodile. They could only keep a distance from the gravitational field and stare at the 3 people of Zwusher. As Shurian's group was approaching, only with a glance, Zhuisu could immediately realize Shurian's cultivation base. His face was shocked while he subconsciously cried out in fear. Qishao and Zhuisu were exceedingly astonished as well, looking at Shurian with eyes of disbelief. They didn't know what Shurian had done in just a few years to be able to reach the third sky of Nirvana realm. Let's talk later. Now is not a good time to reminisce. Shurian's face was solemn as he concentrated on controlling the gravitational fields, constantly moving them to prevent those beasts from having a chance to get closer. The stone castle was 100 meters high, but Shurian's group was only about 30 meters from the ground. This distance was not out of the beast's reach. Even if they couldn't fly, using a violent force was enough for them to be able to leap up. Without the gravitational fields, those beasts would certainly sprint up and penetrate the castle. A single-horned dragon python and 3 green armored scale falcons that had come before were staring at them, waiting for an opportunity behind the stone fortress. When the 9 beasts which had been following Zhuisu all came together, they quickly blocked all directions without leaving any gap for Shurian's people to escape. Aya and Kai coldly looked at Zhuisu with annoyed faces. Qishao was at the second sky of Sky Realm. Meanwhile, Zhuisu was just in the Earth Realm, and Zhuisu was only at the third sky of Nirvana Realm. To Aya and Kai, that kind of ability was only cumbersome for them. If it were Aya calling the shots, even if she knew Shurian, she would not hesitate to kick them out and let them fend for themselves. However, Shurian had used his strength to prove his position in the team. Even though Aya and Kai were not happy, they didn't want to have any conflict with Shurian and could only accept Shurian's arrangement. Zhuisu, you should not move. Hide behind us. The rest of us should be ready to cope with the beast's sneaky attacks. Shurian coldly looked at Aya and Kai and said with a cold face, "These 3 are my friends. If you 2 dare to cause any mischief, don't blame me for not having mercy." Aya's and Sai's beautiful faces changed. They grunted, but did not refuse. When hearing Shurian's words, the 3 people of Qishao's group shuddered at heart. They were secretly vigilant and prepared to guard against Aya and Kai. Qishao and Zhuisu were old foxes. Through Shurian's words, they could see that Aya, Kai, and Shurian were not really intimate. Facing the rampant beasts in the ancient city, everyone felt insecure. At this point in time, the scariest thing was people's wicked hearts. The 3 of them who came here from the Merchant Union had gone through many hardships and encountered a lot of warriors who had wanted to kill them. They soon knew that there wasn't any good person in the dark magnetic noxious mist, and that they had to rely on themselves to snatch the privilege of having eternal life. Little Shur, don't worry about the beasts. Listen to Shurian. Protect yourself. Qishao whispered. Zhuisu blinked, nodded obediently. Her pretty eyes brightened, looking at Shurian. Beasts from every direction were wandering around. Shurian was standing in front of the stone fortress with a cold face and resolute eyes. He looked like a 10,000-year-old rock which seemed unwavering while emitting a mighty temperament that only a man could possess. At this moment, Shurian undoubtedly carried a mesmerizing male charm. After not seeing him for ages, in her most dangerous time, she unexpectedly ran into Shurian, who had gone missing for a long while. Zhuisu's heart was involuntarily agitated a little bit. She subconsciously wondered if this was God's predestined wood or not. Previously, in the Merchant Union, Shurian had a special personality. He was cold and ruthless, and thus had left a deep impression in Zhuisu's heart. After he had left the Merchant Union, Zhuisu always thought of him. She couldn't control her mind, as she often compared Shurian with the so-called young, outstanding talents of Merchant Union, the Fire Empire. The more comparisons she made, the more she felt that those outstanding youths of Merchant Union, the Fire Empire, and God-blessed Empire seemed to be much inferior to Shurian. Regardless of their realm or their mind, they were not as prominent as Shurian. Shurian had been gone for a few years. Zhuisu used to make arrangements for her to meet young men from different powerful forces of the Fire Empire and the God-blessed Empire. However, It was unknown why she had always been dissatisfied with those men and had secretly compared them with Shurian. The more she had compared, the more she felt that those people were not as good as Shurian. Zwasher assumed that she would hardly see Shurian again. However, she now suddenly met him in the dark, magnetic, noxious mist. This unexpected encounter made her both happy and scared at the same time. Watching Shurian's fearless manners when facing numerous beasts, the nervous tension she had been suffering from all along seemed to relax all of a sudden. Elder Qi Xiao, you stand over there and be ready to deal with the giant 8-horned giant spiders. Zwa grandfather, you and Qi Xiao stay in one place to guard that side. Sure, Yin pointed out a direction and then suddenly looked at Kai Yi and the two brothers. You stay on the left. Be ready to cope with the single-horned dragon pythons below. Aya, you pay attention to our back. Under the beast's gaze, Shurian calmed down, coldly looked ahead, and said, once those beasts rush over, we must use our full power to kill them. We shouldn't consume too much of our strength either. There are also flames, lightning, tornadoes, and ice outside the castle. Not only must we kill all of these beasts, but we shouldn't allow ourselves to suffer a great loss. Aya and the others nodded at the same time. Qi Xiao and Zwisu exchanged glances. In the Merchant Union, Shurian had only had Disaster Realm cultivation base. Although he had displayed an outstanding performance, he was just an arrogant young generation of the Shur family. Compared to Zwishu's and Qi Xiao's status by that time, Shurian had apparently been far less than them. Through the times, not only had Shurian reached the third sky of Nirvana Realm, but he could also instigate the two sky realm female warriors. Looking at these two girls' attitudes, they seemed to actually listen to his orders. Witnessing it with their own eyes, Zwisu and Qi Xiao were secretly scared and somehow could hardly accept this for the moment. After all, in the Merchant Union, when having dealt with the Biming family, Shurian had to listen to their commands, show his respect toward them, and consider them as elders. Suddenly, the situation had changed significantly. They naturally felt a bit strange. Zwisu and Qi Xiao hesitated but didn't say anything. They just reluctantly let out a sigh and finally obeyed Shurian's commands as well. Those beasts are waiting for flames and lightning to overflow from the Four Symbols Mountains. They want to wait for those dangers to come and then take actions altogether. Kai Yi was standing next to Shurian, carefully observing the changes in the edge of the ancient city. Her beautiful face slightly changed, and he then said with a terrified voice, the flames, lightning, tornadoes, and ice don't seem to be aimed at the beasts. Look. After hearing that, everyone looked toward the outskirts of the ancient city. Indeed, those dangers from the Four Mountains gradually enveloped and began to ravage the ancient city. However, the beasts were still safe under the dangers of flames, lightning, tornadoes, and ice. Those threats could severely injure none of the beasts. Those dangers couldn't even shake the beasts' bodies, but on the contrary, they seemed to enhance their power. After some human warriors had been shrouded by the flames, lightning, tornadoes, and ice, they were either burned up by the flames or frozen by the ice and then blown away by the storm. While the beasts were unharmed, human warriors seemed to be unable to bear those dangers. The human warriors let out ear-splitting screams and quickly avoided the severe weather in panic when those dangers were gradually approaching. Seeing the situation was not going well, the warriors in the peripheral fortress all ran out of those stone fortresses and rushed toward the center of the ancient city. The flames, tornadoes, lightning, and ice slowly approached the ancient city. The center of the city would be the last area to be affected. Thus, moving toward the center of the ancient city would allow them to encounter those disasters much later. Although they were not sure doing this would help them escape from this fatal incident or not, it still helped them delay the time of encountering those disasters and delay their deaths. Therefore, those warriors outside, who were under the chase and slaughter of the beasts, were desperately running toward the center of the ancient city. Hundreds of figures were speeding on the streets of the ancient city. They didn't dare to fight against the beasts, but instead, quickly moved toward the center of the ancient city. The stone fortress that Shurian's group was staying in was not in the center of the ancient city either. There was a big road between their fortress and the center. Those warriors flew over and thus dragged along the beasts that were chasing them. Those beasts were like surging tides running into the ancient city, getting closer and closer to Shurian's group. Not good. We need to get to the center of the ancient city. Otherwise, those beasts will exterminate us on their way. After Shurian thoroughly understood the situation, his face lost color while his hair rose up. He didn't dare to waste a second, shouting out loud, "Rush out at once." Chapter 391, Brutal Killing. Chapter 391, Brutal Killing. As soon as Shurian shouted, changes started to suddenly appear in the two rivers that were interweaving and hanging in the sky. The weaving point of the two rivers discharged beautiful, dazzling lights, as an extremely violent energy suddenly spread out from that point. In the middle of those blazing lights, ancient corpses sank into the flashing lights and were pulled up and down by the river. The river seemed to contain some secret treasures, which were vaguely visible and were moving towards that weaving point for convergence. Crash! Silver raindrops drizzled down, and the light rain quickly turned into a downpour. The silver shower net came down from the sky, collecting in a shallow lake in the center of the ancient city. That small lake was originally dry. However, after that silver rain, it immediately became moist, and in a short time, the lake had accumulated a few centimeters of water. The silver lake emitted drizzling silver lights, covering the entire sky. When the silver raindrops touched those beasts that were near the lake, they all screamed miserably and turned into diluted blood within seconds. However, human warriors who gathered there were unharmed when the splashing raindrops touched them. The silver raindrops from the sky seemed to aim for the beasts, while they caused no damage to the human warriors. This mutation made those warriors extremely overjoyed. The warriors who were still wandering around rushed into the lake quickly and were shrouded by the silver halo. Some beasts came close to the small lake, but could only stare at those warriors with eyes filled with hatred, not daring to jump into the lake or approach that silver halo. They seemed to know that those silver lights were only meant to harm them. Hence, they only stayed in the periphery area of the lake, fiercely looking at those human warriors. All warriors were moving and gathering towards the center of the ancient city. After realizing the lake's abnormality, they were all excited and rushed towards the lake. Anyone could see that other areas of the ancient city were not safe. Only the lake area in the center of the city could prevent the beast's attack. Countless stars were sparkling on Shurian's body. He could also see the marvelousness on the other side, and thus shouted, "Go over there!" Aya, Kai-E, and other people looked excited as they could now see hope. They hurriedly rushed out of the stone castle. Aya and Chao-E, who were in the sky realm, suspended next to Shurian and shouted, "We must hurry. If too many beasts gather around us, we won't be able to pass through them." Aya and Kai-E, you go with Lao Li and Lao Luan. Elder Chi Shao, bring Zhusu and Zhuosher over there with your fastest speed. I will stay behind to support you guys. Shurian shouted. Chi Shao didn't say anything as he brought Zhusu and Zhuosher with each hand and quickly flew over to Shurian's side. "Shurian, can you do that?" Zhuosher worried. When Chi Shao was carrying her, she tried to stretch her head out with a tense face. Although you have a cultivation base of the third sky of Nirvana realm, you cannot resist these beasts as there are too many of them. If you are careless, it will be dangerous for you. Can you do it? Ai also asked the same thing. Her face, however, didn't show much emotion. She simply asked because she was afraid that if Shurian couldn't complete this work, it would put her in a difficult situation. Aya and Kai actually didn't want to bring Lao Li and Lao Lun. Carrying a person would hinder them when facing the beasts and prevent them from casting out their strength, which would slow down their speed. Stop talking nonsense. Shurian grunted. Before we can leave the dark magnetic noxious mist, we will have to work together. The two brothers haven't reached the sky realm and thus cannot fly. If you leave them behind, I will have to abandon you. I have already had a look, and that lake is not big. If we arrive there too late, the lake will be filled with too many people. Thus, if we want to get into that lake, then we will have to kick others out of it. And if we do not have consensus now, we will have less help by that time. Lao Li and Lao Luan expressed appreciation. After listening to Shi Yin, they reluctantly agreed and were no longer long-winded. They quickly grabbed the two brothers' hands and leaped up. Go! Shi Yin suddenly moved the gravitational fields while roaring out loud. The three gravitational fields now looked like crazy meat blenders, reverberating with ear-piercing sounds. The three gravitational fields immediately changed directions, moving towards the beasts which were wandering and approaching the group of Qi Xiao and Kai Yi, creating a road leading straight to the center of the ancient city. Zhuisu's group didn't dare to hesitate and immediately sped up, moving towards the center of the ancient city. Shi Yin lagged behind. His eyes were cold while he revealed a sneer. He used his mind to control the gravitational fields, clearing the road for the people of Zhuisu's group. Three gravitational fields floated around Zhuisu's group, preventing the beast from coming closer. With these three gravitational fields, they didn't have to be scared of the beasts which were now on their sides or behind them. They just rushed forward all the way. Shi Yin was the last one, controlling the gravitational fields. He waited for the three people to leave and then once again triggered his mind, ordering the three gravitational fields to gather in one place, forming an enormous gray tornado. After the integration of the three gravitational fields, this gray tornado was indeed obscure and almost comparable to the 100 meters high castle. More than 10 sturdy beasts saw the people of Zhuisu's group fly away and then suddenly made their way to Shi Yin, staring at him. Seeing the beasts coming toward him aggressively, he remained calm. He turned into a bunch of starlights and instantly merged into the huge gray tornado, controlling it and moving towards the direction of Qi Xiao's group. As Shi Yin was in the gravitational field, the beasts didn't dare to come close, but just stared from a distance. This gray tornado monopolized the whole area behind Zhuisu's group. The beasts that wanted to pass through the tornado were forced to take a detour. While they were detouring, Shi Yin displayed the life and death seal. The seal's power bombed out of his hands. It created huge roars and hit those beasts, making them wobble and stagger. Having built the gravitational field, he naturally couldn't suffer from its strangling force. But after having fallen into it, his mind was agitated. The golden silks were bound in a region under the influence of the gravitational field, and thus stayed motionless in one spot. The golden silks were extremely sharp. Even he didn't dare to see if his body could withstand them or not. At this time, when the situation was critical, he didn't dare to try the powerful golden silk. In the gravitational field, he was stagnant and could only concentrate on controlling the gravitational field, slowly moving towards the center of the ancient city. Qi Xiao and the others sprinted in the air. They instantly avoided the beasts as soon as they came close. In case they really couldn't avoid the beasts, they would work together to push the beasts to the side. They didn't seek to kill many beasts. They just needed to save a little more time to reach the center of the ancient city. What Aya and Qi Xiao did was undoubtedly correct. The beasts rushed over from the four surrounding mountains. Most of them were in the periphery area of the ancient city. On the contrary, there were much fewer beasts in the area near the center of the city. In the center of the ancient city, the warriors who were hiding in the small, silver lake had beheaded some beasts, helping reduce their number. Therefore, the closer they got to the center of the ancient city, the fewer beasts they had to face. Thus, it was naturally quite safe. On the contrary, outside the city center, as more and more beasts hustled over, those warriors who hadn't realized the situation were quickly submerged under the beast wave and bitten into pieces. The gravitational field flew around at a moderate speed. Along the way, Shi Yin continuously took actions, dragging 10 warriors who had been killed recently into the gravitational field to absorb their auras. Thus, his harvest was not small at all. He was willing to bear the task of guarding at the back, because he precisely spotted the opportunity to take advantage of the chaotic situation to absorb the auras of the dead warriors. With the gravitational field, he didn't need to worry about being besieged by those beasts. Having this confidence, together with this coincident opportunity, he certainly would not let it go. Dozens of dead warriors' corpses were tied up at the same places with the golden silks in every corner of the gravitational field, and were firmly wrapped up by the gravitational field as well. While the auras were running into his body, he took the demon crystals out and stored them inside the blood vein ring. He calmly controlled the gravitational field while moving towards the center of the ancient city. Suddenly, changes started to happen in the small, silver lake in the center of the ancient city again. The small lake was only 10 square meters, which was not large and only was able to accommodate few warriors. The warriors who got into that lake were enjoying their peaceful time without being worried about the beast attacks. Thus, they obviously didn't want to leave. However, warriors who rushed into the center of the city after having gone through many dangers also wanted to jump into the lake. With that modest area, it was not enough for all the warriors. The newly arrived warriors could only occupy the position of others if they wanted to get into the lake, or else they would be left outside. At this time, hundreds of beasts were starting to gather in the center of the ancient city. Once all those beasts made it to the center, they would absolutely exterminate warriors who were left outside of the lake. By that time, those warriors who stayed outside of the lake would be torn down to pieces and wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, in order to occupy the positions in the lake, the warriors began to fight with each other for their own lives. Hence, those warriors recklessly rushed into the lake. The strange thing was that warriors couldn't fly above the lake, even if they were Sky Realm warriors. They couldn't just hang around above the lake and enjoy that silver halo. Everyone who wanted to get into the lake to avoid the flood of beast attacks would inevitably have to fight. This was the human warrior-led battle, and even more cruel than the one with the beasts. In the gravitational field, which was a few hundred meters away, Yin saw an area where many secret treasures were rampaging. Brilliant lights splashed out everywhere. All kinds of ice and lightning were constantly bursting out. Suddenly, 2 messages were transmitted out from the blood vein ring. Let us out. The messages came from the ice-cold flame and the earth flame. These 2 heaven flames were moving and swaying inside the blood vein ring as they seemed to spot some potential benefits. Chapter 392. Give me a position. Chapter 392. Give me a position. What? Yin was shocked and immediately asked, why? This place has the power that we need to restore ourselves. The earth flame and the ice-cold flame sent out the same message. A trace of happiness flashed across Yin's face. He didn't say anything further and quickly communicated with the blood vein ring, passing out his intention. The blood vein ring emitted hazy rainbow lights. 2 groups of huge burning fires flew out of it. After having left the blood vein ring, the ice-cold flame and the earth flame immediately spread out, dashing toward the vermilion bird mount and black turtle mount respectively. These 2 great heaven flames flew extremely fast like electricity. In a blink, they already arrived at the vermilion bird mount and the black turtle mount, and then went directly into the 2 mountains. In the ancient city, the tornadoes, ice, and lightning didn't seem to affect the ice-cold flame and the earth flame. Yin didn't see them encounter any obstacles on the way. Seeing the ice-cold flame and the earth flame disappearing into the vermilion bird mount and the black turtle mount, Yin was both delighted and scared. He vaguely knew that the flames of the vermilion bird mount and the frost of the black turtle mount seemed to be able to fill the power that they had lost. Knowing that the vermilion bird mount and the black turtle mount had great benefits for the 2 kinds of fire, Yin was overjoyed and felt that the trip to the dark magnetic noxious mist was the right choice. Hiding in the gravitational field, Yin was not anxious to go to the center of the ancient city. While looking at that place from afar, he continued collecting the dead warriors' bodies on his way to the center of the city, pulling them into the gravitational field. Beside the silver lake, sword lights constantly flashed as the brutal fighting continued. The strengths of the warriors from the Divine Land who could enter this miasma place were not weak. They certainly had some secret treasures for self-defense, and their martial techniques were also quite mysterious. In order to occupy one position in the Silver Lake, the warriors who were still wandering outside the lake began to attack those in the lake. With the lake as a center, all warriors displayed their own martial techniques and took out their secret treasures to fight for survival. At this time, 9 teams had occupied the lake. These 9 teams had around 70 or 80 people. Each team was quite far from each other. The momentum of the warriors of these 9 teams burst out while their secret treasures showed brilliantly. They were all coldly watching the periphery area of the lake. There were 3 teams in the center of the lake. Each team had 2/3 sky realm warriors. These people didn't hide their strength at this time, but instead, they spread out all of their mighty power, using their strength to warn those who were snooping outside the lake like tigers stalking their prey. The 3 teams in the center of the lake were the most powerful in the entire ancient city. These 3 teams firmly grasped the lake's center, released a strong momentum, hauled out their secret treasures, and coldly looked at others around them. The other 6 teams were going around the edge of the lake. Each of these teams had second sky realm warriors. Each of them was holding a secret treasure. Among these 6 teams, 3 teams were facing the attacks of other warriors around the outside of the lake. These 3 teams only had 1 second sky realm warrior each, and thus, their strength was relatively weak. And also because of that, warriors outside the lake all spotted these 3 teams' positions and wanted to occupy them. The warriors of these 3 teams in the lake cast out their full strength, using their strongest power to kill the provocateurs next to them, which terrified other oncoming warriors. The 3 other teams, which were also quite strong, were not the same as those with the third sky realm warriors who were calmly sitting in the center of the lake. They instead all stood up and secretly stayed on alert, carefully looking around. Among them, there were the Heavenly Palace's Ningzi, 2 other Sky Ream warriors, and another 5 warriors in similar Heavenly Palace costumes. They all stood together, revealing a cold sneer on their faces. The secret treasures in their hands flashed with horrible power. They looked like they were going to discharge their full fatal power at any moment. The group of Aya, Kai, Chi Xiao, and the others stayed in the lake's periphery area and didn't dare to enter the key ground as they were afraid of being involved in this chaotic fight. Next to the lake, more than 10 dead bodies were dripping with blood. They were all killed in the fight. Around the lake, the brutal fight was still going on. Some teams won from time to time, killing the warriors of the teams in the lake, and then got into the lake. These new teams that had just settled in the lake were immediately faced with other teams wanting to challenge their position. Death at this moment became incredibly easy. Ningzi obviously saw Kai and Aya. However, at this moment, Ningzi and the others didn't come out of the lake to deal with Kai and Aya. They just coldly looked at Kai and Aya as if they wanted to see the beast tear those girls to pieces. Why hasn't Serene come yet? Zwasher looked at the fight in the lake and secretly clucked her tongue while her eyes displayed a trace of panic. All of these people are crazy. If it keeps going like this, more than half of the number of these warriors will kill each other and die even before all the beasts come. Since Shurian is that confident, nothing will happen to him. Zwasher, there's no need to be worried. That kid is not an ordinary person. Chi Xiao lifted a corner of his mouth and said, in only a few years, that kid has already reached the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. I don't know how he cultivated so fast. Sai, I thought that you were superior enough, but compared to this kid, you are still a bit inferior to him. Zwasher, let's see if you dare not to do your best later. Zwisu stared at her. Boom! A warrior was struck away by a top-class warrior in the lake. His body suddenly burst out and blood splashed everywhere. Chi Xiao raised his eyebrows and then swung up his arm. A cluster of white smoke drifted, wiping the shower of blood and smashed flesh aside. It's horrible. People here are stronger than those in our merchant union. The merchant union is still a safe place. Since we came here, We have lost too many people. If we are attacked and killed here, it will be tragic, Zhuasu sadly sighed. Zhuasher also nodded, sticking out her tongue and resentfully saying, "You both shouldn't have asked to come here. We wouldn't have lost so many people." After listening to what she had said, Qi Xiao let out a sigh. "Shiyin is here," Aya suddenly screamed out. Chao Yi, Qi Xiao, and the others hastened to turn their heads. An enormous gray tornado slowly approached from the distance. Dozens of corpses floated in the tornado, swinging and swaying in accordance with the tornado. Behind the gray tornado, more than 10 beasts rushed over while howling. Although they were letting our ears-splitting growls, they didn't dare to enter the tornado. In the tornado, Shiyin showed an emotionless face, revealed a wicked smile, and coldly looked at the beasts that were surrounding him, but he didn't feel scared at all. "Come on, another powerful man is coming. It seems that we will have fewer and fewer chances to have a spot here. Who is that little rascal? It seems that I have never met him before. Does he belong to one of the 7 ancient factions? Nonsense. If he is not a person from one of the 7 ancient factions, how come he is this powerful?" Warriors surrounding the lake also noticed Shiyin hiding in the tornado. Seeing dozens of corpses floating in the tornado and many beasts staying outside the gravitational field without daring to jump into it, those warriors all displayed a frightened face and clambered up. No one could blame them for being scared. Those corpses and the beast's attitude were enough to explain the problem. Even though it seemed that Shiyin was only in the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm, he displayed a momentum that brought people fear. In the gray tornado, which was 100 meters away, where twisted energies blended thrillingly. Anyone could see how powerful that gravitational field was. Seeing Shiyin heading their direction, the warriors who were outside the lake hesitated before quickly stepping aside. They didn't dare to block his way. Even the 3 most powerful teams in the center of the lake also noticed Shiyin. Those 3rd sky realm all had their eyes locked on Shiyin. Ning's face suddenly changed. Watching Shiyin coming, he quickly informed the people around, "That's him." Listening to Ning's word, the eyes of another Heavenly Palace's warrior who was in the 2nd sky realm brightened up, staring at Shiyin. "Damn it. It seems that our position will be lost again. This little rascal is extremely powerful. One of the other 6 teams on the side of the lake will definitely be out of luck. Yes, this time is really unlucky. If we can't get into the lake soon, aren't we going to be torn apart by those beasts? Wait for the opportunity. As long as we have a ray of hope, we will immediately drill into the lake. Let that bastard pass by smoothly unless you want to lose your life." They all displayed aggressive and unfearful faces. In this cruel situation, they would do anything for their lives. "Shiyin, we are here." Zhuasher waved her hand. Her pretty face was full of joy. In the gravitational field, Shiyin sneered and controlled the gravitational field, moving towards Zhuasher's group of people. Seeing him approaching Zhuashu's group, the warriors around cursed and instantly gave way to Shiyin's oncoming gray tornado. The 3 most powerful teams of warriors all looked at Shiyin, who was rapidly approaching. When he got closer, they had a quick glance at him and immediately displayed a trace of horror on their faces. From a short distance, they could see the storm of the gravitational field and the chaotic forces interweaved in one place, resulting in a very terrible move. They were not sure if they could get out of that gravitational field safe and sound after jumping into it. The 100-meter-high gray tornado wrapped Shiyin in dozens of corpses while slowly moving forward. As soon as the beasts behind the tornado saw many warriors gathering, they didn't care about life or death and rushed over to the warriors who were lagging behind. There were dozens of beasts which were not really the main force. However, more beasts that had been lagging behind were on their way. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. After Shiyin had arrived, he left the gravitational field fixed outside the small lake. He suddenly knitted his eyebrows, looking at the 9 teams of warriors in the lake. After having had a quick glance at Shiyin, the faces of the warriors of those 9 teams slightly changed. They were all vigilant as Shurian was staring at them. "You guys." Shurian threw them a look, grinned, pointed to the Heavenly Palace's team of Ningzhe, and said, "You guys come out. Leave that position for us." Ningzhe's face became cold. The face of a middle-aged man with the second sky of Sky Realm cultivation base also changed. "Aya and Tsai, they're our goal." Shurian pointed to Ningzhe's group and coldly said, "We don't have much time. After killing them, we can sit and rest for a while." Aya, Kai, Qi Xiao, and the others all nodded. Chapter 393, Defeated. Chapter 393, Defeated. As soon as Shurian finished talking, he instantly controlled the gravitational field, moving it directly towards Ning Zhe's group in the lake. In the center of the lake, seeing the gravitational field coming, the three powerful teams of warriors suddenly displayed grave faces with their eyes stuck on Shurian. In the gravitational field, there was a mixture of different powers. The more kinds of powers it had, the more intimidating the gravitational field would become. Although Shurian only had a cultivation base of third sky of Nirvana realm, the energy in that gravitational field was extremely mighty, enough to terrify even a sky realm warrior. Shurian was hiding in the gravitational field and suddenly flew out when it got closer to Ning Zhe's group. Each gold silk in the gravitational field abruptly spread out crazily. Golden lights twisted with each other and filled the space up fast. The faces of Ning Zhe's team changed dramatically. Being the Heavenly Palace's warriors, they were obviously aware of how powerful the golden silks were. Even though they used golden silks to cultivate, they could only control their own golden silks. If others cultivated them, they could be lethal to them too. Therefore, seeing the gravitational field that contained the golden silks rushing over, the people of Ning Zhe's group quickly dodged it. "Little rascal, you do whatever you want, but don't come near us. Otherwise, don't blame us for joining forces to kill you." In the center of the small lake, a warrior of third sky of Sky Realm with a face full of scars suddenly stood up after he saw the gravitational field coming closer and closer. He grunted coldly and spoke up to warn Shurian. Sitting on the ground, the other third sky of Sky Realm warriors also coldly looked at Shurian with darkened faces. The lake was not large, while the gravitational field that Shurian controlled occupied a lot of space. Once the gravitational field stormed into the lake, it would affect and severely injure all the warriors inside it. Shurian smiled indifferently, nodded and said, "No worries. We just want a place in the lake. We will not mess with you." There were 9 teams in the lake. 3 of them had warriors at the third sky of Skyrim. If he irritated them, he knew that the consequences would not look good. Therefore, he still controlled the gravitational field carefully, letting it move forward at a very slow speed. For those teams, as long as Shurian's group had the ability to replace Ning Zhe's group and didn't affect them, they would not intervene. They would not mind if the people of Ning Zhe's group were alive or dead. "You are too contemptuous." The face of the middle-aged second sky of Sky Realm warrior in Ning Zhe's group became cold. He suddenly grunted and moved aside to avoid the gravitational field, which was getting close as he rushed out of the lake. Seeing that man take action, Ning Zhe and the others in his group also knew that they had to make a move to avoid the gravitational field. Involving themselves in a fight with Shurian could hopefully help them secure a firm position in the lake. That man slightly moved as the others in Ning Zhe's group hesitated a little, and then suddenly rushed out as well from the lake, turning into electric lights that struck in the direction of Qi Xiao and Aya. "Finally, you're getting out," Shurian sneered coldly in his heart. He waited for Ning Zhe's group to get out from the lake to drill them into the gravitational field. The formerly slow gravitational field instantly became extremely violent, and its spinning speed became very fast, quickly covering the 3 Heavenly Palace's warriors. Those 3 warriors had just gotten out of the lake. They didn't think the gravitational field could get any faster. Thus, a slight carelessness had let them suffer the strong pulling force towards the center of the gravitational field. each golden silk wrapped and tied them up in a short time. In just one breath, among ear-splitting screams, the three-third sky of Nirvana Realm warriors have been crushed into pieces and then violently driven up by the gravitational field, turning into smashed pieces of flesh. Other warriors who were watching in the distance felt cold in their hearts. They looked at Shi Yin with terrified faces and subconsciously moved backward, distancing themselves from this gravitational field. Qi Shao let out a big scream. A lot of smoke diffused from his body, covering a range of 10 meters around him. In this thick smoke, bursts of violent energy fluctuations consistently came out one after the other. Qi Shao was in the smoke, raising his hands and releasing a silver band. This ribbon split out in the air, shining brilliantly, and instantly wrapped a heavenly palace's warrior at the second sky of Sky Realm, pulling him into the thick smoke. Ai Yuz and Kai Yi's faces became cold. That great pervaded money and a cluster of rings flew out together from these two girls' hands, covering Ning Zhe and the other two heavenly palace's warriors in a bright luster. Shi Yin burst into a crazy laughter. The negative forces spread all over his body while his momentum increased significantly. Inside numerous starlight spots, he shifted toward Ning Zhe and released a blow of the life seal that struck Ning Zhe. Ning Zhe coldly harumphed. He didn't believe that Shi Yin, who was only in Nirvana Realm, could have the real strength to fight against him. He used his hand to cover the 3 green thumb rings on his hands. Instantly, 2 of them flew out as a strong soil element force also followed along. It seemed that thumb rings could stir up the earth power in heaven and earth. In the vortex, a vast, magnificent earth intent domain burst out from the 3 thumb rings. Crystal profound chi from Ning Zhe's fingertips poured into those 3 thumb rings, enhancing their earth intent domain's power, which made them release an extremely violent energy movement that started to attack Shi Yin. All objects had a spirit. The intent domain of Shi Yin's life seal, which involved the vitality of all spirits in heaven and earth, suddenly crashed into the 3 thumb rings. Boom! 2 kinds of violent energy movements, which contained different martial intent domains, collided. The impact of that collision discharged beautiful, bright lights like fireworks, which shocked the other people. Life was unprincipled. Every creature had its own uniqueness. As long as the creatures had consciousness, life would become its most valuable asset. When this life seal was released, some lives of human beings and beasts became vaguely visible. These living forms were exposed differently from this life seal, and then split the fundamental earth intent domain of those 3 thumb rings. They separately pushed the soil element force of those 3 thumb rings aside, preventing them from continuously using the earth's power. Although Shi Yin was only in the Nirvana realm, his comprehension of a life intent domain seemed to be more profound than Ning Zhe's enlightenment of the land conception. This supernatural profound meaning originally didn't distinguish the level of a warrior's strength. The high or low concept of an intent domain entirely depended on how a warrior understood the realm. After having entered this marvelous world, Shi Yin was still fighting. At the critical point of life and death, although he was not afraid of death, he still tried to save his own life. His understanding regarding the desire to live of every living creature obviously suited with the innate character of a life seal's intent domain. After having gone through the rampage and using the power imposed by the life seal, Shi Yin was already stronger than Ning Zhe. His comprehension of intent domain was a little more profound than Ning Zhe's. Thus, the intimidation of this life seal naturally had the upper hand. The life seal determinately split Ning Zhe's intent domain and covered the 3 thumb rings light. When the life seal submerged the 3 thumb rings, the energy inside the life seal also drilled towards Ning Zhe. Ning Zhe's intent domain became inferior, and his confidence was damaged. The life seal struck his whole body and sent him flying. While he was still in the air, his body produced crackling sounds. His body's bones didn't seem to be able to bear this blow and suddenly cracked open. Ningzhe's body was covered with blood even before landing. His face was totally pale, and his spirit was greatly weakened. So, this is what Sky Realm is like. Shi Yin sneered coldly. Your comprehension of martial intent domain is still shallow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to crush you while I am only in the Nirvana realm. If your intent domain hadn't dissipated, your 3 thumb rings could have still condensed the Earth's power, and thus, it would not be easy for me to hurt you. Tui. Ningzhe suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. His spirit was totally subdued. Not only did Shi Yin use the life seal to bombard Ningzhe, but he also used words to destroy his will. If a warrior wanted to display his full strength, self-confidence was essential. When a person could not believe in himself, he could hardly release all of his power, even though he still had enough strength. Ningzhe was feeling self-doubt. Shi Yin used words to attack and destroy Ningzhe's confidence, giving him thoughts of being inferior to Shi Yin. Once this kind of thought appeared in Ningzhe's mind, it would be difficult for him to exert all of his strength. He tried to protect himself, but failed because his defensive profound qi became chaotic all of a sudden. Ningzhe's chaotic profound qi allowed the impact of Shi Yan's life seal to burst out inside his body, making more of his bones explode. At this moment, Ningzhe couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was exhausted. Spurting blood meant that Ningzhe no longer had any confidence. This blow affected not only this fight, but also the rest of his life. Seeing Ningzhe falling on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood because of Shi Yan's words, the third sky of Sky Realm warriors in the lake all shook their heads, knowing that Ningzhe was totally screwed. They all looked at Shi Yin with grave seriousness. Most of the warriors could destroy a person's body. However, destroying a person's will require accumulating momentum, great wisdom, and a determined and ruthless mind. Shi Yin was the type of person who had absolute self-confidence. Moreover, he firmly believed that he was better than anyone and was not easy to yield to other people because of any difficulties. This kind of warrior was the most terrible. "You're not my match." Shi Yin displayed a cruel face as he calmly walked toward Ningzhe. He was not hurried to take action, but continued his degrading words. Ningzhe's face looked horrified. He blankly sat there with a confused look while his mind was panicked. Chapter 394, The Inside Battle. Chapter 394, The Inside Battle. Most of the warriors looked at Ningzhe, quietly shook their heads, and let out a sigh. They seemed to know that Ningzhe's life was going to end in tragedy. Poor you. You obviously have a cultivation base of first sky of Sky Realm, but lost to the hands of a Nirvana Realm warrior. It is said that you are a rare, talented warrior of the Ning family in the Heavenly Palace. But since you couldn't bear this kind of blow, how did you break through the Sky Realm? Or maybe you've taken spiritual pellets. Using a significant number of spiritual pellets to pave the way to reach this realm based on the stroke of luck? How nice. He was such a ruthless guy. In the center of the lake, a group of third sky of Sky Realm warriors was watching Shi Yin approaching. Shi Yin seemed not in a hurry to take action, but instead, he continued urging Ningzhe. They all revealed odd faces and were secretly vigilant. Shi Yin kept ridiculing Ningzhe while the latter's face was getting even paler. His eyes expressed a trace of confusion. At this moment, he didn't have any more self-confidence left. He kept thinking about how to escape from this cruel person. It was over. Seeing Ningzhe's eyes change, the surrounding warriors realized that his death was inevitable and let out a long sigh. The fact that a warrior didn't even dare to continue to fight and just wanted to escape meant that he had lost his spirit and couldn't run away. Indeed, Shi Yin immediately released the life and death seal. The life seal and the death seal, which contained the life and death intent domain, overlapped in the air and fully covered Ningzhe, bombarding all of his escapes. With all of his escapes blocked, Ningzhe became desperate and his will of survival was affected by the life and death intent domain, giving him the fear of his imminent death. Ningzhe died. When the life and death seal covered him, Ningzhe barely condensed the defensive force, and thus couldn't stop the life and death seal's impact. Bang! The life and death seal drilled into Ningzhe's body, which then produced an earth-shaking explosive sound. His whole body burst out, exposing bones and flesh, and was finally crushed into small pieces. Slowly walking towards Ningzhe and feeling his aura passing, Shiyin grumbled with a cruel grin and was secretly proud of his actions, although he knew that Ningzhe had died innocently. If Ningzhe weren't scared and hadn't lost his self-confidence, Shiyin would have had to urge out more power, enhancing his level from the first sky to the second sky, to be able to kill Ningzhe. However, because of Ningzhe's own reasons, which were losing his will and being unable to display his full strength, Shiyin had an opportunity to kill him easily. This battle made Shiyin aware of the importance of a warrior's momentum. Not only that, he now had a deep understanding of one's willpower and the intent domain. After this battle, he knew why it was difficult to challenge a stronger opponent. The gap between their realms was too far, and thus, the weak side would have a feeling of being inferior to the other side. With this mentality, it was even harder for the weak side to perform their full power. People with higher realm naturally had stronger self-confidence. This self-confidence would let their power reach the supreme state. If it continued like that, the strong would get stronger and the weak would get weaker. Thus, nothing unexpected would happen. If the weak wanted to challenge the strong, they first had to overcome their own mentality. Only if they had absolute confidence could they win the battle without being affected by the opponent and display their full power. With this mentality and a strong will, a warrior could even reach out of his comfort zone and handle the stronger opponent. Shiyin had benefited a lot from ordinary battles before. However, this was the first time he understood that in combat, it was not only about strength and fighting, but also about the battle of wits. Sometimes, the fearless momentum could make up for the lack of strength. With this understanding, Shiyin looked at the third sky of sky realm warriors in the small lake, and a subtle change suddenly lit up in his eyes. When those guys had given him a warning before, he had secretly been alert and had a thought of not irritating those people. Because of that concern, his momentum had been weakened a little bit, as if he actually was much weaker than them. However, after the battle with Ningzhe, his understanding had reached a totally new realm. He suddenly felt cheerful, as his wisdom seemed to have risen to another level. With his tenacious nerves, through this insight, Shiyin now had an extremely arrogant self-confidence. At this moment, even if a god realm came, he would not be scared, nor let his momentum weaken just because of his opponent's mightiness. Even the idea of rebellion was not born yet. The warriors in the small lake quietly watched him and realized that his eyes were changing. Shiyin's eyes now didn't show any fear, but a trace of arrogance instead. These warriors slightly knitted their eyebrows. Compared to Shiyin, who was only in the Nirvana realm, they were one level higher. However, in the fight with them, Shiyin would not be scared now, just because of their higher realm. Ningzhe is dead. If you leave me outside, I will not be nice to you either. Shiyin turned around towards Qi Zhao's direction, shouted, and moved to Zhuo Shi's position. Let's get in. Zhuo Shi was the only one who wasn't involved in the battle. She knew that she couldn't help and could also become a liability for others. Thus, she had quietly hidden in the crowd, not letting Ningzhe and the other Heavenly Palace's warriors draw their attention to her. Her move was undoubtedly smart. It was because of her cleverness that Shiyin, Aiya, and the others could freely take action without worrying about her to be attacked by the two Heavenly Palace's warriors. In the crowd, Zhuo Shi hadn't watched her master Qi Zhao and her grandfather fight in the battle. Instead, she stared at Shiyin when he had calmly killed Ningzhe. Many warriors were surrounding them and had observed the battle. As for Zhuo Shi, through this battle, she also understood a lot about momentum and the role of the mind. Hearing Shiyin shout, Zhuoshi gently smiled while her eyes were full of aura, displaying an amazing spirit. You're such a bad guy. Your mouth is harsh as well. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have died as soon as he did. Shi grinned and said, It is just because that guy hadn't experienced too many brutal tribulations. If he couldn't even bear my provoking words, he deserved to die. While talking, Shi stepped into the small lake. At the same time, the gravitational field began to move again, slowly backing out of the lake, moving aside and creating a channel for him. Beside the lake, many warriors were silently watching them. They saw the channel revealing but didn't dare to enter first and could only helplessly watch Shi, together with Zhuoshi, walk into it. They even actively gave him the way because they were afraid of accidentally making him misunderstand their motives. Shi took Zhuoshi to enter the lake while hauling out some demon crystals, giving them to her, and saying with a smile, You shouldn't worry too much. Use those demon crystals to restore your strength. He had soon realized that the three people of Zhuoshi's group hadn't restored their profound chi yet. Since they had left the stone fortress and come here, their body strength was not at their peak states. When the three demon crystals emerged, Zhuoshi and Qi Xiao felt very jealous, as they wanted to grasp those three demon crystals. They had experienced many difficulties in the gravitational field, but didn't have any demon crystals in their hands. Otherwise, since they had been staying in the stone fortress for such a long time, they should have restored their profound qi to the peak. Sure enough, when Zhuoshi received those demon crystals, her eyes suddenly lit up while she exclaimed in shock, So many demon crystals! Shi smiled and shook his head, knowing that his guess was right. Recover yourself nicely. When your grandfather and Qi Xiao come here, you can give them these demon crystals so that they can reach their peak as well. Thank you. You are really loyal. You don't forget your old friends. Zhuoshi threw a glance at him, while her small face was beaming with a beautiful smile. Since you left the Merchant Union, we didn't hear any news from you and even thought that you have already forgotten us. Grandfather Shi was still asking us if we had any news from you. In fact, I thought that you were ungrateful. Well, I forgive you now. Zhuoshi seemed to resent him a little bit. She took this opportunity to pour out everything that was on her mind. Shi looked stunned and then suddenly whined, I am really ruthless. I have disappointed the Shi family. After having entered the Endless Sea, he had rarely thought about the Merchant Union and the Shi family's relatives. After having come to this Grace mainland, he had experienced a lot of things, met a lot of people. But the person who was sincerely nice to him and considered him a loved one was only the Shi family's elder, Shi. The Shi family had been much help to him. After having realized that he had potential traits, they had even persuaded him to leave the Merchant Union, advising him to go to the Endless Sea to pursue his own future. Right now, hearing Zhuoshi's words, he felt ashamed at heart and couldn't stop thinking about the experiences he had in the Merchant Union. He then determined that one day, when he had enough strength, he would help the Shi family, so that they would become a ruling force and have a broad future, not just a small force in the Merchant Union anymore. We give up. I will give you this position. At this time, the voice of the Heavenly Palace's second sky realm warrior came up from that thick smoke. After seeing other people around him perishing one after another, he knew that it was difficult to defeat Shi Yan's group. Thus, he finally decided to give up. Once he gave up, those Heavenly Palace warriors who were fighting with Ai and the others hurriedly stopped and gathered to his side. We still have a chance. That man looked solemn as he pointed to some other teams in the lake and said, We can't keep this position, but we can still take from someone else's. It's not only them in the lake. At the edge of the lake, there were 5 teams of warriors remaining. Hearing that man speak, their faces suddenly changed, and they all put their guards up. That's very good, Shi said, and then nodded toward Qi Xiao and the others. Since they are smart, we should not cruelly kill them all. No need to waste our strength. Let's get in and rest. It's good to watch them fight and die while we are still alive. Hearing Shi Yan's words, Qi Xiao, Ai, and Kai simultaneously nodded and came together. As soon as they got into the lake, Yin suddenly controlled his mind to divert the gravitational field and put it in front of them. Therefore, if any warrior wanted to kill them, they had to face the gravitational field first. The gravitational field was indeed a barrier that prevented the warriors from making them fearless, and thus stopping them from considering Yan's group as their target. Chapter 395, A Moment of Gasping for Breath. Chapter 395, A Moment of Gasping for Breath. The beasts outside the ancient city rushed into the lake's area. The warriors who were still outside the lake saw the beasts coming and knew that the situation now was critical. They didn't wait any longer and dashed towards the teams of warriors in the lake to launch their final attacks. Instantly, all kinds of secret treasures went rampant over the lake. Dazzling lights interweaved and formed a network of various violent, bursting, tyrannical energy fluctuations. Yin was sitting in the lake with the gravitational field in front of his people, making other warriors scared. No one was daring enough to pick Yan's group as their target. Aya, Kai-E, Lao-Li, and Lao-Lin relied on Yan's power so that they could have some more time to breathe and take out their demon crystals to use the power inside to restore their profound qi. Qi-Xiao, Zhuisu, and Zhuoshi were somehow having the same feeling of embarrassment. However, thanks to Yin, the three of them now also had demon crystals in their hands to restore their strength, and didn't need to worry about becoming the target of any other warriors in front of them. Seeing Yan's group settled in the lake, the three most powerful teams in the center of the lake had no reaction. They gradually loosened their vigilance and then sat down again. These three most powerful teams in the center of the lake had Third Sky of Sky Realm warriors who were sitting in front to protect them. Therefore, other warriors could only surround the lake from the outside and didn't dare to mess with them. They just tried to deal with the other 5 teams. Sitting in the lake, Yin frowned and observed with a cold face. He watched the other warriors fighting and killing each other while he quietly controlled the gravitational field. The gravitational field was originally huge, but then silently separated into another smaller gravitational field. This small gravitational field slowly collected all the dead warriors from the battle. More than 10 dead warriors were pulled into the small gravitational field. The abundant aura from those bodies massively overflowed and poured into Yan's acupuncture points. While others were desperately fighting, he took the opportunity to collect the dead warriors' bodies to enhance his own strength. So many people were fighting aggressively, and new warriors were killed every second. In the meantime, Yin could leisurely sit in the lake and not need to waste any of his strength, yet could still obtain a huge harvest. This trip to dark magnetic noxious mist was indeed the right choice. Yin coldly sneered inside his heart as he felt the influx of heaven and earth aura that suppressed his state of mind. He then began to notice the pain in his acupunctures, and somehow couldn't bear so many auras. He thus retrieved the gravitational field. It was not that he didn't want to continue collecting more auras, but he knew his own situation and that he shouldn't be too greedy. This place was abnormally dangerous, and if he fell into the possessed by the devil state because of his greed, the consequences would not be worth it. Giving up on collecting more auras of the dead bodies, he still vigilantly looked around only to see a bunch of warriors tragically dying and more beasts rushing over. Finally, hundreds of beasts stormed in like locusts. These beasts were like tigers stalking their prey, immediately starting to kill those warriors who were gathered outside the lake. At this moment, the fight outside the lake became brutal. The warriors not only had to face the other warriors in the lake, but they also had to cope with the influx of the beasts. More and more warriors outside the lake were attacked. Many of them were bitten and torn apart. Even their bones were swallowed. Although this small lake had a special effect in resisting the beasts, the warriors in the lake were still a little bit worried that the defensive power of this lake would suddenly disappear. With so many beasts gathering outside it, once the lake's defense was turned off, those warriors who were meditating would be bitten and swallowed in a short time. No one dared to take risks, and thus, they all looked like they were encountering a pandemic. The brutal fight with a significant number of warriors and beasts finally ended after around 10 minutes. The Heavenly Palace's warriors also had the same result as Ningzhe. They couldn't enter the lake at the end and were then replaced by other teams. They were all bitten and crushed into pieces, swallowed into the beasts' bellies. Soon, there was no one alive outside of the lake, leaving behind only pieces of bodies and almost 1,000 different types of beasts. Those beasts opened their bloody mouths, emitting a stingy, bloody smell from their sharp fangs. Their eyes coldly looked at the warriors in the lake, but didn't dare to rush at them. They just surrounded the lake without leaving. It seems that this small, silver lake is indeed the only way to survive. Aya frowned and softly let out a sigh. Poor warriors who couldn't come in here. All of them have suffered a tragic death. This dark, magnetic, noxious mist is really cruel. If we want to get the secret treasures, we have to exchange them for our lives. Kai, Yi, and Lao Li nodded simultaneously and displayed fearful faces. Shiyan, we have disturbed you this time. Without your gray tornado, we wouldn't have been able to take this position from the hands of the Heavenly Palace's people. Lao Li sincerely expressed his gratefulness and said, "In that stone fortress, without you, we two brothers would have already." Lao Li and Lao Lun clearly understood that if it weren't for Shiyan's orders, the two girls, Aya and Kai, definitely wouldn't have brought them here. If they just relied on their feet, they wouldn't have made it to this small, silver lake. On the way, the two brothers gradually considered him as their true leader and began to admire as well as respect him. After this battle, the two of them honestly recognized him, unlike Aya and Kai, who had unkind thoughts. "I knew what to do so that all of us could make it here," Shiyan revealed a faint smile. "You and I have also experienced many things, and thus I have considered you guys as my friends. I cannot betray my friends." While speaking, Shiyan glanced at Aya and Kai. The eyes of the two brothers flashed up, and they secretly nodded. Aya's and Kai's faces looked unhappy. They both grunted. "Don't be so happy. This is just those beasts' first attack. Storms, flames, wind, frost, and lightning are still here. This small lake can prevent the beasts, but it doesn't mean that it can block those disasters that come from the four mountains as well." Shiyan contemplated a little bit while his face didn't relax. "We should all be careful. When those disasters get here, we should be well prepared. First thing is defense, so that these disasters cannot destroy us." Aya and the others now looked tense again. "Shiyan, how did you suddenly reach the third sky of Nirvana realm?" Zwisher quietly stood up and laughed while gently walking to his side. "I clearly remember that when we were in Deep Cloud's place, you were only in the disaster realm. Now you're already in the third sky of Nirvana realm after only 7 or 8 years. Your cultivation is really fast." Qi Xiao and Zwisu both looked at him. "What?" Kai's graceful face slightly changed. Her eyes brightened up and looked at Yin sharply. "You have reached Nirvana realm from disaster realm in only 7 to 8 years. The faces of Aya and the two brothers also lost their color. They looked at him like they were watching a monster. Yin knitted his eyebrows and indifferently said, "I was just lucky." "Yin, why did you come here? Didn't you go to the Endless Sea to see the Yang family?" Zwisu was stunned for a moment and suddenly remembered something. "That's right. Your great-grandfather told us that if we met you, we should encourage you to cultivate harder and not to let the Yang family's people look down on you. How was in the Yang family? How did they treat you? Did you encounter anything unpleasant?" "The Yang family," Yin muttered a sentence, shook his head, and revealed a wry smile. "I don't want to talk about this now, as it's impossible to tell you everything in just a short time. How is my great-grandfather?" "He is good. Currently, our Zhua family and Shi family are dominating the merchant union. The Baiming family, Mo family, and Ling family have almost been destroyed. The warriors of these 3 great families have cleared out. Their strengths have significantly decreased in the merchant union. Thus, all the new warriors have joined either the Zhua family or the Shi family." Zhuasu smiled. "Thanks to you, The two families could become the dominators in the merchant union. You didn't encounter any difficulties? Yin asked casually. The smile on Zwasu's face stiffened while his eyes showed a trace of sadness. He said, "We didn't encounter big troubles. However, the Fire Empire and the God-blessed Empire gave us a lot of pressure. The fight between these two countries was spreading and affecting the merchant union. They wanted to borrow our forces and didn't want us to be neutral. Evidently, they most likely won't let us live in peace." In Deep Cloud's place, there were the Fire Empire, the God-blessed Empire, and the Merchant Union. Among them, the Merchant Union was considered the weakest. After Biming family, Mo family, and Ling family were wiped out, the number of Merchant Union warriors was not enough. Thus, they were not able to face the intimidation from these two empires and let them harbor wicked intentions. Listening to what Zhusu had said, Yin raised his eyebrows, nodded calmly, and said, "When we have time, I will find a way to help you deal with the threat of the Fire Empire and the God-blessed Empire. However, this has to wait until after we leave this dark, magnetic, noxious mist. The endless sea also has many troubles." Listening to Yan's words, Zhusu and the other people displayed a curious look. However, since Yan didn't say anything further, they didn't pry for more information. "You guys shouldn't keep talking about old stories. Trouble is coming again." AI suddenly spoke up, interfering with their conversation. She pointed to the intensive lightning area ahead and said, "The lightning over there will come here first. We should think about how to deal with the incoming lightning." A bunch of lightning was meandering and twisting in the air like electric snakes. In the dazzling electric lights, the lightning was coming closer and closer. Whatever the lightning passed through, stone fortresses below all exploded, and stone rubble splashed everywhere. "Look at the sky." A third Sky Realm warrior in the center of the lake suddenly screamed out in surprise. Yin subconsciously raised his head up to look at the sky. In the area where the two rivers interweaved, ancient corpses piled up, vaguely forming a bridge which extended to the small lake and gradually descended into the lake. Violent fluctuations came in from those dazzling lights. Many colorful beams of lights, which looked as if there were fishes inside, were twisting and meandering. With a closer look, people realized that the lights were actually swords, armors, jade hairpins, jade stones, all kinds of secret treasures. Those are the secret treasures. The warriors in the lake screamed boisterously with excitement. All of them were ready to grab the secret treasures. In the center of the lake, 6 of the third Sky Realm warriors stood up one by one, raised their heads up as they threw a quick look at the movement above, and then immediately stared at Yan's group with cold eyes. They obviously didn't have good intentions. Chapter 396, Mountain and River Seal. Chapter 396, Mountain and River Seal. "Be careful." Zhao's face slightly changed. He subconsciously gathered his strength as his 5 fingers contracted and a flow of hazy smoke gently flew out from his fingernails like a spiritual snake. Aya and Kai tensed up. From a distance, they were observing the storm, lightning, flames, and frost gradually approaching. They were also watching out for the other teams of warriors in the small lake, as they were afraid that they would take any explosive action to obtain the secret treasures. The energy fluctuations at the point where the two galaxies interweaved above everyone's heads were getting more and more violent. It seemed like countless different energy traits at that weaving point had begun to have some unusual changes. The floating ancient corpses were affected by the energy from that center weaving point and started to sink slowly. These corpses formed a ladder which started from the sky and gradually fell closer to everyone's heads. The ladder that these ancient corpses have formed should have reached that energy weaving point. Wait until that ladder descends. Then, these 3 teams of warriors will compete for the opportunity to go up. Aya took out a dark purple stone, on which a mysterious pattern looking like a network of mountains and rivers was engraved. The breadth of the intent domain had fully covered those crisscrossing rivers. The stone seal in her white hand vaguely scattered purple lights. The pattern engraved on the stone was very lively. In those purple lights, mountains and rivers looked like they were being revived as they slowly started moving on the stone. Aya immersed her mind in the stone. Her whole body suddenly brought out a thorough intent domain. She poured her profound chi from her body into the stone to form a connection and then gently said, "This mountain and river seal is a sacred level secret treasure. When the disasters come closer and the other 3 teams of warrior take action, I will immediately release this mountain and river seal. It can certainly hinder them for some time while we take the opportunity to climb onto that corpse bridge and go to the sky." As soon as Kai Yi, Lao Li, and Lao Luan saw her take out the mountain and river seal, their eyes all lit up. It seemed that they also knew the use of this mountain and river seal, as their faces were clearly startled. Shi Yin glanced at Aya and secretly nodded as he knew that this girl, at this moment, seemed to understand the great picture and finally used her hidden means. Aya came from the White Emperor City and was said to be the daughter of the Castellan of the White Emperor City. From Kai Yi and Lao Li, he knew that the Castellan of the White Emperor City had an extremely profound cultivation base. Aya was his daughter, so the fact that she had strong secret treasures didn't surprise Shi Yin at all. During this journey, since he had started to lead this team, Aya become more relaxed than before. She had deliberately hidden her real power in many fights, as well as used many secret treasures to deal with enemies. The fact that she decided to use the mountain and river seal this time meant its power was strong. Everyone must be careful. If Aya releases the mountain and river seal, as long as you spot the opportunity, do not hesitate. Shi Yin looked at Qi Xiao, Zhuo Shi, and Zhuo Su. The 3 people of Aya's group also came from the White Emperor City, so they knew the magical effect of this mountain and river seal. However, Qi Xiao's group didn't. Shi Yin was worried that they didn't know the situation well enough to grasp the opportunity later. Therefore, he had to tell them in advance. Qi Xiao's group slightly nodded with solemn faces, indicating that they clearly understood what he said. "Little Shi, stick to your master and do not stray away from him at any cost." Zhuo Su lowered his voice and told Zhuo Shi seriously, "If you are separated from your master, you have to rely on Shi Yin. You are the weakest, so no need to try your hardest. Your most important task is to keep your own life." Qi Xiao had a cultivation base of second sky of Sky Realm, and was considered the strongest one among them. Zhuo Su and Qi Xiao had known each other for many years, and he also knew Qi Xiao's ability. He was confident that Qi Xiao would be able to protect Zhuo Shi at the critical moment. As for Shi Yin, although it seemed that he was only in the Nirvana realm at first glance, when he brought out his strength, Zhuo Su couldn't help but secretly praise him. Zhuo Su was in the Nirvana realm as well, and he knew that he could hardly protect anyone else at a critical point in time. He couldn't entrust Zhuo Shi's safety to Aya, Kai Yi, or any of the others. That was why he had spoken these words. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I will take good care of myself." Zhuo Shi gently replied while her brightened eyes blinked. She continued to worry a little. "Grandpa, you also have to be careful. The secret treasures are obviously precious, but you shouldn't risk your life. Although your cultivation is the top in the deep clouds place, your strength here is..." Zhuo Su revealed a wry smile, nodded, and didn't say anything. Actually, there was no excuse. The situation in this dark, magnetic, noxious mist was totally different than that of the deep clouds place. All of the warriors here had at least Nirvana realm cultivation base, and most of them were very young and outstanding. After coming here, Zhuo Su was somehow a little bit sad, and for the first time, he was aware of the fact that living in the deep clouds place was actually pitiable. He had a feeling like a frog sitting on the bottom of the well. Moreover, he had secretly made up his mind that once he got out of the dark, magnetic, noxious mist alive, he would certainly reconsider the future of his Zhuo family. He would open his eyes wider and no longer limit himself to a small place like the deep clouds place. While the people of Zwisu's and AI's group were talking, the corpse bridge was getting closer to everyone's heads, only about a few dozen meters away. At this moment, the three teams in the center of the lake couldn't control themselves anymore. Their eyes flashed with fierce lights, and they started to launch their attacks toward the opponent next to them. First, the three teams had only focused their powers on other teams who had third sky of Sky Realm warriors, because they considered them as their main threats. However, when they subconsciously looked at the disasters which were slowly coming their way, they began to pay attention to Shi Yan's group as well. The faces of Shi Yan, Qi Xiao, Aiya, and the others became cold. Everyone tensed up. The distance between them and those disasters was getting closer. Shi Yan's group would probably be the ones who got hit first by the flames and storm. In case they had to resist the disasters and other warriors attacked at the same time, their situation would be extremely dangerous. Remember, pay attention to my actions. AI said in a voice which only the people next to her could hear to inform her team. She was holding the mountain and river seal, which had turned to a strange dark purple hue. The blood vessels in her hand had a thin strand of purple light, which flowed slowly into the mountain and river seal. Wearing, the sound of the storm was like the growl of a ferocious ghost, which came slowly and suddenly resonated. The first disaster to arrive was the storm. In a violent wind, the energy was like a surging tide that came along with the storm and quickly spread out over the lake. In the storm, strange lights flashed up like dazzling swords. That light carried a gleam of sharp cold with it. Seeing the invasion of the storm, the faces of the people on the 6 teams next to the lake darkened. They all hauled out their secret treasures and released their own defensive halos. Those warriors no longer hid their secret defensive treasures as they put on their colorful armors that had special effects. Swisher also put on her dragon turtle armor. This strange armor, which was made of a turtle shell, covered more than half of her tall body. Except for her 2 long legs, her entire body was covered. Her look was ridiculous, as the armor was as motionless and heavy as a mountain. Shi Yan was somehow surprised. He stared at her for a moment, nodded, and said, "It looks like in these years you have had a deeper understanding of this dragon turtle armor. That's good. Although it doesn't look very nice, its defense should be helpful." Shi's face reddened. She embarrassedly said, "Don't say anything more. I know this armor is ugly. I don't need you to remind me." Shi Yan was dumbfounded and then immediately turned his head, looking at the area above the gravitational field which was ahead of him. He began paying attention to the impact of that storm on the gravitational field. The storm massively covered the sky as rain poured down. It violently poured a kind of strange, twisting power into the gravitational field. When a part of the gravitational field came in contact with the storm, different mixed forces suddenly became unbearably chaotic. They seemed to be affected by the storm, which made the rotation speed decrease and even gradually slow down. Feeling cold in his heart, Shi Yan immediately realized that this moving storm could destroy the gravitational field. His face slightly changed. He didn't hesitate too much, taking the opportunity when the storm wasn't completely in the gravitational field yet to swing up his 2 hands in the air. Bursts of energy fluctuations discharged from his hands. The golden silks that mixed with the gravitational field were affected by the strange power from his 2 hands, turning into golden lights and disappearing into the storage ring on his finger. Within 3 short seconds, all the golden silks had been collected into the storage ring again. After the disappearance of the golden silks, the gravitational field, which he had built and had been working well, was finally filled with the power of the storm. In a blink of an eye, different kinds of energies that had condensed in the gravitational field were all stirred up by the storm's movement. The gravitational field then disappeared without a trace. In the center of the lake, a third sky of Sky Realm warrior coldly looked at Shi Yan for a short while before pouting his lips and saying, "One threat less." The fact that some of the strongest warriors in the lake had guarded against Shi Yan's group was because of the gravitational field, The strange power of the gravitational field and the existence of the golden silks had terrified those warriors and made them consider him as their greatest threat. Now that the gravitational field had disappeared, and sure, Yin was only in the nirvana realm, in their eyes, his group was not strong enough to affect them. Their faces loosened as they no longer felt threatened by his group. At this moment, the purple lights of the mountain and river seal in Aya's hand suddenly rose to her head. Streams of purple lights scattered from the mountain and river seal like small springs overflowing and spreading out, quickly filling the space above everyone's heads like a network. "Don't be hasty." Shi Yan's face suddenly changed. He couldn't help but shout. The purple lights of the mountain and river seal were like a small spring extending outward above the crowd's heads and overwhelming the space above the lake in a very short time. Aya took advantage of the mountain and river seal's change and screamed, "Everyone get ready!" Other warriors in the lake coldly looked at Aya, grunted, and focused their attention on her. Chapter 397, Viciousness. Chapter 397, Viciousness. "Little girl, since you are asking for death, I will fulfill it for you." In the center of the lake, the scarred face of a third sky realm warrior darkened as he suddenly launched a blow. A huge palm, which was formed by the condensation of profound chi, emerged in the sky, covering Aya. The center of the palm transmitted a strong suction force. Standing together with him was another third sky realm warrior, who revealed a trace of disdain on his face. He slowly walked over with his left hand outstretched from his sleeve. With the speed which was as fast as lightning, he began releasing streams of light which condensed into a huge crystal python, dashing toward Shi Yan's group in an attempt to tear them apart. The corpse bridge in the sky finally fell to a climbable height. The faces of people of Shi Yan's group changed suddenly. They anxiously told Aya to pay attention to this warrior. Seeing the warrior coming and forming a crystal python, Shi Yan and Kai didn't dare to hesitate and immediately started to take defense. "Shi Yan, take good care of my little Shi for me." Qi Shao suddenly shouted out loud, and a gray ball flew out from his cuff. The thick fog inside of it also quickly spread out, then instantly gathered, forming a mist of gray smoke that blocked the incoming crystal python. Kai's face was cold. She also discharged the round rings on her arm. A bunch of rings spanned in the air with dazzling lights, shooting sharp blades towards that crystal python. Zui Su, Lao Li, and Lao Luan were motionless while wearing solemn faces. They didn't dare to relax. The crystal python twisted its body and shook its head satisfactorily. It was around 10 meters long. The serpentine pattern on its body was very obvious. When this python flew over, it instantly spurted out a bunch of lights. Crystal light was like an all-conquering sword which pierced and destroyed the fog barrier that Qi Shao had put out and hit the rings that Kai had discharged. The edge of the rings had many blades. When those rings hit the crystal light, their tracks were all changed, and they burst out in every direction. Kai's face was pale as she was affected by the strike. Her entire body trembled as she moved back 3 steps. Her eyes suddenly darkened. At the same time, the other 2 teams of warriors in the lake also fought with each other and started to snatch the opportunity to climb onto the corpse bridge. Aya released the mountain and river seal. Purple lights were constantly blinking on and off between her eyebrows. That bunch of purple lights and the mountain and river seal connected, making this seal turn into a purple stream that extended broadly and covered the entire lake in just a short time. A heavy momentum from that purple stream oppressed those under it down. All of the warriors in the lake were agitated and affected under this strong pressure, which brought them the feeling that it was impossible to destroy it. Shi Yan was no exception. That purple stream also had a big influence on the sea of consciousness. The mentality fluctuations from the mountain and river seal came out and spread through the purple stream, affecting all warriors in the lake. All of the warriors in the lake were under the influence of the mountain and river seal, making their sea of consciousnesses affected as well. Within a second of being distracted, their eyes looked dazed. AI suddenly flew away. She was as fast as lightning. While people were still in a daze, she was the first one who was able to come close to the stone ladder. Before others could react, she had already gotten on the stone ladder and quickly climbed onto the corpse bridge toward the weaving point. The five devils in Shi Yan's sea of consciousness suddenly woke up. On the edge of life and death, Shi Yan instantly restored his consciousness and saw Aya, who was now the first one climbing on the corpse bridge towards the weaving point in the sky. Damn it, Shi Yan couldn't help but curse. Aya had set them up. She didn't intend to go with other people in Shi Yan's group to the stone ladder. She had released the mountain and river seal that had attracted other teams to let Qi Xiao and Kai Yi take action. She made use of Qi Xiao and Kai Yi to give herself more time to release the power of the mountain and river seal. When the great hand seal of the warrior with the scarred face was released, it was instantly affected by the mountain and river seal, and thus couldn't discharge all of its power. At the moment, when everyone's eyes looked dazed, Aya had spotted the opportunity and released the greatest strength of the mountain and river seal, affecting everyone's sea of consciousness. She then took advantage of this moment to be the first one to climb the stone ladder. Aya clearly didn't consider the other people of Shi Yan's group her friends. In the past few days, she probably stayed with Shi Yan's group just to wait for this moment. She made use of Shi Yan to attract the attention of other warriors and thus borrowed them to deal with Shi Yan's group. She then took the opportunity to rush to the corpse bridge. And she did it. Aya quickly climbed the stone ladder. Below the mountain and river seal, a purple stream was formed and instantly condensed into a heavy defense barrier. Under the sky, the mountain and river seal formed a purple river which became a new barrier that contained a large number of purple lights. When she rushed to the corpse bridge, the purple lights gathered with the ancient corpses at the bottom of the bridge. She didn't want anyone else to catch up with her. Such a malicious girl. The third Sky Realm warrior with the scarred face secretly cursed her. When the great hand seal grabbed an ancient corpse which was nearest to everyone, it was smacked away, and thus the great hand seal couldn't snatch the ancient corpse nor crush the purple lights of the mountain and river seal. I didn't expect that you could think of such a way. Young generations like you guys are really cunning. The warrior who had condensed the crystal python looked at Shi Yan, Qi Xiao, and Kai Yi with his cold eyes. That girl has already gone first. You guys are better off being buried with her. You should think a bit before deciding to take things for yourselves. In the small lake, some warriors were trying to destroy the purple stream barrier that the mountain and river seal had condensed. The others looked at Shi Yan's group with an unfriendly attitude. That cheap girl, WH**re, B***TCH, Kai Yi, Lao Li, and Lao Luan gritted their teeth and cursed while their faces looked extremely odd. Aya had taken advantage of them without caring about their lives. She had spotted the opportunity and rushed to the corpse bridge, making them the target of other warriors. That was extremely vicious. The surrounding area couldn't destroy the purple stream that the mountain and river seal had created, and thus their rage was growing while their eyes shot out dazzling lights. The lights seemed to resent that it couldn't devour and swallow them alive. The three people of Kai Yi's group and the others brought up Aya's ancestors and cursed all of them. Qi Zhao's and Zhusu's faces changed dramatically. They subconsciously moved backward next to Zhushi, while their eyes looked very serious. A miserable scream suddenly came up. A Nirvana realm warrior at the edge of the lake, who was cruelly looking at Shi Yan's group, was inadvertently blown away by the storm. In the storm, the warrior's body was broken into pieces while his internal organs were all torn apart. His death was extremely miserable. Scourge had arrived. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. Those warriors who were at the edges of the lake increased the power of their defensive light to their peak. They moved towards the center of the lake to gather while continuing to concentrate their strength at the same time. The scene suddenly became chaotic. The warriors in this lake gritted their teeth and cursed, constantly striking the barrier that had been created by the mountain and river seal. Under the continuous impact of different kinds of secret treasures, that purple river seemed to be no longer able to resist as a crack started to gradually appear. Those secret treasures with extraordinary power continuously flew out from the third sky of Sky Realm warriors. Splendid lights in those secret treasures shot out towards the purple stream and drilled into the first ancient corpse, striking away the purple lights which were hovering around that corpse. If it continued like this, the barrier that the mountain and river seal had created would soon be destroyed. Under the abundant power of those secret treasures, even if it were the sacred level mountain and river seal, its spiritual aura would be drained and would become a piece of wasted rock. Aya had risked one of her sacred level secret treasure to block everyone else, so that the upcoming disasters would engulf and kill them all. If her plan worked, then she could get the secret treasures, which vaguely appeared in the sky, for herself. She gave up the mountain and river seal, but she was still able to get more secret treasures. This had calculated everything very well. The mountain and river seal had Aya's intent, domain, and power. Her father is a second sky of spirit realm warrior. Hence, it's not that easy to destroy the mountain and river seal. Kai gritted her teeth resentfully. This bitch is vicious indeed. If I knew it, I would have killed her earlier. The faces of Lao Li and Lao Lu darkened. We have also been deceived. At this time, Shiyin suddenly looked at other warriors in the center of the lake, frowned, and explained, "As you have seen it, that girl has fooled us. Right now, everyone should not continue disputing anymore, but we should find a way to destroy this mountain and river seal." Shiyin could see that these warriors were in a rage and had murderous intentions in their minds. If these warriors started to act crazy, even if he could protect himself, Qi Xiao, Zhuo and others wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, in order to avoid the case where those warriors decided to start a frenzy, he had to speak out. "I will not fight against you for now. Wait until I am out of danger, then I will settle this with you." The warrior with the scarred face shouted with a cold face, and then put his strength on bombarding the mountain and river seal. Prepare to cope with the incoming disasters. Shiyin softly let out a sigh, nodded toward Qi Xiao and Kai Yi, and reluctantly used the star shield. Countless spots of starlight burst out and covered his entire body. What? Star shield? In the small lake, a middle-aged man with a dry, yellow face and a rugged beard looked at Shiyin in surprise while his eyes flashed up with strange lights. He screamed out loud, "Little kid, you also belong to our god's sect." Shiyin was stunned. In a short moment, he didn't know what to say and just casually uttered, "What?" Chapter 398, The Northern Dipper Arrows. Chapter 398, The Northern Dipper Arrows. "Little kid, you are one of the god sect's people?" The middle-aged warrior, whose face was dry and yellow, looked at Shiyin, shouted out loud while seeming to be excited. Shiyin was startled for a while. As he was deep in the thought about how to defend against these disasters, he didn't understand what that man meant. So he casually asked, "What? Are you one of the divine radiant cult's people, little rascal?" That big man grunted. His attitude was much better than before. Before, when he had looked at Shiyin, he had resented that he couldn't kill him. However, right now, although he still cursed him little rascal, he didn't seem to have any wicked intentions. Shiyin suddenly understood. "I come from the Endless Sea, and I have the Star Martial Spirit. The three god sect in the Endless Sea is one branch of the god sect. So that's right." Without waiting for Shiyin to finish his sentence, the man hurriedly screamed, "Come here. We need your star power. As long as you condense the Northern Dipper arrows and then integrate with my great sun power and moon power of Liu, we will be able to break the mountain and river seal's barrier." Beside him, a female warrior at the third sky of Sky Realm also nodded her head. This warrior, named Liu, of the Divine Radiant Cult, looked ordinary. Her body was extremely skinny. Her face was a little pale, as if she hadn't been exposed to the sun for a very long time. At the moment when she saw Yin cast out the star shield, she was also a little startled. After realizing it was the star shield, she considered Yin as her own family and also showed a better attitude on her face. Before seeing Yin display the star shield, she had looked at Yin with extreme, cold eyes. A person of the divine radiant cult, Kai muttered with a low voice. Yin was stunned. He thought for a while before he gently nodded. Walking over to Zhuo, he held her hand and took her to the center of the lake. Zhuo's eyes looked panicked. Her face was puzzled while Yin was pulling her to the center of the lake. After a quick glance, Qi Xiao and Zhuo looked very cheerful as they seemed to see through Yin's mind. Zhuo was only in the disaster realm. She had the lowest cultivation base here. If she stayed at the edge of the lake, she might not be able to withstand those disasters. Although the magnetic field around the Silver Lake slowed down the disaster a lot, according to what was going on right now, the disasters would soon come over. Yin took Zhuo to the center of the lake so that she could be the last to face those disasters. Perhaps by that time, the barrier that AI had created might have been broken already. Thus, she could have a chance to climb to the sky, avoiding those disasters. Who is this girl? The warrior with a yellow face frowned and asked when he saw Yin bringing Zhuo over. My wife. Yin revealed a faint smile, kept his normal face, and secretly held Zhuo's hand tightly. Zhuo originally had some resistance and secretly blamed Yin. However, when she glanced at Qi Xiao and Zhuo and saw them let out a sigh of relief, she understood what was going on. Yin wanted to protect her. Zhuo was moved a little bit and stopped struggling. Instead, she became well-behaved and obediently followed Yin. After hearing Yin say that Zhuo was his wife, those warriors from the divine radiant cult didn't say anything else. 5 of them even took the initiative to move to the side, leaving Yin and Zhuo a small space. Do you know how to perform the Northern Dipper arrows? Liu asked. No, I don't. Yin shook his head. How about using the star power to create star formation? Do you know them? Liu asked again. Star formation? Yin's eyes brightened up. He nodded. I know how to perform it. Very good. Release it quick. Zhao Feng, and I will take care of the rest. Hurry up. The warrior with a yellow face named Zhao Feng also hastily urged Yin. In the center of the lake, the 2 strongest teams seemed to know the secret technique of the divine radiant cult. After hearing the Northern Dipper arrows and the star formation, their eyes all brightened up and no one scolded Yin anymore. They looked at Yin with shining eyes. Under other people's scrutinizing looks, Yin triggered his mind to activate the star martial spirit, gathering a bunch of starlight dots. 7 groups of lights were formed above his head and then displayed themselves according to the formation of the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. Is this right? Yin asked with uncertainty. That's it. Zhao Feng displayed a cheerful face and burst into laughter. A surge of scorching flame energy flowed out from his body in the radiant lights. A beam of scorching sunlight flew out and drilled into the 7-star formation. At the same time, moonlight also spread out from Liu's body. This beam of light, which was like the shining moonlight, also flew out from her hands, infiltrating the 7 stars formation. Don't worry, we will take care of the rest, Liu told him in a carefree fashion. Yin nodded. A group of sunlight, moonlight, and 7 groups of stars gathered in the 7 stars formation. Suddenly, a strong energy fluctuation stirred up, spreading out from the sunlight and the stars. This fluctuation and the 7 groups of stars that Yin had released abruptly resonated. Under everyone's attentive looks, odd changes suddenly appeared on the 7 groups of stars that Yin had released, turning them into a set of a bow and arrows. The sunlight from Zhao Feng and the moonlight of Liu merged to form a powerful arrow. That light arrow rode on the bow, which had been created from the condensation of the starlight. The bow was elongated. A violent energy fluctuation suddenly flowed out from the bow. The starlight instantly integrated with the light arrow. This light arrow, which brought along the starlight, terrifyingly shot out towards the ancient corpses at the bottom. Boom! When the light arrow hit a corpse at the bottom, the purple lights which were wrapped around the ancient corpse broke instantly. The mountain and river seal suspended above everyone's head, and its power seemed to have been struck and scattered. The mountain and river seal darkened and couldn't maintain its purple river to keep overflowing. All kinds of secret treasures flew out and collided with that mountain and river seal. The mountain and river seal slightly shook in the air as its spiritual aura got empty, and it finally fell. "We're good." Zhao Feng laughed out loud and shouted, "We broke the barrier, so we must go first." Li Yu's face became cold. She looked at the warriors next to her and said, "You should understand the rule. Go up." Zhao Feng stared at a divine radiant cult's warrior next to him as he shouted to urge him. Under Zhao Feng's gaze, this warrior suddenly woke up and hurriedly rushed towards the stone ladder. Shi Yin was startled and then quickly gave Zhuoshi a push. She staggeringly walked towards the corpse bridge and strenuously climbed while being shoved by the divine radiant cult's disciples. When Zhao Feng and Li Yu saw what Shi Yin did, they just slightly knitted their eyebrows but didn't say anything. In their hearts, since Shi Yin belonged to the divine radiant cult, he was like family, as his wife had a low cultivation base, and moreover, staying in the lake was the most dangerous thing right now. They didn't oppose to what he did. Shi Yin, when Zhuoshi climbed halfway onto the corpse bridge, she suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but shout while looking at Zhuoshi and Qi Xiao in the distance. The disaster currently submerged Qi Xiao and the other people. Their entire bodies were now shining with dazzling lights as they were desperately struggling with miserable faces. Zhuoshi couldn't just abandon her master and her grandfather. "Don't worry too much. You go up first, then we will talk later," Shi Yin shouted. The divine radiant cult behind Zhuoshi also frowned and urged her. She then reluctantly continued to climb toward the top. Not long after that, all of the divine radiant cult warriors had climbed up. Zhao Feng and Li Yu simultaneously looked at Shi Yin and shouted together, "Hurry up. Little kid, don't waste others' time." What? Others are waiting for you." Zhao Feng stared at him. If it were somebody else, he would go right away. "You have a chance now. Why are you hesitating?" The warriors of the other two teams had come close to the center of the lake. From a distance, Qi Xiao and the others were now submerged in the disasters. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads as they seemed to resist strenuously. If he went up now, perhaps Qi Xiao and Zhuoshi would stay here forever. "I can wait for a while longer." Shi Yin sneered and moved backward. He looked at Zhao Feng and Li Yu and said, "You guys go first. I will catch up later." Zhao Feng and Li Yu were astonished and immediately scolded Shi Yin for not being wise. While muttering, the two of them stepped forward and then climbed on the stone ladder. "You too," Shi Yin shouted. "What else do you want?" "How troublesome," Zhao Feng angrily asked. "Please take care of my wife. We all come from the god sect. I will remember this favor," Shi Yin begged. Zhuoshi had gone up, but he didn't know what was waiting for them up there. He couldn't be together with Zhuoshi and was afraid that she would encounter some danger up there, so he could only beg Zhao Feng and Li Yu to help him take care of her. Zhao Feng coldly snorted and displayed an unhappy face. "Stinky little rascal, you are nonsense. If you don't come up here soon, you deserve to die because of your stupidity. There aren't many secret treasures, and if you are late, nothing will be left for you." While talking, Zhao Feng suddenly accelerated and gradually disappeared into the clouds. In the center of the lake, the other two powerful teams took advantage of this time and also went up to the corpse bridge, moving up along the bridge. Shi Yin suddenly turned his head and released the star shield. His entire body reddened. He then drilled into the center of the disasters. Lightning, flames, storms, and frost all swept over, covering the entire lake. These four strange forces which came from the four mountains seemed to have a terrifying destructive power that could break a variety of defense halos. The star shield produced crisp sounds under the effect of these four kinds of disasters, as if it could explode at any time. Under these four kinds of disasters, it was like Shi Yin was stuck in a deep pond of mud, walking staggeringly. At this time, he knew what Qi Xiao and the others were facing. Hey! A crazy roar came up as different strange powers burst out from his body. Shi Yin was now like a mighty tiger rushing towards Wasu and pulling him by one of his hands.